We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Hey, 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 guys, come on in, come on in, come on in, come on in. Today, we're going to talk about how you run from, they say they're healing, but in all reality, all of them are chasing coats and trying to get us regular people, to pick one of them. Like, pick one of these coats. This what you need to do. Hey, Nick. Hey, my baby. Well, you guys come on in. But Tron, get off the Wi-Fi. And all of you guys, stop still trying to catch the wave. But they want us to believe they're healed. Okay. And they got information, regurgitated information for us. This is all regurgitated. It may be new for them, but it's regurgitated for the rest of us. Well, come on in. Oh, I can't catch her now. I can't. Hopefully somebody catch her, but I can't catch her now, Nick. I thought she was finished. Have mercy. I'm done. I am so done with that, Nicole. I'm not. No. I'm done with that. Oh gosh. I know I cannot switch over. Dang it. Hey, Tommy, welcome. We're going to start this show because this is about Tron, the Wi-Fi guy, right? And like we spoke upon yesterday, I should have put part 2. Like we spoke upon yesterday, all Nature Boy did was follow Prince York and a couple of others. And guess what they all go back to? See, it's like they get indoctrinated. They really don't want to be free, as they want us to believe that they're free. They just go there. Nature Boy indoctrinated them. And it was like, go out there to the world. Go to the world. Did they take that and go to another cult? As you always notice, they all leave from one cult to another cult, or they go back to somebody that was formerly in the cult and call it a healing. or whatever they choose to call it, but that's what they do. Let's check out this old one with him and Mama Sheba. I think she was Mama Sheba at that time. She ain't Kendra yet. She's still the same old Sheba. Well, let's go.
Coming out, carbonation, very important stuff. We got a book coming out, and it's called Know Thyself. And man, it's gonna be a really good book. And you know, me and Sheba were just sitting here, we are talking about you know, the tropics, and we're talking about you know, our natural environment, how we need to get to our natural environment, and basically just breaking it down in the book so that when you guys get the book, you can receive. It's gonna be an ebook, and when we give that ebook out to y'all, you can basically, you know, just break it down. We're breaking it down so you guys can read it, and then you guys can get you know, the wisdom and knowledge that we've received. But you know, it's crazy because we were breaking down the, what is it called, the magnetoreceptor, and we're basically just talking about how you know, all animals, all species, we have a natural environment, and our natural environment, you know, how do animals know? We're basically breaking down like how do animals know that that's their natural environment? Like, you know, we see birds in their area, we see, you know, all these animals in these locations,
Yeah, you're on the
different
Wi-Fi.
parts of the on different parts of the world. But how do they know that that's the area that they belong in? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I was like, I asked him, I was like, because the humans are the only ones who are living out of tune with the equilibrium of the planet. You know what I'm saying? Like nature doesn't go against itself. Like nature, it is living in harmony, is living in balance. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so it's very interesting to me that, you know, we aren't doing that. Like, we are living out of tune, and we'll do certain things like, oh, I'm a recycler, I'm gonna compost this and that, but then we still take from nature more than we give back at the end of it all. Like, that's what we do. And like every day, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you give back to nature? Although you know, your whole, everything that you have made, your structures, everything and around you right now in your environment is unnatural. It comes from a natural place. Everything comes from nature, but the way we alchemize it is for unnatural purposes. Like
No, we're not listening to this whole thing.
All your life.
Hey, get some boogers out her nose.
On a structure that is wooden and elevated from the ground and has, you know, like certain materials in it, like, you know, mattresses and stuff like that, to even sleep and be around like that type of materials, like plastic and rubber and you know, all these things. It's disconnecting you from where those materials even come from. And then you're not giving back anything, so you're just taking. You're abusing nature, really. And
it's an abusive relationship, right?
It's like, damn, like, we are the only species that be doing that, because you don't see anything in nature like taking out and not giving back. You don't see anything in nature going to a toilet to empty, to give, like, you know, like that's why it's crazy to me how people, like, how we can get blocked for saying, oh, go empty your pot outside, or even having a baby, you know, go empty his pot outside, and people think, oh my God, that is so gross. And it's like,
dogs do it every day.
Dogs do it every day. You know, animals do it, and we don't say nothing about that. Like, you know, and it's crazy to me. And I'm like, well, what makes it so? Because if you think about it, we have been domesticated. We are animals. People don't want to see themselves as an animal or as a part of the animal kingdom, but we are part of the animal kingdom. The difference between us and wild animals is that we have been domesticated.
Yes.
You take any animal and you domesticate them, you train them, you know, to do what you want them to do, to eat at a certain time, to eat certain foods, to jump and run and hop and do whatever you want them to do, listen to you, you know what I'm saying? So that's what happens when we get put in institutions. Like, just like you would take your dog to like a doggy training school or stuff like that. I've seen people do that. you take your children to school, to an institution, so that they can learn the ways
Precious,
and learn the culture,
precious,
basically learn the history,
precious.
learn like the whatever they want you to learn. That's what they take you to, the institution of church, and they get you to learn their religion, and then they take you to whatever else institution, whatever they want to program you with, to be really is ultimately to be a cancer cell.
Yep.
It's ultimately to fit into to the hell that you are living in.
That's
so
facts.
it makes you think that nothing is wrong with that hell.
Mm-hmm.
So just like the dog inside of a house,
right?
It doesn't think anything is wrong with that because it's been trained to be there.
Right.
But when you see like
you say, like Alexi says, just like animals in the zoo, like the animals in the zoo don't think that, they think it's natural, like the zoo is
born
natural.
in the zoo. The animals that are born in the zoo, because you see a lot of animals at the zoo, and a lot of them are sad and depressed. They know that that's not where they need to be.
Of course.
When animals are born into the zoo, when you are born into Babylon, when you are born into hell, you're like, okay, you go along with the program because you programmed.
Right.
But
hey, Marquise.
If you were to unlock the doors of the zoo and let all those animals free,
that's where I was going. Thanks.
What would those animals do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what would they do? And that's what we were getting down to with the magnetoreceptor.
Right.
That animals.
So why don't you go find a zoo and let them all out and see if they will go? Now, far as us melanated people, you cannot speak upon our natural habitat unless you take your behind back to Africa. That's our natural habitat. Our natural foods are there. Whatever is there and whatever they eat, we supposed to eat. That's what's in our DNA. The stuff on the islands is not our natural habitat. That's where they dropped us off at. That's where they dropped us off at. That's not our. How you keep preaching natural? That's not our natural. We didn't start. Natural means where we come from naturally. We ain't naturally from Mexico. We ain't naturally from Honduras. We ain't natural. You still leaving one place that's not your natural home, unless, well, America is a lot of our natural homes. It is a lot of our natural homes. But anytime you go someplace, anywhere else, they don't speak our language. Well, I ain't gonna say Africa. I'm gonna say that region that they call Africa. But we from one of them places, but it sure ain't Mexico. It sure is not Honduras. It sure is not Costa Rica. And then you could say because of the sun, but damn, the sun is everywhere. The sun is, you got a lot of places that do not. Hey, Gary. The sun is everywhere. And there's places in America that don't get cold. There's places in America that's plenty of sun. So you can't say it's because of the sun. We got sun over here too. Y'all want to go because you want to go. That's part of the scam. Let me show the waterfall. We got waterfalls. Let me show the trees. We got trees. Well, the food got to be imported. And then you got to add in the time it's imported. Then add in the time that it got to go to the store. And then the store. So all of that, okay, grow your own food. Grow your own food. Now, if you want to move there, don't call it, it's not natural. You just want to move there. People want to move to the islands. There's nothing wrong with moving to the islands. Be all nice and laid back. But that's because you want to. It's not because we have to go because it's natural. If I really have to go where it's natural at, then I will go on to Africa. or that region they call Africa. I am. Oh, they always trying to sell us a dream. Now this is Mr. Wi-Fi Tron, right? Then we're gonna watch a little bit more. I'm gonna skip a lot of this because, like I said, I want to show you how they go from one damn coat to now we're gonna see him in the next coat, right? Trying to tell us, they're always trying to tell us what we should eat, what we shouldn't eat. What the hell we want to learn about the Anunnaki for? Y'all gotta see, he got his own YouTube page. I'm like, what do we want to know about the Anunnaki? Is you want to know is fine, but it's not like we have to know these things. Information is if you want it. Well, I don't have to know about that. But you really need to know. You need to follow us because these things you need to know. Then you waste so much time in a damn classroom learn about something that cannot help you now. It cannot help you at all. It's knowledge, but you want to spend your life. James, thank you so much. I appreciate your donations. Thank you so much. I'm just so glad you came on here so I can say thank you. Hey, Maderi. Girl, let me tell you, this weather is crazy. We flooding out here. We are flooding. But we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna skip through this and then we're gonna get into his other interview. Because Mr. Tron and the rest of them, I want to show you how they, even when he gets to the next video, y'all gonna hear it. But let's go.
Naturally find their place. They find their home.
Right.
And this is because
find your home
of their connection to the Earth's magnetic field.
Right. The Earth's electromagnetic field is a grid, right? And there's ley lines. These are the natural borders of what we so-called borders of the Earth are. This grid. It's these ley lines. Now, specific animals are born in specific environments and specific climates and are tuned into a certain a part of the electromagnetic grid in these areas. We have tropical animals that live in tropical climates, and in those specific climates they find their home, they find their natural habitat, because their natural habitat will provide everything that they need to survive, everything that they are naturally programmed to eat. And it's funny because humans are the only ones that actually go outside of their own program and do things that are unnatural, because we have an imbalance within our own mind. We're living in
hold up. How we still on planet Earth, Tron? How is humans going out of we didn't go nowhere. The whole entire planet Earth is ours. Wherever we can go on planet Earth is where we can go. What are you talking about? Humans, we didn't leave off planet Earth. We still here. Are you trying to say we're not the whole planet is for us to see? Some you gotta put on a coat, some you gotta take off a coat, some you gotta dress really warm, some you don't. But we can still go. Like we leaving planet Earth. Like we left planet Earth and went someplace else. Shut up, boy.
The lower self, so we have an imbalance, you see. But nature and all the animals in nature, they can't go outside of their program unless you take them out of their natural environment, unless you take them out of the areas that they belong, and then you try to domesticate them, and you try to put them in a zoo, or you try to put them in in a house like a dog, and then they start acting weird because it's not natural for the dog to be inside of that house, or for an animal to be inside of a zoo cage. That's not natural. So what happens is when you let these free, you say you take a gorilla, right, and the gorilla leaves the zoo, right? right? You open up the gates and the gorilla starts to leave. That gorilla is not going to stay in New York City. That gorilla is not going to stay in DC. That gorilla is not going to stay in California. It's gonna magnetically be attracted to its natural environment because the Earth's electromagnetic grid is like a GPS for that animal, right? And what it is that
no, and no. It's going to be. It's going to go where's food at. Where's food at? It's going to go where the food is at. It's going to go, if it goes out the cage, they're not going to say, well, you know what? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry that I am going to go find where my natural habitat is at. They're going to go where the food is at. Yes, exactly, Nick. Yeah, we refrigerators. Precious. They eat a lot of rice and cereal. Sierra Low. Yeah, they're going to go where food is at. And if food keep coming, they're not going to go. It's like a dog. You could train a dog. You got the best trained dog ever. And that owner be like, sick him, get him. Let you have a steak in your pocket. Let you have a steak in your pocket and you throw that steak. That dog going to where the food is at. Of course, if it's already in its natural habitat, it don't know where else to go because it's in its natural habitat. Same way we on land. We know not to just go into water and just like, unless we have what we need to go in that water. We are not fish. But same way that fish needs the water, we need land. And they can stay out of the water for a little bit. Hey, Rain Baby, what's up? So we all know where to go. We ain't going to live in water. We're going to live on the land. And if we want to go into water, we got to have oxygen to go in that water. So we make stuff to go into that water. So if you remove them from their natural habitat, they will not be able to survive unless you make it like their natural habitat. You go to an aquarium, do a fish know they're in the aquarium? Or do they know, unless they bring everything to that aquarium and put in that water so they think they're in their natural habitat? I'm just saying. So they only know that they're in, only way that you know you're in your natural habitat. That's the only place you know. It's not no magnetic field and, oh, wow. No, that's all they know. And they singing Christmas carols in a nursing home. Oh, that's good. Because for the past couple of years, they haven't had it there, Nick. Yeah, so I'm just saying. But you should be where you're supposed to be. But anywhere there's land, we can go. Ain't no magnetic field. That's all they know. You think a bird be flying and be like, well, hold up. I'm in the air. All this air belongs to me. But I'm only going to stay right here in this side of the air. I ain't going across the street because that air don't belong to the whole entire, wherever they could fly is wherever they're going to fly. Just like some like the penguins. They need cold water, but their body is made for it because of the cold. It's like some dogs have more hair than that's like cats shed in the summer. Well, some animals shed in the summer, and then in the winter they grow more hair. That's just life. It's just life. But like I said, we speaking upon Tron now. Let's finish here. We ain't gonna hear this whole bull crap with him and Sheba.
The animals, they have this. They don't even know that we have a natural, that we live, are supposed to live in a natural environment. You know, like we're a part of the animal kingdom. You see, every animal in nature lives in a specific area, has a specific habitat in that environment, and eats a specific diet. You know, and humans are the only ones that try to go around that and think that we can eat whatever we want. Like people eat escargot and goddamn creme brulee and all that shit. That's
according to them, right? According to them, everybody get rid of your pets. Everybody get rid of your pets because your dog natural habitat is not your household. Your cat natural habitat is not your household. And whatever pet you have in your house, let them go outside and find their natural habitat. Where is a dog's natural habitat? Where is a cat natural habitat? Why does house cats do not want a house cat is not leaving the house? A dog may run away, but believe me, that dog wants to get in a home. So according to them, everybody get rid of your pets and let them go back to their natural habitat. Where is the natural habitat for these dogs? Where are they? I ain't never seen, long as I've been living, I ain't never seen a bunch of dogs just roaming. I may see a dog here and there. I ain't never see a bunch of dogs just roaming the street. I be seeing them cats out there. But it's not like it's a bunch of cats, but you do see cats out there. You may see a dog here and there. But how many of us see a bunch of dogs roaming the street? They always find somebody's house, somebody's backyard. They find somebody something. But they're meant to be around people. Damn flies even come in your house. The flies and mosquitoes, you can leave your window open. The flies and mosquitoes will come in the house and they do not fly back out. You would think that the air and outside is their natural habitat. But let a fly or mosquito come in your house. They don't just fly they don't fly in and go, oops, I'm locked in this house. I belong outside. They don't fly back out. That's right. If you're in the bushes, baby, hit the like, please. Don't forget to hit that like if you're new here. Let's hit the subscribe. But these are the things that they tell you to get you to move to these islands. Instead of saying, you know what, it's better to live on these islands, it's cheaper, you can relax, all this natural bullshit. And do y'all know, it's all this natural stuff, natural hair, natural products, natural soap, natural is very expensive. Everything that they promote as natural is very expensive. Y'all see these natural hair products? I'm like, what the hell? Then you gotta clarify. Then you gotta wash the product out. I'm like, natural just should be like washing and that's it. A little oil. No, you gotta have this pre-pool, this pool, that pool. I'm like, damn. Natural food is very expensive. Hey, Miss Real. It's very expensive. The natural foods cost more than the other foods. But they say it's natural. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. But it's natural. Living on these islands is natural. But it costs a lot of money. Because you still gotta build houses. You can't be sleeping in these damn tents. You don't know what's coming in your tent. You can't even leave food around your tent. Because, like I said, they come looking for food. You might be the food. You don't know the area enough to just plant your tent any damn where and live. This is what they try to get us to believe. You don't know what's out there in these countries. You just want, you know what? This is good right here. Let me plant my tent right here. Okay, whatever. Oh, You don't know what's coming up in that tent. But this is what they led us to believe. Because people do not use common sense. They do not use common sense. Then when you hear all of them talking, she said they lizards. That's precious. That's my precious, precious, precious. Yeah, and this is why we always get trapped off, because we so into the dream that they selling that we forget common sense.
It's not natural for us. We're not supposed to eat that shit. Like fish, like nah, that's bottom feeders. Like you gotta understand microRNAs and epigenetics and what you are, what you eat. You know, all of this information allows you to free your mind to just be, you know, to be who you're naturally supposed to be. Just like a dog in the house, you know, you put a dog in the house, that dog is still gonna be a dog. No matter how much you try to domesticate that, there's still times where that dog's gonna be a dog and he's gonna fuck up and you're gonna be like, oh my god, why'd you do that? I trained you, and it's like, nah, like that dog still has a natural instinct to be a dog. Just like, you know, we have a natural human instinct to be human, and we're gonna be.
Hold up. Yeah, we know a dog is gonna be a dog, but okay, where is the dog natural habitat? And why is the dog in your house? Shouldn't it be in its natural habitat? I just said that. And it's crazy that you said that, Tron. It's crazy that you said that. But being that you are trying to lead us back to Dr. York, the damn whatever you call them people, the Wapians, that's what you call them. You trying to lead us back here, we gonna check you out. Check out your con game. Remember when you was trying to get people to get you a damn a laptop, remember? Mm-hmm. Why do y'all keep getting these grown man stuff? Y'all need help. You don't need no damn computer or laptop in your natural habitat. Ain't no electricity, damn it.
Human. You see what I'm saying? It's just in Babylon, they make it so hard for
Hey,
you. You
Angel.
can't empty your pot or give your soil back or give your ground back in the United States. They're not going to allow you to do that. You know, so if you have this information, you have to get to a place where you're able to do that. You know, and you know Babylon's everywhere, but you got to understand that you know, especially in the United States, especially in the northern climate, you can't do that. Like that's not they're not going to allow you to do that. You know, so that's why we ran, man. That's why we left. You know, we left that environment because we knew that wasn't an area for us to be in, and instinctively we knew that we needed to be in a natural environment. You know, environment where I was able to, you know, connect to the elements. You know, like there's nothing
in their purest form. They're not tampered with. They're not manipulated. They're not genetically modified.
Right.
See, this genetically modified information is what is turning us into genetically modified organisms, because the information, this is our genes, this is our programming, and then this is what's turning us into genetically modified organisms.
Right.
And now our behavior is just playing out.
Right.
You know,
the
from
expression
that
of
that false information.
Right.
So once we reprogram and understand, you know, ourselves, who we are, and you understand that Babylon, that hell, that imbalance is just there for you to purify through and understand yourself through, understand what not to do, and so understand yourself to a point where you can get to a space where you can find that balance, and that you can create that balance for yourself. You can't live in a place where it doesn't even allow you to be yourself naturally. You can't be there. It's not, if, like he said, if you can't empty your pot, you can't even walk around topless. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do any of these things. These things are actually illegal for you to do there. And so this is how we know that it's an environment that's not natural for us to be human. It's actually a place where they domesticate humans and they farm humans, and they so they
institutionalize you to be you a cancer. Like, that's what they do. They teach you how to be a cancer.
Be conducive for their system.
That's what we got to say. You got to understand, what you're giving your energy to. This is why what we did in Babylon is we analyzed and we observed, everything that, Babylon, what it was for. You know what I'm saying? Like, we looked at the squares. We saw that there was, countless amount of squares. We saw how, just how they're treating people, you know what I'm saying? And how we're not getting the proper amount of food. Like, they take your natural resources that come from the earth, that grow out of the ground for free, and they take that and they put it in a store and they'll charge you for it. You know what I mean? When that's not even, like, that's not of nature. That's not Maya. That's not true. You don't sell what's for free, you see? Like, of course we have to give our soil and our urine back, that's what we owe to the earth, but that's just, it's unnatural to do that, you know what I mean? And then making you do something, that they put you in a category. You can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, they give you little subcategories that you can express your astrological program in. Like, if you have a Libra, then they'll be like, oh, you'll be good at this because Libra says this and this, you can be a lawyer. Like, nah, that's not what your
it's funny that is. It's like your ego that you're supposed to be, your natural ego, you're going against that to basically sell. You're selling your soul.
Selling your soul.
You're selling your soul so that you can feel like you're being who you are, but really you're selling your soul because you're not able to truly be you naturally. You have to give your energy. You have to be conducive for that system to be there. You have to be.
You have to vibrate
by that evil energy. So therefore, everything that you produce and put out, it's gonna be a part of that. It's gonna be of that. And like, for me,
first of all, yes, the fruit and all these other things are free. The question is, are you going to grow it? Are you going to maintain it? The people who sell it to you is the people who have land. They maintain it. They go and pick it. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you want is not going to be, you can't grow it there. Like you said, it has to be in its natural habitat. So they created this thing called a store. That's why even while you're on these islands, they still have the same fruits that you see in the trees and stuff. They still have it in the store. And people still buy it when they have the land to grow it. But it's not easy. It's not easy. You got, especially vegetables and stuff, that brings on insects and stuff. I don't know if it's groundhogs or wherever, but them things that come under the ground. I think Khalees was showing something, and she was showing how when she pulled out, I forgot, was it I don't know, was it potato or something, a beet, whatever. But the ones that the root vegetables, and she showed half of it was eaten up. It's like a lot of trial and error. Then you got the birds, the scarecrows, the vultures. Now they looking at shapes. Exactly. Well, now you know, girl. And then why do you think a lot of things are modified? Because number one, they can't keep up. They can't keep up. Well, yes, they could keep up. The problem is we throw away a lot of stuff. So it's like we don't buy exactly what we need. Like when people get their little bit of money and they go shop, they go food shopping, they buy carts of food. Well, technically, you're supposed to shop by the week or buy stuff as you need it. Well, they buy 2 and 3 shopper carts full of food, and that's when a lot of stuff go to waste. See, so now they have to keep on buying stuff, and that means it needs more supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand. So now they start making these watermelons, or however you want to say, seedless rest of fruits. Now we know every rest of fruit is supposed to have a seed in it. Growing anything successfully is, yes, baby, it's hard work. That's why people just do that. You know how many people that was brought up on a farm, that was brought up on a farm and will move to the city just to buy food, just to get away from the farm. They were like, you know what? I'll rather buy the no good food, even though they came from a farm and everything is fresh. Baby, when it comes down to making your own butter, making your own milk, and getting them eggs and that odor, because all them animals are taking dunks right in the floor, so it has an odor to it. Then you gotta clean it up. Then you gotta make sure they eat. Then you gotta have food for them. Then you gotta check the vegetables. And then you gotta make sure they're not eating all up. My salad fixings before they go bad. Uh huh. So, uh, whatever, whatever. But again, we have to use common sense, and we have to learn how to shop. That's why even the meats, people overbuy meat. Or when you go to the store, I mean, when you go out to a restaurant and you don't finish that food, where does it go? In the garbage. So we do is a lot of our food is being wasted. We're not even eating it. We're wasting it. But, but, we're also feeding them the other people, the other things that eats off the food. Nothing really goes to waste. God/universe make sure nothing go to waste. So that's where the rats come in at. And rats say, if you don't finish it, I'll finish it for you. So the rats will finish your food. You understand what I'm saying? And depending on where you live, whatever is out there will finish your food, or the flies are getting to it. Then you got maggots and stuff like that. But that's what happened with waste. Nothing truly goes to waste.
Personally, I figured out that I was an artistic person. I could sing and do all these things, but I knew I could never be in an industry where I was given things to sing, and I had to dress a certain way and be a certain way. Like, that didn't make sense to me. I didn't.
You know what don't make sense to me? Now, they say they say that they can't be out there in the industry and wear these provocative clothes, but you want us to go out there and have on no clothes. How you want? At least they got on clothes. Y'all had to be with no clothes on. How you talking about somebody? At least they got on something. Y'all don't have on nothing. Y'all used to have to cover up for the camera. But when y'all did the homeboy say, The girls had to walk around the house. I mean, walk around the house when nature nut with no clothes on. Y'all had absolutely nothing on. But y'all talking about the people, or they got to look this way. At least they got some damn clothes on, though. They ain't walking around with no clothes on all damn day. Shoot. Oh, they killed me. They always want to talk about somebody, but effed up themselves. I knew I couldn't be in entertainment business and have to wear these clothes. But damn it, you someplace where you're naked. So what you talking about? Shut up. Let's go.
Want to be? I didn't want to be anything that I wasn't.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't want to sell my soul just for what? Money? Like
right.
what? No.
Well, you sold your soul, all right. You ain't selling for money. You sold your soul for cheap. You sold your soul for cheap. You sold your soul for what you could have got free on Google. You sold your soul for what you could have got free on Google. At least they getting some money. You ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing but use and abuse for your soul. But you worried about somebody else's soul. You ain't got nothing to show for it. They get up and work every day, sold they soul, but they gotta work every day. You want to sit back and collect money, but talking about somebody else. You see how hypocritical these people is?
Not at all. Nothing, like you said, you cannot sell what is free.
Exactly.
These gifts that you have, yourself, it is free.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You were supposed to give this freely. You are supposed to give this to humanity as a service because you want to.
Exactly.
As back to nature because you want to. You know what I'm saying? Not because you're getting a check for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I love to do it. I love to do this. But the very fact that you're selling it, says
now that part is true, but let's go.
Information to pure space of energy. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand that we gotta know the technologies of our body. We gotta know the importance and honor our creation. You know what I'm saying? Why do you feel ashamed? Why do you cut your hair? This is basically saying that you don't love yourself. When you cut your hair and you shave your head and you cover up your cover up your clothing and you put all this stuff on you, this basically just says that you don't know yourself and that you don't love yourself. You see, if you understood that your hair was the extension of your nervous system and that it actually receives environmental signals and it is actually another sensory for your body, so that you can intuitively know when things are about to occur and you can pick up environmental signals and know things about your environment, you wouldn't want to cut your hair. It's really cool and fascinating when you understand.
What I ain't hear nobody tell me they picked up nothing because their hair is longer. I ain't never heard it. I ain't never heard nobody say I ain't cutting my hair because it's connected to my nervous system and I'm picking up stuff from my antennas. I ain't never heard it. I ain't never heard it. And some people have never cut their hair. Never. Some people have never cut their hair. She got whiskers. I'm just saying. I've never heard of it. Like, oh my God, I'm picking up some signals from my hair. My hair is picking up. The hair, once it come out, your scalp is dead. It's dead. Sorry. It has no feelings, no nothing. If you want your hair to grow, that's because you want it to grow. But there's nothing scientific. It's not scientifically proven that our hair is picking up on it's picking up no antennas. But again, they tell people these things. That's part of the hustle to make you think, yeah, you're right, dude. You're right, dude. Yeah.
And like, wow, my hair is extension of my nervous system, and It helps me help my brain waves. I think I can think clearer when I have a longer
No, you can't think no damn clearer with longer hair. But let's go.
hair. Like yeah, like all of this stuff is information that allows you to free yourself to be like, wow, my body is perfect and beautiful the way it is. Why do I want to cover myself up? Why do I want to cut my hair? Why? Because you don't know. Because you don't know what your hair is. You have no clue what your hair is. You don't know what your skin is. You don't know what.
How are you going to tell me in one sentence? I don't know. Your hair is your antenna and it's connected to your central. But now you're saying you don't know what your hair is. You don't know what your skin is. Make up your mind. Make up your mind, Tron. You just said the sentence before. You knew what your hair was and all of this ability that your hair gives you. Now you're saying you don't know what it is.
What your skin. You're steady putting sunscreen on, and you're steady putting Lubriderm on your skin, and you're covering up with makeup and shit. Like, nah, that's clogging your pores. Your skin is actually the largest organ of your body, and it needs to breathe. Like, you need your skin needs to breathe. So when you put shirts on, and when you cover your face up with mascara and all this makeup, you're actually clogging your pores, and your skin can't breathe. And then your skin looks like shit. And then that's why you have to put this makeup on, is because your pores and your skin are not breathing, and you're covering it up with all this makeup and that accessories.
And y'all people didn't wear no makeup, and y'all skin look like ish. And y'all skin look like ish too. I don't wear makeup, but I'll take my chances with makeup before I have skin like y'all.
That they give you in order for you. That's why they call it makeup, because you're making up for something, right? What's in the word make up? Like you're making. Carnivorous animals, they have a certain they're designed a certain way to eat, and they're designed a certain way. They have a small digestive tract so that the meat can process their teeth structure. Their whole body is designed for them to go out and pounce and get their food. Like we're designed to go and pick a mango off the tree or to pick a fruit off the tree in order to eat that. You see what I'm saying?
And that is also because remember you were saying yesterday that certain animals are in a certain climate.
Oh
like
yeah.
Polar bears and stuff like that. They're in a certain climate, so they have to eat certain things. But when we know that our natural environment is an environment where everything grows abundantly from the earth, that's how you know this is what we're supposed to be eating.
Right.
Even some people in the tropics, they might not be eating the earth. It's crazy. That just shows you right there that we are so far from ourselves, because it's crazy when all these fruit trees and are growing around you and you're still choosing to eat meat. This is why the certain animals, they eat a certain ways because of the climate that they're in. Exactly. Because this is their natural environment. That's their natural environment. They're supposed to eat that way. We're never supposed to eat that way. But this is our natural environment where we're supposed to eat organically from the earth.
Exactly. Your environment will let you know what your diet is. You see what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
And that's why we have to, it's very important that we understand where our natural environment is, and we understand what our natural diet is, and then you figure this out when you study the mechanics of your body, the technology of your body, and how your whole being works. A lot of people say, oh, I'm so conscious or I'm divine, but how are you conscious, or how can you be a divine being but not know the mechanics of your own body? How can you not understand that your skin is like a computer? It's the membrane, it's the skin. Your skin is the membrane, and it's actually receiving and picking up information from the sun, and it's processing that, storing it as ATP, and utilizing that sunlight in the body for other things. Like understanding your hair is extent. Like you can't say that you divine, but you don't know.
Oh, I'm sick. I am sick. I just want to tell you guys, these Google babies. So you're telling me that every single body in the tropics is like got the best IQ ever. Like they're the smartest ever. Like they all walking around with PhDs in their brain. Is that people see this is where I tell you, this is information that they're teaching you. You don't need. You don't need this. Everybody in the tropics is like the smartest people ever because they don't cut their hair. They got the correct fruits and vegetables. And none of them are slow. Every last one is intelligent. Is that what you're telling me? Even if we all go back to that region called Africa, you would have to prove to me that every single body is the most intelligent people. Everybody has to be intelligent. every single body. If you're calling people there and saying, hey, this is what you need. So now you're telling me every single body's intelligent. Okay. There's a reason why I do stuff like that. And it's, hey, Miss Apples. And if not, it depends on how can you make me weigh your wash things. How do I know I wear makeup or not? Or completely okay skin. First of all, everybody's skin is different. Sometimes you need them things on your skin. You need the sun also dries you out too. The winter dries you out. The sun, too much sun, everything F you up. That's why these things are put on this earth to help us. Cocoa butter was put on this earth to help us. Shea butter and all that other good stuff. I sometimes your skin need help too. Your skin need help, damn it. People got psoriasis and all these other things that's wrong with their skin. You can't tell them, oh, sit in the sun. Come to the tropics and sit in the sun. Man, listen. See, people listen to these con artists and these scammers, and they feed you information, but nobody never asks for proof. Nobody never asks for proof. Like, show me all of you guys are intelligent without a teacher. I mean, being that you picking up all this information from your hair, and you're so enlightened because you're eating all these good food and everything. Okay, so you're telling me that you are being that you don't need a teacher anymore because you picked all this up from your hair. Some places can't even grow. Their land is it doesn't produce. Some places you go in that region called Africa, that would be where we supposed to be from. A lot of their land is barren. They can't grow nothing. So stop it. That's why trade has always been a big thing amongst the different countries. Like, my country can't do this. Like, you got the rice over there, you got this over there, you got that over there, and let's call it trading. Not every place have the same thing. And that has created a lot of wars. A lot of wars was created because my land have this, your land have that. So I'm going to take over your land. So now I got this and that. Or when people used to go traveling, they bought stuff from their land, and then now they planted somewhere else so it can grow someplace else. Now, some places you do need that particular climate for it. But trading is always been what the world is made. Actually, trading is what the world is really made of. You got to trade food, you got to trade animals, people trade money. Money is trading. Everything we do, we're trading. In all reality, that's what the world is about, trading. If I want this, you got to give me that. I don't have this, so I'm going to take this and you give me that. That's all the world is. So every service is not really services, but they call it services. But it's really, I got this, or I can do this, and you can't do that. So let's trade off. When you go to the hospital, I can perform this. And okay, if you could do that, then now you have to give me some money. That's a trade. We may not like the prices of the trade, but that's all we do is trade all day, every day. All day, every day. That's all we do is trade, trade, and trade.
Know the mechanics of your body. You can't say you're divine, but you would be living in Babylon, which is hell. Like, bro, like you gotta understand, you can only vibrate as high as your environment. So if you're living in Babylon in a city at that, you're not gonna be able to vibrate past a certain frequency because you're around other energies that are affecting your field of energy. Like you know about the heart. You don't know you're emitting an electromagnetic field. Like your heart, you yourself, you're a being that's emitting an electromagnetic field that is affecting and influencing those around you and others around you. So this is why we become peopletarian. We understand about peopletarian. We understand, we have to understand your environment.
Oh, they peopletarians. They peopletarians. They're peopletarians, guys. They're peopletarians.
Environment, your environment is everything, man. Like what you're around, the people, places, and things, all of this stuff is controlling biology and it's controlling the expression of your energy. You see what I'm saying? Like misinformation, you get what is it, GMIs, you get genetically modified information. That's going to control the expression of your being because you are running off of misinformation and genetically modified information that will allow you to express yourself in a genetically modified way and an imbalance. You see what I'm saying? We're in the higher self. The higher self is balance. You know what I'm saying? The higher self creates balance. It is balance. You see what I'm saying? The lower self has an imbalance within their mind. Thus, they live out an imbalance and they create imbalance wherever they go. You see what I'm saying? So whatever they touch, whatever they do is just going to be from an imbalance because they don't understand themselves, because they have an imbalance with.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Now, he went through all of that. Now we're gonna do some more Tron because now he's trying to push the Nuwapians on us. Then we're gonna talk about OMAC coming up, not today, but he's trying to push push what he pushing. They still pushing stuff on us. Now, this is an interview he have, Mr. Kxng. I forgot his name. Leonard, what's his name? Let's go.
Stop talking. It's about sharing and making sure your narrative.
And then if you notice, what they still have in common, they talk fast, they dodge questions, and they answer it the way they want to answer. Ain't nothing changed with these people. I'm telling you, they leave this dad. When they leave these, they're not. It's like they go places to get indoctrinated. I'm trying to tell you these things so they can start their own shit and act like they're important people or something.
Is what's out there because niggas don't take it. Bounce and flip it. They're gonna do that anyway. So regardless, but we getting it directly from you. And then from there, you know what I'm saying? Whatever they do with it from there, you ain't got no control over it.
Exactly. And I just want to let you know too, there's a little background noise. I don't know if that's
you hear you black back? It's probably the AC because it's 100 degrees.
My voice. I don't know where the voice is coming from.
Oh no, I don't hear it really. I don't hear it really.
Like okay. That's good then.
Yeah, the people, y'all.
Because I can hear it in my end. That's the only reason I said something about it. But
okay. Let me see. What you mean y'all late, man? We got here. I was here. Y'all be acting up. Pink clouds.
Man, that's probably what they all on too. People were like, they didn't show up at 5. So guess what, man? I'm taking my 5 minutes to about wait, and if they ain't there, I'm gonna go do what I'm gonna be outside.
Yeah. Because they got y'all on cracker time. We on nigga time. Let me stop.
Man,
now I was in the studio at 5. I was just making sure the sound and all that was good.
Right.
And then I had to tweak something because
I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland. because you can get information and not apply it, and then it's not no use. So for me,
how do you apply? All of you guys say this crap. How do you apply any of this information that you're saying? How do you apply it? Because we all should know where you may not like the Bible, but it's a dietary plan in the Bible. So we should know people already knew how to eat. We just choose not to eat what's right. But technically, meat is not our enemy. Sugar is our enemy. Flour is our enemy. Junk food is our enemy. Fried food is our enemy. Well, let's go.
the reason I changed my name is because of the teachings of the master teacher, talking about how there is actually energies tied to the names that we have. So people that exist in the present, people that existed in the past and before, all of that energy in the name is going to shape, and it's going to resonate. Meaning it's going to resonate. It's going to resonate with you, or it's not going to resonate with you. And if it doesn't resonate with you, then that brings in, spirit forces that can plague your life. And this is like uncommon conversation that we don't have in our everyday coffee table. But at the end of the day,
We
this
have
is what we did exactly right.
A
This is
name
the
is
kind
a
of stuff that we need
name.
to be talking about, though, because if we have no understanding of things as spiritual forces, people would just our spiritual.
No, darling. The name don't make you. You make the name. The name don't make you. You make the name. Like you got people who name their kids. They look through all these different meanings. And my name means this, or my name means that, but they ain't shit. I'm gonna name my child Hercules. He ain't strong like Hercules, damn it. I'm gonna name my child this, or I'm gonna take on this name. Stop. A name is a name. Name don't mean nothing. A name don't mean nothing. You put the meaning to the name. But okay.
Practices and our ways, you get mumbo jumbled into something that you didn't want to be a part of in the first place. So, that's why I changed my name. That's who Kxng. I'm a person that was adopted. You know what I'm saying? I was adopted at a young age. I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Baltimore, Maryland is where that's where our origin's from. But you know what I'm saying? My mom was like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Put this up for adoption. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna straighten that out with her. You know what I'm saying? Because I do know that I got some information about it. So I'm definitely going. That's some adventure.
You tracking some stuff down.
Yeah, it's adventure, man. Everything's in progress, and my life is unfolding before me. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things I'm gonna be doing. But yeah, that's the simplistic, running on time. You know what I'm saying? From Baltimore, Maryland. I was adopted at a young age. Like you said, much like you, in an area around a lot of white people in costumes. So being around that mentality, that's why you hear my voice. It might sound a little bit different, but the reality is that you are a product of your environment, no matter where you are. So
you sound good. You good. You don't sound crazy.
Nah,
you don't sound like you. Nah, because it's not even about the tone of voice. A lot of people they sound like they lost their souls.
Right.
Because they give up a portion of themselves to be accepted into the system they around.
Mm-hmm.
So but now your energy grid is good. I'm pretty sure you go through conflicts in your thoughts and spirits and stuff like that. But that's a tug of war that we all go through in order to get out of the control of these Mukasus in this system.
Well, I always say it like this too. It's the reality that exactly what Tupac say, we America's babies, you know what I'm saying? So even the language we're losing right now, we think, the English language and the things that we culturalize in our society, it's not really our culture, but we make it our culture because it's a struggle of what we went through. So we culturalize it, you know what I'm saying? Drill music, big thing now, you know what I'm saying? But drill music, if you listen to it, is nothing positive about it. But we culturalize it and we make it a part of the culture because this is what we're putting and feeding the minds of the kids. So that's why it's so important to have conversations like this, interviews, discussions, because when we're able to break the mental barrier that people are stuck under, you know what I'm saying, then we can get some of the inner, you know what I'm saying,
Y'all the
stuff
one
that's going on inside of the mind to help facilitate people's reconnection,
Absolutely. I ain't gonna lie though. See, like the master said, we have to be, we've been under the control of these people for 6,000 years. They left a lot of negatives. So what we have to do as as Nagaru, as Nathar, Muntaru, we have to take the negatives and turn them into positives. That's one of our strengths. That's our magic. That's we have the ability to take the negatives and convert them into positives. So we can't be afraid of exercising, that magic. You know what I mean? All right. So let me get into okay, so you was adopted, Baltimore, Maryland.
Yep.
You have any siblings?
Yeah. Well, as far as the siblings that I don't know, like my biological or anything like that. But as far as my adopted siblings, yeah, I got adopted siblings.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, you know what, everybody? Because let me tell you, one of the reasons why this came up because people don't know because the brother's like, he mild-mannered and he be walking around and everything is, but he got his own. Yeah, you do. You have your own joint too. But I was seeing the nigga on the news, right?
Man,
I kept seeing pictures of him. I was like, yo, was that the young guy?
Man.
And so let's get into it.
All right, let's get it.
What? Let me say. When did you become involved with carbonation?
Word.
You can explain to people what carbonation is. When did you get involved with carbonation and why?
Okay, cool. So carbonation, which was melanation at the time when I had joined, was a group and an organization. This was back in 2016. It's a group and an organization that was started based off the pure soul understanding that with the knowledge that we have in the Black conscious community today, quote unquote, right? We're getting so much information about who we are, you feel what I'm saying? And understanding and uncovering certain things that were just hidden for the political agenda to be able to control, you know what I'm saying? Basically control what we are, who we are, how we see ourselves in our image, right? So me growing around Mukasus, people that didn't look like me already off the point, I'm looking around, I'm like, yo, I don't see no one that look like me. I already feel like I don't fit in, right? But on top of that, my mind is just completely, because you have some people that, because there were Black people in that environment, and there were Black people that looked like me, but they were just so into, that environment. So, so I was that.
Hey,
so for me, in 2016, I made a decision to leave the United States. That's the whole thing. I saw this dude speaking to information online. He said, at first it started to be the I Am Nation, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Before this dude even left, he was like, yo, I Am Nation, people, we're going to go join the Jawas, you know what I'm saying? Which is the Jawa tribe. And I'm saying, trying to be indigenous, trying to really connect with the people. I'm with it. I'm like, anything's better than what we got going on in the society.
What we got here, right?
I'm over here looking at the Jawas. I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? See what I get myself into. Like, all right, so how am I going to now come up? Let me get my, you know what I'm saying? Get my Tarzan on real quick. I had no problem with it because my mind's able to do that. I have a dual mind where I'm able to shift because I understand the connection and where my ancestral roots go. So I'm able to, push that gap. You feel what I'm saying? Where I want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, you know what I'm saying? I do it. You know what I'm saying? I'll go in here. I want to change. You feel what I'm saying? The only way to change is to change yourself. So I'm realizing that no one around me is going to understand anything I got going on. And, you know what I'm saying? I don't really want to make time to, make all these new friends in America. I'm looking at America right now. I'm looking at America like in that time frame. I'm looking at America like, yo, this is a disease. This is crazy. This is, you know what I'm saying? Everything going on in America, I got to go. So I left. People telling me, oh, you ain't going to leave. People, in my environment saying, oh, you ain't going to do this, that, and the third. They, doubt me. You're putting all that fear out there. Oh, you're going to get chopped up by some people with machetes. I'm like, man, listen, I ain't gonna do none of that.
Chopped up by some people with machetes.
That's what they were saying, dog. People in my environment.
I mean, because you don't know nothing that's going on in this other environment that you're visiting.
Well,
so,
yeah.
So I guess it just stereotypes and
anaconda.
No, you got put in the closet.
And that's not traveling.
Y'all was put in the closet.
For that, man. You know what I'm saying? With the ice cube. So I left, you know what I'm saying? I left in 2016, joined the organization Carbonation, which is a group of people, melanation at the time, but Carbonation is a group of people that solely came together off of the purpose of going back to nature, getting in tune with the planet, and connecting our body to the earth. You feel what I'm saying? Which there were certain things that this brother was saying at the time that
Now, When I asked Velvet that question, Velvet, what is the difference between melanation and carbonation? Just how indoctrinated he still is. He still know the mission. He still know the mission. Even he's saying melanation at the time. I said, Velvet, what's the difference between melanation and carbonation? She said, good question. And he connected to the Wi-Fi, right? Now, this man right here, remember, this is not that far. He just did this video like just not too long ago. He knows the difference between melanation and carbonation, but they didn't know. They didn't know. I'm just saying.
I didn't hear. Now I come from a school of thought dealing with Bobby Hemmett being my first. You feel what I'm saying?
Listen,
the mentor. I like to say mentors because I look at pretty much.
Now listen, these are all the people that quote unquote are respected, but as I try to tell you guys, a lot of them started out watching these other, I'm not going to call them con artists, but people who quote unquote have the knowledge. They have the knowledge. So he started out with Bobby Hemmett. I don't know what led his ass to Nature Nut, but he said it. But I'm just saying, you done heard from Bobby Hemmett. Listen to the names that he's saying.
Much everybody is a mentor to me. So, he was one of my first mentors. I had Bobby Hemmett, and then I went through Phil Valentine.
Then Phil Valentine. We're going to show Phil Valentine's and Bobby Hemmett too. We're going to go back and listen to the things they had to say. These are people who's always chasing fake knowledge.
Dick Gregory,
Dick Gregory. Mm.
all of the what we can see as far as the quote unquote Black conscious community leaders.
Yeah, definitely.
And I hadn't come across Dr. Malachi's York yet, but I did. I think I did now because I'm thinking back to it because I did see one video that I just recently saw, what I saw back then, that was dealing with aliens. You feel what I'm saying? The Elohim, talking about that was the big John that I saw way back then. You feel what I'm saying? When I was dealing with Bobby Hemmett, so I did tap into it, but it was it was like a flicker. You know what I'm saying? And then I just I didn't tap back in until later on, right? So it was like a flicker of before my eyes of what I would run into in the future. It was,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
So what you said 2016 you got involved with them.
I should have my cup later.
So you were interested in the whole get back into a nature community vibe. Yeah. And was that the message back then? Was that the full spectrum of this the brother's message?
No. So transitioning to talking about so now the message that this particular person and we're gonna say Nature Boy.
Oh, we're gonna name the nigga. We're gonna ask because I'm gonna ask about him too.
Free God, whatever you want to talk, because I'm pretty sure transition. Like that's what this dude was talking about, connecting your body to the earth and how we receive information or light codes that come from the sun that activate our dormant genes or genetic information for us to tap into our greatness as far as being deities and gods.
Okay, so that was cool.
That's the flyer. You feel what I'm saying? Got me out there. I was like, all right.
Told you that's the flyer.
You feel me? Like, let's be God.
That's what you was attracted to. That's what attracted you to that energy. Cool.
Right.
And so you went out. You immediately went out of the country with them. You left with them, or were they someplace and you went out there?
Yeah. So I followed that dude before he even left the United States. Then when he left the United States, I'm just, because I'm learning, like I'm growing. So I dealt with the more science, community as well, dealing with a series of Duketeers. Shout out to that brother. So, I see the Duketeers, I study with him. I miss his here. And we're going back and forth talking, and I was asking him about this Nature Boy dude, because I'm like, yo, you hear about this dude Nature Boy talking about light codes and getting back to the, I'm saying? I'm hearing all this information. I'm thinking like, yo, know what I'm saying? And the seer, it's like he's still big. Like a seer the Ducateer was still big at the time, but wasn't like where he's at now, which he's more on like a bigger status now. But at the end of the day, he's still someone that was, you know, had to control the minds of the people as far as being able to influence them with information, because, you know what I'm saying, that's what he was doing. So I'm over here like, yo, we need to go, we all need to get together, you know what I'm saying? And we got brothers like, you know, when I found these individuals and these people, especially when I found Nature Boy, I had already, you know, come across certain information. So it wasn't like Nature Boy was speaking anything, you know what I'm saying, so profound that I had, like, it was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It was just that one little niche or something he said that was like, all right, God, you know what I'm saying? You into some information.
That's the same crap they all say. Well, it's not really what I already knew this information already, but I still took my ass down there. Like, I was already had knowledge, but I thought that I should go leave my dirt and go stand on the dirt over there, because they dirt is different. It's gonna light me up, and I'm gonna get superpowers. All the kids said I ain't know shit, and I followed them for sure. They all said they knew stuff. How the hell you know stuff but get treated the way that you're treated? Explain. How you do that? How do you see the things you saw but said you had knowledge before you left? They all were smart before they left. So immediately when other people saw stuff, immediately they left. Immediately. Some did not make it. How did you stay there and say, I'm going to make it? But then when you tell your story, you say, well, I had knowledge before I left. Okay. Like Nick said, okay. I'm telling you, I gotta listen to these. You gotta listen to these people. You gotta listen to these people. One con after another, damn it.
Makes you say some things I've already heard before, you know what I'm saying? I'm tapped in, you know what I'm saying? And then you say something extra that I maybe didn't have, a little piece of, you know what I'm saying, wisdom that I didn't even pick up on, right? So I'm thinking like, all right, cool, you know what I'm saying? That's how we link in together. So I'm thinking, you know, get Nature Boy together, get the Seer Ducateers together, you know what I'm saying? Maybe even Yada, because I did have a Yada at the time. I was trying to, you know,
Yada was around, I remember.
Yeah, you feel Yada to me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get what I'm doing, bro, is I'm looking at the heads, I'm looking at people that are, because I'm like an organizer, I'm good at putting people together. So I'm like, yo, let's get this together, you feel what I'm saying? I'm looking at people that have influence. I'm like, yo, let's all come together and let's dip, let's get out, you feel what I'm saying? Obviously, Seer wasn't on that, you know what I'm saying? So he did what he did. I left, and when I left on a plane, and I didn't hit this dude Nature Boy up until I'm already like, I'm in Chicago. You feel what I'm saying? I'm in Chicago. I'm like, I'm going to Costa Rica. I'm like, either I call him in Chicago, I'm like, either he gonna pick up, as I'm calling him, like, either he gonna pick up and they gonna be like, yo, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Pull up, you know what I'm saying? When you get there, we're gonna be there. Or I'm just gonna go out there. I got $40 in my pocket, I got a tent, and I got a sleeping bag. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I literally had minimal. When I say minimalist, I'm saying like I had an iPad, a phone, and then outside of that, it was just my sleeping gear and my tent. So I'm already in the mindset like I'm going to Costa Rica. And when I get to Costa Rica, if they're not there, I'm still gonna be, I'm gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make it work, because my mentality is on some like Harriet Tubman, we gonna make it work. You know what I'm saying? Because there ain't no room for failure.
So you want some stuff like, I'm going to get down with it, but if they're not there, I'm setting it up myself.
I'm setting it up myself. I'm going out there because I know this.
Yo, the more they talk, I'm sorry, the more they talk, the more stupid they sound. The more they talk, the more stupid they sound. If your mentality was, I'm going to make this work, you know, this is what I want to do, but you end up trapped up in a cult. So obviously your mind was not there. Your mind wasn't there when you got to Nature Nut. It wasn't there. How do you see the thing? No, forget about see the things you saw. How do you do the things that you did? How you do the things that you did? Man used to call you his kids and yes, sir, no, sir, yes, sir, yes, How you go lock your ass in the closet, in the damn closet? Tall as you is, you in the damn closet. He in the Walmart parking lot. You know somebody Wi-Fi, right? That's why it was all messed up. They all try to talk intelligent, but not knowing. No, you're not. No, you're not. Now everybody, yeah, I want to leave because I want to be I don't want to sit up there with no clothes on and run around with no clothes on and fruit just dropping in my hand. I can have my fruit. And then what? And then what? Sit in class all day and get information. And then what? And then what? That's like a doctor getting an A+. And every test he made, he got an A+. And he don't do nothing. What's the purpose of being a doctor? Yeah, he's smart. Yeah, he got an A+, but then he ain't never did nothing. So you go, you acquire all this knowledge, as you quote unquote call it, but don't do shit. Sorry, YouTube. Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing at all.
System's messed up. I know what we need to do is have a secure location, a place, much like what Baba was doing, as far as being able to get a sanctuary, a bubble, so that people can have a space to
Baba is
have an
Dr. York
environment to be able to grow and develop, because you are, as epigenetics and biology of belief, you are shaped by your environment, air pressure, people in your environment, all that. So make it short. Make it short. That's what I do.
No. That's official. That's official.
Don't make it short. Tell us, damn it.
All right, cool.
With your bottle green.
Why do you? Because all right, to the audience, I don't know if everybody's in tune. You know, the brother Nature Boy changed the name to Three God. They all run around blood setting.
Right.
And they got arrested. You know, they did a sweep with the organization in Georgia and Atlanta, right?
Atlanta, Georgia, Decatur, Georgia.
And he's still in custody. They was talking like he was coming out the next day, but he's still in custody. And the brother Kxng was a part of the organization, like he said, he started 2016. And I was going through news conference, like I seen stuff on. It was about when y'all was in Hawaii first.
Okay.
And everybody got snatched up in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Then I seen another picture. I forgot where y'all was. Y'all was on a beach. I sent you that picture, the other picture.
Oh yeah, you the beach. I think I can't remember which one, because it was we had Costa Rica, Hawaii, and then maybe the one you're talking about with the beach, because I wasn't a part of that one. I think that was Puerto Rico. Yeah, big PR.
Nah, you was part of it. Yeah.
Oh, I was part of it. Okay,
you in the picture. You in the picture. That's what that's the
that
picture
was
I
Costa
sent
Rica.
you.
That's
Costa Rica.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep. And we were on top of that mountain. Actually, we weren't on the beach. There was we were 4,000 feet up in elevation. The spots that we went to, Costa Rica, if anyone doesn't know, is beautiful. You feel what I'm saying?
Costa Rica on the list.
Yeah, man. Man, tell you what, Belize too, man. But that's a side, conversation. But yeah,
so
cool.
okay, so
yeah, tell us how.
That's
got
why you
the
went
houses.
there. When you got there and started to interact with the brothers, was it what you thought it was going to be? What was that whole system like?
I mean, I'm coming there and interacting with people as like. I'm the type of person where it's like, even if you don't like me, eventually you're gonna like me. So it's like I'm cool with comfortable with me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm already on the knowledge mode. You know what I'm saying? When I came up there, I had glasses that were kind of bent. I was all you know what I'm saying? I'm all like doing the calculations, like really, you know what I mean, doing the work, and really like I was looking kind of crazy, but the reality is that my mind was like I'm waking up. You know what I'm saying? So you're kind of looking like what you're looking like when you're in the wake up stage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over here just figuring it out, man. I'm not knowing what's going on. I'm just what's going on. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was moving.
Mm-hmm.
So the reality is, that's how I moved. You feel what I'm saying? I moved in that motion. You feel what I'm saying? And like I was just out there. So when I showed up to the brother, can you ask that question again? I'm sorry. I'm just making sure.
You heard what he said.
I'm just saying, when you got up, like, what was the process? Like, what was their system? Their system of governance, the thing that kept you involved with with the
Up the names,
the
damn it.
carbonation.
Up the
Yeah.
names.
I got
Yeah,
you. I got you. I got you. It's the org. So the people were just us, man. It's us, man. It's just niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm Nagas. It ain't
Nah,
nothing.
God.
It ain't nothing outside of what you
Tabitha, call his ass. Or tell him to his
You froze.
Wi-Fi.
You froze.
Tron, get off
people
the
gonna be what they're
Wi-Fi.
gonna be.
Damn
Oh,
it.
you froze?
You good?
That's
Yeah,
your
we good. We good.
Wi-Fi, Tron.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see that.
All
All
right.
right. Yeah. All right. So we good? Everything good?
Yeah, we good. We great.
So yeah, it's simple, man. What happened was when I first got there, man, and shouts out to Phoenix Rising, because Phoenix Rising, he's a Nuwapian member.
Now listen.
I didn't find out
Phoenix Rising was a Nuwapian member.
We didn't even know that.
Yeah, he was well, I say was, but I'm not gonna say that he's not. I'm just saying was as in
When you
like
met him, he was. That's what he was. That's what he presented himself as, basically.
Right, exactly. Not necessarily in the organization that we were at. He didn't oh, I'm Nuwapian, but he was a part of the organization. Ben Tambray, senior master teacher, you know what I'm saying? He was the one that actually went to and his name is Steve Cologne, for y'all maybe Nuwapians who don't know, Phoenix Rising, Steve Cologne, and shouts out to the brother. He's doing his thing in Honduras, next to where Dr. Sebi was. And yeah, that he got message from the master to go propagate, get the message in, Spanish. Go out there in Honduras, get the farmlands for agriculture. You know what I'm saying? He had a mission that he was given by the master teacher. You know what I'm saying? So it's
You see how that go? Do you see what he just said? That's why you gotta be very careful when they say I left the cult. That's why you got to be very careful when they say I left the cult, because all they do is send them other places. Now, we just was talking about Phoenix. Remember, I asked that question to Velvet about Phoenix too. Remember, I asked her what was melanation. She couldn't answer it. He just answered it, right? If you may have to rewind it. But he just answered the question about melanation. And then now he's letting us know that Phoenix had orders to go to Honduras, right? So now we know that if Nature Boy landed there and went to Phoenix, that go to show you that what the video I was showing you yesterday, I don't know if he's a Nuwapian. We don't know who sent Nature Boy, right? But we don't know if he's a Nuwapian or not. And they sent him to Phoenix. Somewhere down the line, Nature Boy wanted to be his own God. He wanted to be his own God. He wanted to be his own leader. Now, the trees off his branch would be what we see now. The trees off Nature Boy's branch would be what we see now. So yet because they're not the four blind bats, that doesn't mean they were not sent to do Nature Boy's work in other places. Hey, Coffee, that doesn't mean they were not sent to do Nature Boy's work in other places. This is why I wanted to play this with Tron, because Tron is going. That's why when you got to let them talk, you have to let them talk so they can talk. He's giving you a lot of information. It's just that people want you to ask certain questions. No, because you may get better answers by letting them talk. We did not know that Phoenix was a Nuwapian. We did not know that he got instructions to sit up there and go to Honduras, right? And that's where Nature Boy went. So, of course, Nature Boy was studying Dr. York. And that's what led him to Sinetta. That's why Nature Boy always tried to go, him and little Pharaoh. That's why him and little Pharaoh, they always used to try to take out Doc of one of Dr. York best students, and that was Polite. They just couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. They could not take out one of his best students because everybody wanted, speaking upon the Nuwapians and stuff, everybody wanted Polite spot, but Polite was trained to do things the way he do it. If they all do this, they all do the same exact thing. And then they all get into credit and send money for this, and we write books and we do this and the hell. But it's all coming out of Dr. York's camp. Because remember, before Nature Nut left, he was on Sinetta. But it wasn't about Sinetta. He wanted to get to Polite. I kept trying to tell you guys this long time ago. Him and little Pharaoh, they had to get to Sinetta to get to Polite. People like, oh, Sinetta, sa. No, baby. They wanted Polite spot. They all is Nuwapians. They all follow behind York. Polite is what's popping. Polite is what's popping. Polite understood the assignment. Y'all trying to catch up to Polite. Polite been indoctrinated. He learned all the pit cells. The pit cells. He learned how to double talk already. He learned how to read them books already. He learned the usage of words already. So they had to go through Sa to get to Polite. And then that's when they said, listen, a Nature Nut was supposed to go down to where Phoenix is at because his behind was supposed to be a Nuwapian. I don't know. Maybe Velva didn't know that. Maybe she didn't know these things. Maybe she didn't think that I've been with saying this. I've been with saying this, and he just confirmed what I said a long time ago. I kept telling you guys this is about Polite, but now, and it's not because of Sinetta, it's because they all was under instructions from Malachi or the Nuwapians. Hey, Sat. This is how deep them cults go. This is how deep them cults go. Very few get deactivated. Very few. Most of them, because once they're set free, and they're only free to keep passing the knowledge. That's the only thing they're free to do is pass the knowledge. Every last one of them, even though they're free, but why are you in teaching mode? How you go from a student yesterday, you're a teacher today? No, because they was teaching you how to teach this while you was being a student. You was learning how to be a teacher. So once the head guy is gone, now you spread out. You do it over here. You do it over there. You do it over there. Now you teachers. Mm-hmm. They teach, yeah. And the main thing is this how you get their money. This is how you get their money. But we as people, and I can't even really say black people, because everybody falls for it. But and it's always your people that do it to you. It's always your people that do it to you. A lot of people fall for the holy water and all these different things. The cotton, they used to have a cloth. Buy this cloth. Keep the cloth on you. But it's bad when your people try to sit up there and they sell you all the ancestors, and they sell you where you're really from. You okay? How about go back there? Go back. If that's where you're from, go. The Anunnakis, go find them. If that's going to make your life better, then go and find them. Go. If it's Anunnakis then, it should be Anunnakis now. Go get the Anunnakis. Go get the aliens. Go get these spirits you're talking about. That's not what he said, Sat. That's not what he said. Sat, please. I'm showing receipts. I'm gonna eat. Don't correct what I'm saying. You come in late into class. That's not what he said. I rewind it back a little bit. I do commentary of what they say. Now, if they're lying, they're lying. He said he was sent to Honduras. I don't make this up. This is what they say. Now listen to what he says.
Yeah, he was well, I say was, but I'm not gonna say that he's not. I'm just saying was as in,
when you heard him, he was. That's what he was. That's what he presented himself as, basically.
Right, exactly. Not necessarily in the organization that we were at. He didn't oh, I'm Nuwapian, but he was a part of the organization. Ben Tambray, senior master teacher, you know what I'm saying? He was the one that actually went to and his name is Steve Cologne, for y'all maybe Nuwapians who don't know, Phoenix Rising, Steve Cologne, and shout out to the brother. He's doing his thing in Honduras, next to where Dr. Sebi was. And yeah, that he got message from the master to go propagate, get the message in, Spanish. Go out there in Honduras.
You heard what he said, Sat? Phoenix was sent to Honduras. Did you hear what he said? He was sent there to get the message out to the Spanish people. They're spreading their message now to the Spanish people. Listen. Stop answering stuff and listen.
Get the farmland, start agriculture. You know what I'm saying? He had a mission that he was given by the master teacher. You know what I'm saying? So it's the quantum entanglement. The plot thickens because it's deep. You know what I'm saying?
See?
So with that brother right there, he taught me a lot when I was there for the short period of time that he was there. He picked up on things I didn't pick up on, and he left early. He left like way early. You know what I'm saying? He was only there probably for 6 months or whatever like that, maybe a little less. But he ended up leaving the organization and going back to Honduras, where he was, where he going back doing because he saw what it was. I didn't have any idea of the master teacher about York.
You say what it was? What you mean?
Well, for him, they got in a fight. The dude got in a fight with this dude, not actual physical fight, but argument, and it was just an argument over. It's just the way that this Nate. So as time progresses, right? We're all in the organization. Everyone's cool. We got people that are coming in from, because I'm just giving you a setting, right? We got people coming in from Philly. We got people coming in from Cali. We got people coming in from all the districts. You know what I'm saying? Any big place you name, that's what we got. So it's starting to, gain fire. You know what I'm saying? We got this girl named Kayla Reed who came from Canada. When she came from Canada, she's white. She's Mukasu. Her parents called cops on her. You know what I'm saying? And this is where it brought the whole. This is where a lot of the following came from, because now you have the entire, and whoever her family is big, you know what I'm saying? Because when they, you know what I'm saying, she came through, they were honest, like, you know what I'm saying, flies on, you know what I'm saying, what drops on the ground.
Yeah.
You feel me? So that's where a lot of the things, that's where BBC came in, you know what I'm saying? BBC did a whole documentary about the
Because it was a report of some young Mukasu girl coming over there messing with this you know, Nagado organization.
Exactly.
And her prestigious family was like, what are you doing over there?
Right. And this dude talking about, you know what I'm saying, we God, and talking about white people are, you know, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there was a lot that he was speaking all that information. And mind you, at that time, people that were getting attracted to what was going on, the information he was speaking, and we'll get into that, you know, later. I'm not gonna give that right now, but he was speaking some information. So, you know, so it changed, it progressed over time, brother. And what happened is his character, Nature Boy's character, showed himself over time with the group. He was not somebody that was necessarily I wouldn't say wasn't ready, because we all go through our experiences and learn. But when the power of the people came to him, the way that he displayed the wielding the energy was reckless in some ways, and it reflected, you know what I'm saying, who he was as far as where he was mentally. And you know, that's why him and the Nuwapian brother Phoenix got in an argument, because of the simple fact that he was doing things with, you know, the women over here, and, you know, Phoenix has his girl, and, you know, this dude Nature Boy was kind of like, you know what I'm saying, trying to hit all his girls. So it became more of a thing where this dude Nature Boy is dealing with a lot of sex forces, you know what I'm saying, where he's not in control of that completely. And that's where it became with a lot of you know, over time, me being there and just in the beginning stages, that's what I noticed, where things were a little off. But it wasn't enough for me to like, oh no, abandon ship. It was more or less like, yo, people got things we got to work on. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm looking at this, because I'm seeing things from my point of view, how I'm like messed up and how I'm needing to.
Okay.
You feel me?
Yeah. So you tapped into the sex force.
Yeah.
You know, I know that, you know, when we get situations like this, a lot of brothers and sisters, especially young. What was the the relationship like, how did y'all go through that process? Was it an open-ended relationship? Like, because I seen a situation with the brother. I ain't gonna talk about the last one. He was on Sinetta before he got locked up.
Talking about
when he was in his 3-guard manifestation. He's talking about he was at 60% download.
Yeah, he on that 60%, man. That was
he was on 60% download. So don't let him get to 100%. I said he gonna be like Lucy. You think I don't know where that download come from, God?
Hello.
Man, he said 60%, dog. I'm over here like, I looked at, I put my hand in my face. I'm like, man, this brother.
I'm at 60% download. When I get to 100% download, I will be able to. I was like, Xerxes, I simply ask you to kneel. Yo.
I didn't know what to make of that, man. I didn't know what to make of that.
Anyway, that's just me. Don't worry about it. It's not the brother Canoe. Because I'm gonna be jumping around because my memory is kicking in now too.
You're good.
I seen you with a live. This is when we first started. Then I'll talk about this because I seen you doing a live, and I seen him trying to bust in, and he wanted to bust in the live, right?
Yeah.
That's when I was like, that's when I said, hold up, you not just somebody that just passed through. You somebody that he has an issue with. You're a threat. And then I was like, wow, what's going on? Then I started seeing pictures of you all over the place with them. And I was like, hold up. The young God was with these niggas.
Yeah, you know, man, I was riding.
When y'all was doing, what kind of what was the rules as far as relationship with the women? Did you have to just take a wife? Did you have to were you allowed to be multiple wives? Was there wives and husbands? Because I seen one time a nigga married a transsexual too.
Man, I don't know about that because I wasn't there for none of that. the trans thing, man. I wasn't there for that. No, I can't give no.
He jump right. Whoa, I wasn't there. I don't know about that.
Now, for somebody who left the cult, how do you still know everything Nature Boy is doing? Why are you still watching Nature Boy? How you know all of this? And he said, "Oh, as I was watching it, I put my hand over my head." How would you know these things? I mean, you're so traumatized. All of you guys are so traumatized. You're traumatized. But you're still keeping updates on what's going on because you're still connected. You're still connected. And that's why they run to other cults or they create new cults. That's all they know. That's the ones who really lead the cults. You don't see, and not just carbonation, but any cult. You don't see of them for a while. Then they come back as a different person. They don't come and tell their stories. Hey, Vicky. They don't come and tell their stories and this and this. They don't do that. They're traumatized. There's no way. Now, not to mind you, he's asking the same questions I asked Velvet. And Tron is able to answer all the questions. Tron is answering all the questions that I asked. I asked about Phoenix. I asked about melanation. I asked about all of these early questions because I wanted you guys to see where the connection coming at. And the connection will be Dr. York. The connection will be the Nuwapians. That's where the connection is at. They're always chasing Dr. York, but Nature Boy wanted to be his own God. He wanted to be worshipped like that, but he didn't know how to do it. He didn't know how to do it. The same way they try to be like Nature Boy and don't know how to do it because it's preparation first. There is no, oh, I'm just going to go out there because no. If you want to take that man's place, you got to prepare yourself for that. You can't come out of cult. No, you're going to still be teaching their lessons. If you want to be a true leader or a true chief, you got to prepare yourself for these things. And these are baby steps. And then you got to sell these baby steps to people. You can't sell the big steps to people. You got to sell the baby steps. You got to show, hey, this is where I'm at right now. Like same way the way Nature Nut did it. I know, right, Sunfruit? And then you got to say, hey, now I'm going. And then he showed you he left. So first he made a relationship with you before he left to gather followers. He gathered followers. And he was promoting this. Then he left. Then he made sure it was people to leave with him. And then on top of that, Nature Nut always, remember, he come from the entertainment business. He knows how to talk to different people. You understand what I'm saying? He doesn't talk the same to everybody. If it's time to talk business, he's going to talk business. If it's time to get you to watch him, he knows how to draw in the crowd. He knows how to get you wrapped in a spell. Just to look at him. I mean, if you ain't got all your P's and Q's.
I was just saying that was not me, man. I have nothing against them. You know what I'm saying? More power to you. I'm just saying that. That definitely wasn't.
Hey, the way they say woo men are women too. It's the new thing. The
Man,
woo men are women too.
man, these dudes, I don't even want to get into that because I could go. I'm not gonna get into that one, man. You gonna get me started. But listen, yeah, man, it was simple, bro. The relationships were simple. It wasn't. It wasn't anything too complex, man. It was really just the women. Really, the women get to choose. But there was a lot of manipulation behind the women's movements. You know what I'm saying? And that's where this dude kicked in because really the women were choosing where they wanted to go. It wasn't like
Exactly,
you know what I'm saying?
James.
But at the end of the day, it was a lot of influence behind what the women choose to do because this dude, quote unquote, nature boy, three god, would influence and pick the minds of the women just to see what they would like. Like you might get with someone and be like, oh, and then he might look at the character of the person and be like, all right, is this really what you want? Go through down. He was trying to play therapist, acting as if he could, match make. But this dude has the hardest time getting in relationships and keeping. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have a broken person that really doesn't understand relationships to the highest degree or to the best degree, trying to formulate or trying to help facilitate relationships rather than letting things naturally happen because he wanted to have this dude has I think some complex with inferior power, which made him wanted to have more control over the group and organization. So every facet of the organization, he kind of wanted to have an ear to the wall just to see what's going on. So if anything was happening, he could jump in and be like, hey, and then try to give his little piece of information to either, what I'm saying, have people come together or try to break them apart. And that's what he tried to do. But that was later down the line. In the beginning, when I was there, the relationships were really basic. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really start his, mind game manipulations with some of the gods. He didn't start that until, what I'm saying, later on. So it was, the relationships were wild though. I'll tell you, dog, like women come to me, what I'm saying, that she might hop over, what I'm saying, be like, nah, I don't want to be with this dude. Now I want to go over here. And then she'd be like, nah, I don't really want to be over there. Now I want to be over here. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how really, yeah. Yep.
So it was basically it was open relationships. It was like whoever the goddess chose to be with for that time, however long she chose to be with the individual. Now, were there times where there were multiple goddesses with one dude?
With Nature Boy that happened, but he didn't. He wouldn't kind of want that to happen with because he kind of wanted to be the, what I'm saying. He wanted to be that dude as he.
Yeah, he wanted to be the dude. He's the leader. He's the alpha. So he gotta. So all right. In that being his case, did you witness times of women or sisters being mistreated? What's your position on that type of? Because he got charges now, and I've seen videos of several different sisters saying that he done did all kinds. Like I personally watched where his baby mother talk about she was forced to stay with him, she was forced to marry him, she was forced to have sex. These are all alleged things. I don't know any of this. I know this what she said on the news. And then there's another sister who was the reason why they got ran down on because she was saying how she was basically raped and then disrespected on that nature. So the question
he got to touch stuff
did
now.
you witness any mistreatment of the sisters?
Listen,
while you were there before you left.
Listen,
I did witness some things because the way we were looking at it, we were trying to handle it in house, but a lot of the people weren't even able to handle themselves. So how are you gonna handle a domestic relationship where something happens where someone's being violent, whether it be a woman or a man? Because don't get it twisted. There were times where a woman might, start something with, So it's just what you're seeing is it's the average thing that you would see in a hood, but now it's just being publicized. So you're seeing everything, because in the hood or in your street community, whatever, everybody knows that there's somebody that down the street beating their woman or whatever like that. You hear cops about it all the time, getting in trouble for beating their women. You feel what I'm saying? And getting a slap on the wrist for all kinds of things that be happening. So what I witnessed personally was on the 4th of July when this woman that he had a child with got beaten up, you feel what I'm saying, in a circle, you feel what I'm saying, where the group circled up, you know what I'm saying, and they just, and this
male and female?
No, this was this dude, Nature Boy, on this girl's, you know what I'm saying, beating her. Now
her name is Velvet, and that's his baby mother. And again, see, people double talk when they know where the bone. You was there since it was melanation. You was not there. The only thing you have seen was not just that one incident, Tron. Stop playing. Oh, I was only there Only because everybody spoke upon the 4th of July. That's the only thing you witnessed. Tron stopped. And then he tried to spin the narrative just like you in the hood. And only thing is we're telling, no, but y'all supposed to be our higher self. I thought you was the higher self. I thought y'all communicated and y'all had the MODs and the ABCs and shit. I thought y'all supposed to communicate. I thought we the lower self. We the one act like beasts and y'all the elite and shit. And sorry, YouTube. Y'all supposed to be the elite, remember? So you want to change it up to you see how he's got the guy get the wire, the hat, and everything else, right? I don't know, son. No, he's a Nuwapian now, so I don't know. Well, listen, girl, sunfruit, Tron was one of the people. Yeah, he was there from the beginning. So all of this, well, I only witnessed. Yeah, You see his body language, right? And the woman, no, we already know that story. You witnessed a lot of stuff. Tron, what happened to Mama Dia, Tron? What happened to them babies, Tron? Ain't none of y'all saved. Ain't none of y'all saved. Why do you follow? And all these new people that want to follow these people, something wrong with y'all. They all witness freaking criminal acts. And now they want to teach us stuff. That's why y'all can't sleep at night. Take your knowledge and shove up your butt. Yes. Tron was the muscle. He must forgot. See, they must forgot how many videos we seen. They must forgot how many videos we have seen. And Tron don't know how many videos he's seen. What is up with you, 8 with the 24? What's up with you, my brother? Oh man, I just can't wait for you to get your Instagram be popping. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, my brother. But what's up, my brother? Good to see you. That's why I say you gotta listen to these people. Talk about they saved. He might be in the bushes too. His ass can get it. I told you they all can get it because now he want to teach us the Nuwapian language. We don't want to learn their damn language. We didn't have to learn a new language, damn it. If you want to learn a new language, pick up a damn medical book. Learn that language. Learn the language that's going to save somebody's life. All you want to do is sit on down and do nothing. Do absolutely nothing. I'm sorry you're going through stuff, homie. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Yes, Nick, I got our ginger ale, baby. I ain't had no ginger ale yesterday, but I got our ginger ale today. Yeah, we take the smoke. They still talking that same bullshit. Oh, but don't drink the milk. And the milk is pus. Like ninja. Of course you're resilient, my brother. But I'm still sorry you're going through something. One day at a time. Like Ninja, you don't think we know? We seen the videos. But don't eat the Ninja. So now that makes you good. That makes you intelligent. That why everybody always looking for a teacher? Why nobody just can't like pick up a book and read it on their own? Why is people looking for a teacher? You need a teacher for what? You just can't pick up a book and read the book. No, you need a teacher to tell it to you. All right, teacher. And then y'all go out in the world and don't do shit. Y'all don't do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Y'all don't do nothing. And y'all want to charge prices for readings. And why do people pay for readings? Haven't it been proven time after time that the readings don't work? Why do people pay for birth charts? Haven't it been proven time after time it doesn't work? Like I said, if you want your chart, that could be for you, but you have to agree. Exactly, lead yourself. But they all need leaders. No, they getting new money now. That carbonation money wasted. They want new money now. Now they want to talk about crystals that don't work. Like everybody want, I want the rose quartz crystal. That is supposed to promote love. But then you still by yourself. You went pay for that damn crystal and you still lonely. You still lonely. You still ain't find no man. But you said, they said this rose crystal gonna bring me a man. And you still ain't got no man. Oh, they said buy this green crystal. It's gonna get me some money. You still broke. You still broke as hell, but you pay for that damn crystal though. People will argue you down about the crystals. If everything says what they say, and if it's correct, you got to show me some proof that everybody who got that crystal got money. That everybody who got that color crystal got a man and got a woman in a happy marriage. You will have to show that to me. Everybody, I'm gonna get some sage to change their energy. You could, what if you the bad energy? What if you is the bad energy? What do you do in life if you don't have none of them things is the question. It's always, if people only knew how much they could do with their mind, they wouldn't be scammed. Exactly, but they don't know. But a crystal is a rock. That's all it is. It's nothing but a rock. Gold is metal. Diamond is a rock. All these things are nothing but damn rocks. They're carrying around colorful damn rocks in a pocket. And this is the atheist. And this is that. And this represents that. And this represents, it don't represent nothing. It don't represent nothing. People put meanings to that. That doesn't make it true because somebody long ago put a meaning to that rock. So now it's passed through all these generations that this rock is going to do that. It ain't do nothing. People still broke. They charge you for a rock they found and said, this is going to bring you luck. And your ass still ain't got no luck. No, they want you to depend on exterior things. So, exactly. They want you to depend on exterior things. That has no meaning at all. No meaning at all. Now, I'm not saying don't get it. If you want to get it because you want to get it, then get it because it's pretty. Some of them, you make your jewelry and stuff, it's very pretty. You understand what I'm saying? But don't get it because you think in your mind this rock is going to do that. Because technically, if them stones and them crystals really possess that power, then why is it cheaper than a diamond? A diamond does nothing. A diamond is nothing but a clear piece of rock. All of it comes from the dirt. All of it comes from the dirt. They dig in the dirt and they found these rocks, right? So I'm going to pay all this money for a diamond that does nothing. But this stone does something, and I'm going to pay less money. If something possesses power like that, then wouldn't it be expensive? Wouldn't it be expensive? Why would I pay all that money for a damn rock, a diamond that does nothing? It's just bling bling. But this one brings me love. This one brings me money. This one brings me energy. All these rocks got all these special powers in it. But they cheap as hell. Again, people don't use common sense. All these spiritual people will use this and use that and use this and use that. But then people pay $100,000 for a little damn diamond. They pay thousands of dollars for a diamond that does absolutely nothing. That should tell you right there what rock trumps the other rock. But again, if you believe in it, it's okay. It's okay. If you have them around you, it's okay. Do whatever you want to do. But my thing is people need to stop believing in exterior things. Everything comes from within you. Everything comes from within you. Stop. Because if it's not around, so people who never had a rock, right, or crystal, why are some of them happy and married? They ain't never had these crystals, but they're happy and they're married. Exactly, and it would be hard to find or get. They need to watch videos, advice. Our DNA is it. That's why they want it. All manifestation energy comes from energy of your heart, your mind, your pineal gland, and connection to God / universe, a great mind, which we're all part of. I agree with that. But then again, I will still say it's within you. Because you got some people that are born, we already know that are born slow. Right? They don't understand none of this stuff, but they're still living. Some of them, depending on, how slow you are, some of them they live their life. They know they got to eat, sleep, and they need shelter. They know when it's cold, they need a coat. They know when they're hungry, it's time to eat. They know when they eat, they know they got to go to the bathroom. They know when they're tired, it's time to go to sleep. And that has been proven, but technically, that's what life is all about. What do you do when you get old? You go right back to the same old necessities. Half of that knowledge you took in, you're going to forget anyway. You're going to forget it. You're going to forget it. You're going to forget it. Then you're going to still go right back to eat, sleep, Shelter. The main thing in life is having a connection with people, having a connection, having that friend, that bond with somebody. Like, who is going to take care of you when you need them? And as you start to age, you need that human, well, I'm not going to say human, but you need that connection. And that's what you should really be trying to establish when you're younger. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I can't say no words. I mean, you can write it in the chat. I just can't say it because you know how these algorithms and stuff go. But exactly. So let's finish listening to this man's story. But you know what's so crazy? You can say all you want. People still gonna follow. People still gonna follow. They still gonna follow because they don't understand, It's you. It's you, and it's always been you. You put the meaning to your own name. The name don't make you. You make the name. You don't need a title. You are what you are. I don't know, James. I still, because my thing is, what do you do if you don't have it? The power is still in you. Yeah. Yeah, 8. But I still think that everything is in you. What if you trapped somewhere and you have nothing? You still got you. And you still got to find a way to eat. If it's cold, that's why back in the day, they used to take kids camping. They did that for a reason. So if anything ever happened, you know how to tie a knot. You know how to make a fire. You know how, like, certain things you have to know how to do. And none of that is helping you. You got to be in survival mode. Survival mode doesn't consist of none of that. None of that.
Me, I'm over here. I'm intoxicated on the 4th of July because
now all of a sudden he's intoxicated, right? He only witnessed the one fight and he's intoxicated. Tabitha's still coming to get your ass too. She's still coming to get your ass too, Tron. She's coming to get your ass too.
Let y'all know. Let me pregame this because people don't know. You say you're supposed to be spiritual. You say you're supposed to be out in nature.
That's what I'm saying. Because yeah. That's the catch line. When you get there, what's happening?
Right. So people thinking so people wonder all right. So how do we get from being in nature and this, that, and the third to now we got niggas over their wife or over their women beating them beating them up. You feel what I'm saying? And for all y'all who don't know, this person prior to even this organization had past history with certain things of that nature.
Allegedly for the plot.
I'm not here about to talk about.
I'm just saying because I'm asking about the mistreatment of women, and you talk about it was a circle where
that's real. That happened.
Everybody was beating up on her.
And this happened in the US. This is not something that happened overseas. So, there's a whole thing. I think there's still stuff that's happening.
How long ago did that happen?
This happened probably 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Because it was in Cali, so I was, at that time, I was out there. So I already know that case is in the raps or whatever like that, as far as what the girls taking, things. But man, it was wild, man, because on that date, people asking, all right, so why didn't you step in, Kxng? Why weren't you doing this? Why weren't you doing that? The reality is that over time, see, the whole nature movement and being organic and stuff like that, after a period of time went by, what we knew as the nature movement of carbonation, melanation, of eating healthy, you know what I'm saying, vegan, no meat, feet on the dirt, touching the earth, getting out in nature, meditating, you know what I'm saying, this, that, and all of the practices that we were supposed to be doing, you know what I'm saying, that changed once this dude started to follow into his own demons, which created a domino effect for other people to trip over themselves in their own demonic behavior, because you have one person that people look to, and now, you know, he starts a domino effect to all the other people, and everyone's, you know, tripping up over their own, you know what I'm saying, getting back into their own ways.
Explain
and it's less progression, and now we're hustling backwards, you know what I'm saying, headed back to the, you know what I'm saying, same environment. And it's crazy because we left America to leave that society, to leave that mindset, and to leave those ways, but then we end up right back in America, which is a reflection of how those things never really got resolved. Those were things that just kind of got pushed, and then, you know, they came out over time, because no matter where you go, there you are. So, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna show who you are.
Can I elaborate? I'm gonna build on that real fast, because y'all had an idea, y'all left the country to exercise the idea, but what wasn't understood, like the master teacher has been doing since 1963, has been hitting us with these affirmation to reprogram our minds.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all left, but y'all went, y'all took the indoctrination with y'all.
Exactly.
So no matter where y'all went, like you said, wherever you go, there you are. It's crazy. I had did a class when I was up top. I was in the Sajin, and I did a class where I was asking brothers. I said, okay, look, you wake up in the morning and you find out that the Mukasu, the European, the Euro-American, the Caucasian, no longer has control over the planet. Now we got control over the planet. We control the political system. We control the economic system. We control the spiritual system. We control what I like to call the fuel. I call it the fuel. That's the food, the energy, the water, the land. We control everything, right?
True.
What do we do with our past oppressors? And 99% of the brothers in the class was like, knock them off. They was like,
dang,
they was like,
exactly,
men, women, and children. I was like, God damn. Like, really? But I told him, I said, see, you're thinking like your oppressor. If you study his story, and you study colonization, they invade, they rape, pillage, they miscegenate, and mix in their seeds, kill off the men, raise a new generation. Every country or state or people that have been conquered, when they become the ruler, they do the same thing as the conquerors did to them, because they never changed the state of mind. We got to get in a different state of mind in order for any of this stuff to work. That's why, regardless you Muslim, Christian, Jew, even a lot of the Wahabians, no matter what you call yourself, a lot of niggas is stuck on nigga vibration, nigga frequency, slave nigga stuff, because that's where they at, because they haven't cleaned themselves, their minds, to let go of that toxic energy, and their hearts is still full of that larceny. You know, they still got dope theme mentality. Niggas that sit there and quote all the lessons and quote all kinds of scrolls and knowledge, but still can't walk in the supermarket without stealing. Niggas, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's like the things that y'all experience by going out there in real time, which I commend y'all for the bravery, because most niggas don't leave the block.
Right.
Niggas we talk about leaving the planet, but you can't get a nigga to leave the block. Okay?
I see.
So that was one part of it. But now y'all out there, and he's a sole controller, and y'all still getting on some niggas, which is why y'all came back to America, because really you was acting out being American no matter where you was at. So now it's like, now we getting rid of all these amenities that we would have in America to be out here in the bush when we still on some nigga shit. I want to be able to go to the store. I want to be able to, I want some AC. I want some, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I just want to throw that in, man. And
no, I appreciate it. That's real. And that's just to add to what you were saying. That's real. That's what we were dealing with, man. We were dealing with black people, melanated people with a nigga mentality, and that's you gonna take that wherever you go. So they always say, you know what I'm saying, you can take a slave off the plantation, but if you don't give that slave knowledge yourself, you're gonna be a slave no matter where he go. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what we're dealing with when it comes to, you know, this. And this is the reality. There's certain things, and mind you, right? I'm like, a lot of these people that are joining, I'll let y'all know. The people that joined in the beginning when he was really teaching that, you know what I'm saying, the information that where we know where it come from, you know what I'm saying? When he was teaching that information in the beginning, that's where you saw a lot of like old, you know, people that are, you know, more, a little bit more mature, you know, people that are like, all right, sensible, like understanding, like, yeah, all right, you know what I'm saying? But those are the people that left the quickest, you know what I'm saying? Because they could see with their shadow. Now, I was blown around Mukasu. I don't know about, a lot of people see, you know, what this dude is. They can look from a distance and see who he is. They're like, oh, I see that, you know what I'm saying? That's the average, you know what I'm saying? Slick pimp, you know what I'm saying? Teaching that half, you know, written up truth. And then, you know what I'm saying? They're out there teaching. So I know where he was. I didn't know that at the time. A lot of the young people that are joining didn't know anything about it. You know what I'm saying? Any of that. So a lot of the older cats, you know, the wisest ones, they could see what was going on after time developed.
Like I said in the beginning, for people who late to class, they wouldn't realize he's asking him predominantly the same questions that I was asking Velvet, because Velvet was there the longest. He explained melanation. He explained carbonation, right? He explained Phoenix. He also explained that Phoenix was a Nuwapian. He also explained that Phoenix was sent to Honduras to teach Dr. York's teachings, right? And I also told y'all that, what's up, Shantae Boo? He ain't got no credit. It mean bad credit. He ain't got no credit. He like, yo, what's the code? Everywhere he go, he be like, what's the code? What is the code? What's the code, David? What's the code for the Wi-Fi? Oh, Walmart? Okay. But I like to say how all of this is connected. I want you guys to see none of them are saved. All they doing is pick up a new game. That's all they doing. They pick up a new game. Like, okay, you busted me for this game. Okay, here's a new game. And all of you guys keep following it because they sound intelligent. God dang it, what are y'all doing? Golden. Carter, was it you? You come under my legs. What happened? What did y'all do? No, don't jump on me. What'd you do to that cat? What do you mean it's on? Now, I was here for 2 hours and a half, Miss Ride. It was on like hot butter pop, the pop, baby, pop to the pop, the pop. And Ben was on. It's just going to be on. It's going to be on. Listen, Tron take any Wi-Fi 8 with the 24. Any Wi-Fi he'll take. It'll do. Any Wi-Fi will do just fine. What's up, bro? Hello. How are you, bro?
What's up? What's up, Suge? What's up, gang? You know I had to get out of my YouTube before I came on, so I wouldn't be echoing. Oh. What's going on, gang?
I was trying to explain, give you a little back what I was talking about. So hopefully you was listening to some of it. So I ain't
I've been listening.
Again. So I ain't got to go back even more.
What's up, Caramel? Yeah, I've been listening.
Hey, Caramella. But like I said, the main thing I need for people to know is that they are not saved. They are not changed. They just picked up a new They're just running a new game. Because everything he's saying now, and this interview is recently, he done dodged this. Well, I don't know. Well, I was drunk. So he's still protecting him. Remember, they have to keep protecting themselves. People don't realize that. So you're never going to get, you can ask them any question you want. You're going to get that. Stop what you need to ask this question. And they're going to skate around them questions because they can't tell the full truth because Nature Boy could not do everything by himself. And then it hit you with, well, that's that person's story. No, if you're involved, then you could tell the story. They just happen to be in your story. Now you don't have to say, well, no, you're in it, but you're not going to say the other person's story because that will include you. So, and that's not just with carbonation. That's with all these damn codes. And then we keep giving them passes. All we keep doing is, you eating? Can I have some? Oh, you flicking. One or the other. So we're gonna finish. We're gonna let Kev listen to some of this. Oh yeah. So Kev. Now I said it plenty videos before, but people don't be listening to me. I said before, because everybody kept saying, oh, they was on side couch. They was on side couch. And side brought them in. I'm like, no. They was trying to get to Polite. Nature Nut and Little Pharaoh.
Right. And the main reason Nature Boy wanted to get next to Pharaoh to get next to Polite is because he took a lot of the Nuwapian teachings. He took a lot of Malachi York's teachings and incorporated it into his shit, but he just changed it up,
Right. And they both was trying to take down York's #1 student. They just couldn't do it. Because he was trained since young he was indoctrinated.
I think
much younger.
Polite had been under York since he was like 13 or 14, I believe.
That I don't remember.
Yeah, I believe.
But I know he was so, and they called him the special student. So they taught him the game, that double talking game. They taught him. They made him read them books. He was lightweight. He was
the chosen one in that organization. That's why he was so close to Dr. York. Not that many people were that close to him in his inner circle like that, unless they were older men that had been with him for a while. Polite was always the youngest. He was groomed for that position. He was groomed to take over. But of course, the money started calling and he saw a different hustle. So
they all, that hustle he learned from them. The selling the books. Remember he started out, I got my own bookstore. I wrote 1 million books. I'm like, oh.
But he incorporated the internet part of the game along with that hustle to update the hustle, to remix it. That's all he did. And he was groomed. He was supposed to be the heir apparent. But what got Polite shook is when he saw them geometry numbers that Dr. York got. And but to show you how the leaf doesn't fall that far from the tree, he is now under indictment for doing a lot of the same things that York did, and mainly messing with kids.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to tell people is that when you follow the offspring, you think they cut from the natal cord, the navel cord, but they're not. They're not. That's why we see Sassy act the way he act. That's why all of them act the way they act. They are still connected to the umbilical cord. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, we just don't. A lot of people just don't see that they're still connected because he specifically said that when remember, how did Nature Boy and Phoenix meet up? And remember, this is after that was after he was on Sinetta's couch.
Right.
Because what there the link, and then he specifically said that because Phoenix is Nuwapian.
Exactly.
Now
And which is
remember, I asked Velvet them same questions. She didn't say nothing like what he answered. Every question I asked, he's answering them. I don't know if you've seen the beginning. You can probably catch it on the replay.
no, I did. I caught the very beginning. So I've seen everything. I've been listening, and I ain't gonna say too much because I want you to get through the video because it's a lot of jewels in this video. But I just wanted to tap in and let y'all know I was in the building. But we gonna chop it up.
People like, oh, Sav. I'm like, nah, they had to get to Sa to get to Polite.
Yeah, and that's why Phoenix wouldn't fall up under Nature Boy like Nature Boy wanted him to, which is why, well, that's one of the reasons. Nature Boy lazy. He's a lazy fuck, so he knew he was never going to build anything. That's the main reason he didn't accept the land. Phoenix offered to give them free of charge, give them land, and also still be there and help them, come there and help them and show them about agriculture and growing and building out there. They didn't want that. But another big reason was Phoenix wasn't going to fall up under Nature Boy. He was already a Nuwapian.
Exactly.
So they're not going, he wasn't going for all that bullshit. He like Tron said and some of the other ones said, he thought Nature Boy really was trying to do what he was going to do. So in that spirit, he's like, okay, here's some land. I'm going to get this to y'all. I'm going to get y'all set up, show y'all how to. And then when Nature Boy started talking all that shit, and Phoenix was like, nah, I'll be an ally. So that's why you notice when Natiri first ran, she ran to Phoenix. When Velvet ran, she ran to Phoenix. When a lot of the guys ran to get out of the country or get over to Mexico, they ran to Phoenix because Phoenix has always been an ally. But Phoenix knew early on that Nature Boy was full of shit, and Nature Boy tried to take his wife, basically. And
and then Phoenix thought that he was going to be the leader.
Exactly.
And then Nature Boy, like, no, I read all this stuff. Because Nature Boy always knew the narcissistic person that he is. He already dreamt of all of this.
Right. They already...
Right, but he had to find the perfect connections first. So when he first left, of course I'm going to see Phoenix. He got land for these people to come to. So I'm going to have them all come where Phoenix is at until I get my money up.
Right. That's exactly what it was. He used Phoenix, and that's Nature Boy's that's been his grift his whole life. He was a male prostitute. So he learned how to manipulate certain types of men. He learned how to spot vulnerabilities in weak-minded and weak men. So that's how he learned how to indoctrinate and manipulate them little young boys he had over there. And all the way going back to his first wife, which a lot of people forget about. I can't call her name. I want to say Javine, I think. But anyway.
About his baby mama.
Well, yeah, he was married to
his baby mother.
Huh? Wasn't he married? He was married to her though.
I don't
know. Yeah, that was before Maisha. She was before Maisha.
Yeah, his first baby mother.
She has a child with Nature Boy. Yeah.
EJ mother.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying he abused her, which is why she left him. He abused
Maisha. He was underage.
And he abused Maisha, and this is why I kept getting on Maisha yesterday, and I'm gonna reemphasize this point, because part of the reason that Maisha gave to the judge and explained in the video she made in her own words is that Nature Boy, the only reason that she agreed to do it is because Nature Boy promised that he would never ever do anything like that to another woman. Okay, so fast forward, she know he did. So why is she still so friendly toward Nature Boy? These people, Nature Boy knows exactly who he can manipulate. He can't manipulate people who have experienced life in the real sense. Most of these people, if you looked at them, they haven't experienced life. Like you said, they ain't never rented an apartment. They ain't never, some of them were, a couple of them were in college, but that, you know, come on, think about that. They've never been out here.
That's the main ones they want.
That's the only ones he can get. Because everybody else that has lived life, they're not going for that bullshit. You're not gonna go from just being a normal person to letting this dude, Nature Boy, weak ass, tell you what to do and bowing down on one knee. And think about the psychology that it takes for a person to make themselves kneel on the ground every time another individual or their baby or their girlfriend walked in the room. I gotta kneel down on one knee. Think about the psychology in that. How many people do you really think that you're going to convince to do that? And what type of, you know, what type of mental state are people in that would even agree to that? I don't give a damn if they wanted to build an eco village or not. What does bowing down, calling another human being God, what does that have to do with an eco village, living communally, being free, being peaceful, being loving, saving the planet, the mankind, as they like to say, or what, saving humanity? What's that have to do with it?
And then you got to remember him, just like the other ones. Oh, but I followed these people before. I already had knowledge before I got there, and but I'm just finished. And he didn't really. I got there with knowledge already, and I'm like, all of y'all say that, but okay. We understand in the beginning stuff was going the correct way because the mask is on. The minute you seen the change, a lot of people left. Why didn't you
exactly leave? You hear what he said? You hear what just before you cut it off, Tron said, in the beginning, the people that were there, those were people who were there for the right reason but they were older, a little more mature. And once they saw that what it was, they left the quickest. He said, but I stayed. So again, like I was saying yesterday, and like I made that video before, and I was saying, we make deals with ourselves. See, it wasn't that they were brainwashed. He just, you heard him say earlier, he had $40 in his pocket, a sleeping bag and a tent. And he just went to Honduras, and if they were there, they were there. He would link up with them. If they weren't, he was going to try to make it happen and figure it out. That says to me that I'm dealing with an unstable person who would pick up and go out of the country with no money, no means of even feeding themselves or communicating with the local public. And he thinks that that's the best way to find himself.
Yeah, okay. But my thing is this. All that's fine. My thing is now you guys is out. Y'all want to charge us for everything. But you started off saying, I want to be a minimalist. We don't need this. We don't need that. But now just to talk to you, people got to pay you. For everything you left, everything you claim you left for, now all of a sudden you need money.
Right.
Remember, you left so you can. This is all.
Get out of the system.
Right. So now you out of the system. Now all of a sudden you're a great teacher, and people got to pay you for this and pay you for that. I'm like, Ninja.
If you were in a cult, if you were in a cult,
no. If you left the cult, I'm saying you left to go to the cult because you saying we don't need none of this.
But I'm saying if you're in a cult, and then after the leader gets locked up and you're forced to try to figure it out, you say, okay, we realize that the last 5 years has been bullshit. What is it that you think now you're going to teach us 5 years after being treated like a slave? What do you think that you could teach us that's worth us paying you for? Are you out your fucking mind? You shouldn't be.
Listen, you and YouTube don't like your mouth.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, again, I ask these people all the time. Tron said early on, he saw what it was, but he stayed because he didn't have nowhere else to go. Nobody that has somewhere to go would live in those conditions.
Well, some of them
unless
have places to go, but my thing is
no,
that
they want to do what they want to do though. They don't want to
right,
work there. They want to do what. So that's the deal they made with themselves. Yeah, I'll put up with this because I can still lay around all day and I don't have to work, and somebody else is responsible for taking care of me, and I can act like I'm trying to save the world in the meantime.
Ray, stupid. Ray, you stupid.
That shit sounds stupid.
Rain is stupid. Rain's stupid. But again, now all of a sudden you guys leave. So if you know that your heart was quote unquote pure, you want to find yourself, and you said we don't need all these things. Now, no, y'all went to these places to get indoctrinated. Tell the truth. So now that y'all indoctrinated, now you want to run your own car.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, how do you run a cult the right way? That is an oxymoron in itself. A cult, by definition, is not a positive group or organization that promotes self-improvement. A cult, by definition, is an organization used to indoctrinate a group of people to a one mind think. That's
exactly
it. That's it. How do you run that the right way, man?
And how do you get knowledge of self?
Right, because your mind is not yours. Your mind is the leader's. So how in the fuck are you finding yourself when you say my mind is not mine? I have to adopt Eligio's mind because he is my higher self. Then how are you finding yourself? You found Eligio? That's your higher self? That's finding yourself? Finding this dude? Okay. Okay.
Reflection. Marquis said reflection. Exactly.
No, okay. Marquis, you should have said deflection. Peace, Keys. What's up? What's up, A with the 24? What's good? What's good, Raindog? Yeah, this like, you know, again, this is a perfect example. It's not about you gotta understand the psychology of this person that's talking. Listen to him talking. Listen to the reason and explanations he's giving. He hasn't said one time, I really actually thought Eligio was God. And I saw what it was. And the older people, the more mature people that were there for the right reason, they left right away. Mm-hmm. They dipped out, but I stayed. Same thing. Like I said, they didn't find out Eligio was a dirtbag piece of shit the day he got locked up. They been knew that. So my question is, again, everything that you try to say you a liar because you would not have stayed around him that long after you knew what it was. Solar claimed he knew what it was a long time ago.
Thank you. They all claim, well, I had some knowledge before I left. Really? Okay. They were too young and dumb to. First of all, people got to realize there's no such thing as a higher self. There's no such thing as a lower self.
There's no such thing. It's a made-up pseudo term that is used to manipulate people into thinking that someone else is smarter than them.
I know you're taking over, but
my bad. No, I hate that kind of shit because those are the very, like, again, like I just said it the last two lives we've been on. Stop using these occultish terms. There is no higher self. You are who you are. You are in your highest form when you became.
And when you mature, you mature.
When you know, listen.
When you say,
if you're a child. And you grow into a teenager and then grow into a young adult. Were you in your lower self when you were a child? No, I would argue that you were. That again, how can you even apply those terms? Those terms are made up by cult leaders. By cult leaders. You haven't heard anybody in any academic circle, any intellectual circle who uses the terms higher and lower self. The only people who use those pseudo terms are people in this air quotes conscious community, black sector, conscious woke sector, whatever they name this shit to sound hip and fly. That's the only place that those two terms exist is because they're made up by the people who are trying to manipulate people and who are trying to run codes. Because if you only think that your higher self is me, then you'll never go against me because I'm the highest form of yourself. Doesn't that make sense? How, who, and again, what even is that? How do you determine what's a higher self and a lower self? Because we make deals with ourselves all the time.
Now,
was I in my higher self?
Right. Now, I can understand when people say, now, that was the younger, now, that was the younger
that was me when I was immature.
Right.
When
Now,
I was
that's
young.
the younger me would have punched you in the face, right? But now I'm older and wiser. Now, that's regular talk. That's real talk.
That's normal. You're not in your higher self. You're more mature than you were at one point in your life. That's it. That's all. Stop trying to make all this pseudo psychos babble bullshit. Excuse me, BS. Stop trying to make it mean something. It don't. Just like a crystal is a rock. It's pretty different colors. If you believe it does something for you, fine. But if it really did something, they wouldn't sell it for so cheap. They wouldn't give it to you. You wouldn't be able to get access to it. That's why most people don't own real diamonds. And somebody else decided that a clear rock was valuable to them because it was pretty and it sparkled. The only reason it's valuable is because the people who were the aristocrats back in the day when diamonds were discovered said, hey, these are things for royalty. They're so pretty. The average peasant shouldn't have this. So that's why they even have value. Exactly. But if they came out and said a piece of coal was worth X amount of dollars, we'd be paying money for coal instead of diamonds, and a diamond would be considered a coal. You have to understand the psychology behind why things are valuable and why they put things out to us. They put this big premium on diamonds, right? But they don't tell you that 90% of the diamonds that are mined in this world are mined by African children somewhere who get their limbs amputated.
Yeah. Oh my God.
If they don't work in these diamond mines,
and they work for not even a bag of rice.
They don't even pay
some rice. Like, how do you give somebody some rice? Now, no, can I have a bag of rice? I've been here all damn 50 hours.
So yeah. Anyway, I ain't gonna go too far. I'm gonna just, like I said, I'm gonna let the video rock. But I just wanted to drop those couple things in here because, like I said, that's the reason these cults flourish, because we give power to shit that don't mean absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. If crystals help people, we wouldn't be we wouldn't be messed up. Black people wouldn't be in the condition that we're in. If people could activate all these chakras and all this melanin inside of our DNA and activate our natal chart and do all it, why are we still in the state that we're in? Why are we still in the state we're in if any of that was true? If any of it was true, if any part of it was true, why would we be in the condition that we're in? It's not because we don't know, because we all know this information. Tron hasn't said anything that all of us in this chat don't already know.
And if our ancestors said it works, right? We in 2022. Our ancestors use these things.
Let's keep it funky. We got to evolve past the point of our ancestors 5 million years ago believing in stuff that there's no proof to believe that it's true.
They don't even know what their ancestors did. Nobody
knows?
Nobody know. And then what happened to letting somebody RIP, rest in peace? Y'all want to keep calling them at the end? Their ancestors are sleeping. Let them sleep, damn it.
Okay,
rest in peace.
All these people that called on the ancestors, how come they locked up? How come they in jail? So all the things that you know, all the knowledge, all the teaching, all the this and all of that, how come it can't keep you out of jail? You're no better than the average person then. That means you're no more powerful than the normal average person. In fact, if you're a god, then I must be a demigod because I'm not in jail. You are.
And I'm not hungry. You are.
I don't understand how people sit here and think that these people are immortal or there's something other than a human being when they are subject to the same thing that you and I are. If I run up to you and I punch you in your nose gonna bleed. So you're not God, because I can't punch God in the nose for real. I can punch you in the nose because you're not God. That's how I can prove you're not God. Now prove to me that you are. Prove to me that you created all of this. Prove to me that I'm just a figment of your imagination. Why do I have my own independent thought against you if I'm if I'm a cell in your body, in your dream? See, all this shit they sell is just psycho babble. It's like a sci-fi movie. But Black people, we are so desperate to get out of our situation that we're willing to believe and follow anything that we even remotely think might possibly get us out of our condition, instead of realizing, listen, whatever you believe created you made you smart enough that they gave you a brain. It wasn't attached to anybody else's. So that tells me that anything that I need to know to survive was already put inside me. So therefore, I will never need a teacher. That doesn't mean I won't learn from people, but I'll never have a teacher. We all learn from each other.
And then we learn from everything, though.
Huh?
We learn from everything.
Exactly. That's why we need to get out of this, all of that. Oh, I need my teacher, my guru, my spirit. No, you don't. He can't tell you what he doesn't know. He wasn't here. If he's 50 years old, he doesn't know anything past 40 years ago. Everything that he knows past the age that he is something that he read or that someone else told him. So how can he possibly be smarter than you? How can he possibly know something that you're not capable of learning and knowing for yourself? Period. How can I tell you about our ancestors and I'm only 50 years old? I don't know anything past 50 years old. So how can I tell you? That's crazy.
She said, look, she's so stupid. She said, what do you mean? Nature Boy has teleported from himself to Malaya several nights.
When Derry, I mess with you, don't you start that shit. Don't you start that shit because you're going to start Nick.
Remember, he came to her in the hospital, damn it. So he coming to her ass from the jail cell.
He can't teleport his punk ass out of PC, can he?
Yes, he did. You ain't know that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to show me they God, because I done already showed them that they ain't. Show me you God. Prove it to me.
Poppy, you talk about Poppy. You talk about Poppy. That's why he see Malaya. Oh, then they put. I seen something. I don't know where I seen it at because it came up on my thing. Something about she is now the queen. I thought she was the queen already. I'm like, y'all gonna stop with this, but let me let this play because this is about half. Yeah. The other one, I just wanted to show the older one. I was waiting till you got here, and then now this is the one. The main.
Is it perfect? I can listen, kick back because I got my Zaza twisted, and I'm about to get in the zone.
Don't get too much in the zone because you know I keep stopping stuff. Don't get too much in the zone. Take puff, pass. Well, puff, put out, puff, put out.
And after people left and certain people started talking about, the tribe, Black people, melanated people with a nigga mentality. And that's you're going to take that wherever you go. So they always say, you know what I'm saying? You can take a slave off the plantation, but if you don't give that slave knowledge yourself, you're going to be a slave no matter where you go.
Knowledge yourself. Here we go.
That's what we're dealing with when it comes to, this. And this is the reality. There's certain things. And mind you, right? I'm like a lot of these people that are joining, I'll let y'all know. The people that joined in the beginning when he was really teaching that, that information that where we know where it come from, when he was teaching that information in the beginning,
where it comes
that's
from.
Where you saw a lot of like old, people that are, more, a little bit more mature, people that are like, all right, sensible, like understanding, like, yeah, all right, But those are the people that left the quickest, you know what I'm saying? Because they could see with their shadow. Now, I was blown around Mukasu. I don't know about, a lot of people see, what this dude is. They can look from a distance and see who he is. They're like, oh, I see that, that's the average, slick pimp, teaching that half, written up truth. And then, they out there teaching. So I know where he was. I didn't know that at the time. A lot of the young people that are joining didn't know anything about it, any of that. So a lot of the older cats, the wisest ones, they could see what was going on after time developed and after people left and certain people started talking about, the tribe and saying, oh, they're this, that, and the third. And, you get enough data, you can make, using your non-mind, you can use sound right reasoning to be able to, make a reasonable of some, judgment on what's happening. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm coming on today is to set the record straight on what's going on.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Because the reality is, that we have a lot of people out here playing with information and they don't understand it. They it's like a cat with a ball of yarn. You go back and forth, but they ain't really understanding how to even apply the information. So as time progressed, and I'll keep the question going because I don't want to, I don't want to dish it out too much.
Oh no, listen, bro. We
you don't want to
whenever
dish
it
out
come
too
out,
much. You heard that, right?
One concept just leads and spills into another. It's just a natural progress process. And another thing, we don't want if the energy's flowing in that direction because we don't want to get caught up in something else and then we just totally forget about it down the line.
Well, you know no, you're right. And the premise of what I was saying, just to add on to what I was saying, is that later on down the line, when I found out where this dude is getting the source of some of his information is coming from.
Okay, let me ask you the question then. So you was attracted to the information, and then you found out that he wasn't because he was acting like he was downloading. That this is this, yo, boom. Yo, you know what I was thinking about, son? Yo, when we, you know what I'm saying? Yo,
that's how he was doing it.
Yo, you know what I'm saying?
Meanwhile, this dude over here reading a Pot Rocker, you know what I'm saying, on the back end on some, you know what I'm saying, YouTube.
So you say he was inspired, he was getting his information from the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York. That's what was his impressions of his information.
Didn't I say that?
How he's governing the community, but as far as that's crazy.
Yeah, so that's a connection. That's good to know too, because a lot of people are trying to, with the quantum entanglement, people are trying to put, you know what I'm saying, Nature Boy and Dr. York, you know what I'm saying, they're trying to put names in each other's mouths and something like that to make it seem like these two are like similar, when really it's not. Like, there's maybe similarities, of course, but there's the reality is that what Master Teacher was doing was completely different, you know what I'm saying, in the sense of But at the same sense, the Master Teacher had an understanding, and I think that's why that one Nuwapian brother got caught up in the thing, because understanding the fact that, the Master Teacher, you know what I'm saying, before, he was where he's at right now, or where he was, you know what I'm saying, it's like the reality is that he had mentors, you feel what I'm saying? He, went through a certain stage in development of his own, you feel what I'm saying, for certain things of that nature. So when you're taking what does the Master Teacher say? He always say, when you take a rugged
stone,
and turn it into something,
a smooth ashlar. Yeah,
that's what we are. So I think that's
this is why they all should be abolished. This is why they all should be abolished, Kev, because anytime one of your master teachers is in jail over date, and your other master teacher is
and you go follow a quote-unquote master teacher that's already in prison and been in prison 20 years. That's why I said some of these people, they just want to attach themselves to something. And how can what is a master teacher? A master teacher of what? What did he teach you that it still ain't gonna keep you out of jail? Ain't he sitting in jail? Ain't both your master teachers sitting in jail? Why you give everybody be your own fucking master teacher?
And then you want to talk about one like the other one ain't worse.
They're the same thing. That's why.
This is why we can't.
That's why he transitioned so easy. He went right from one cult to another. Velvet went from one cult to another. Natiri went from one cult to another. She was over there with York's son. She was over there with the Nuwapian, saying she was a Nuwapian. You give it. It's not. All of this is connected. That's one thing. Like Nature Boy always said, ain't no separation. All of them are still connected. They're not out of a cult. They're just not in a group anymore. They're all cult members right now today. They're all still cult members. Every last one of them that you see on the internet. The ones who are not, you don't see them. They don't have a channel. If they had a channel when they went, they took that John down. They're not posting nothing. They're not, I'm healing. Watch my healing process. Solar on here. We watch our family grow. That experiment didn't go wrong the last time that y'all quote unquote was showing y'all family and the reality and all that. They try to dress this shit up to sound so sexy, and it's you're gonna see our family growing and all the things we're doing. Man, we're just doing so much, and and Velvet's doing X, Y, and Z. Oh man, and the babies are great and they're learning. We're doing this and we're gonna be all of that to say that your ass homeless, Velvet is living on government subsidies, and y'all keep talking about the system and credit, and neither one of y'all have none. You don't have money. You can't. That same thing that York ran, the same thing that Polite ran, the same thing that they all run, because this whole quote unquote conscious sector is a pyramid scheme, credit card fraud, hustle. That's all this sector is. That's what it's turned into. It may have started out as something different, but what it is today is you have a collective of niggas, like he said, under the guise and the umbrella of spirituality or some type of spiritual organization, because they all got these little catchy, hip, little Nubian sounding names. And all they do is get together and figure out, how do we hustle these people? It's just like people who go to church. They're going to go every Sunday and give a certain amount of money. Them church people know that. They don't care if them people going to heaven or they can getting convicted by the word. Long as they have their butt in that church pew on Sunday and they can drop something in that collection plate, the church is going to go on. Now, if nobody came to church, everybody was sick and shut in on the sick and shut in list, as they call it at churches. And they told the pastor, hey, just go by everybody's house and get them a sermon, and ain't nobody got no money because everybody's doing bad. I bet you it wouldn't be no pastor visiting nobody, and they wouldn't be holding no church. That's the only reason that these groups and these organizations exist, is because of the hustles and the scams they run. Look at Pharaoh. What does Pharaoh do legitimately for money? He got Pharaoh. He got what is it? What's his little group called? Otten Construction Company. Otten Banking, Otten University, Otten this, Otten that. And he done went crazy over there, getting high off drugs, like they all do. York was a drug addict. Nature Boy's a drug addict. Pharaoh turned into a drug addict. Started hearing voices talking about people was trying to kill. All these, they all go down the same road. They all get into ayahuasca. They all have these bad ayahuasca trips, and then they all tap into their sexual demonic side. Every one of them. David Koresh, all the way down to Nature Nuts. It's the same playbook. They don't change it. They don't change it. The suckers just rotate in the congregation. The sermon don't change. Listen, Suge made a video 3 years ago, and you can play it today. And the same thing she said 3 years ago. She could tell that she just let the video play to them, and that goes to show you. That goes to show you. And this is not for us. This is for the people that's around. That's why I said, because if we allow this shit to go on, then we're gonna be doing the Nature Boy thing all over again. Then it's gonna be a whole nother movement trying to take down the new carbonation or the new this or this person coming up. We're gonna have to start this all over.
Ooh. I know
Let's cut this off.
Right,
let's nip this in the bud. All of them gonna get it. Every one of them that think they're gonna come out and be some black messiah and leader for our community. Nobody nominated you. We don't need that. We need a collective of people who are individuals who working together for one common cause. We don't need no fucking messiah. We don't need no leader. We don't need no master, nothing. We done had a master our whole life. Why would you even call yourself a master teacher? Because whenever you're a master, that means what? You're in a master-slave relationship. A 360 deal is a master-slave relationship. If you're a master teacher, then you're talking to your servants. If people say, these are my followers, doesn't that contradict everything that your parents ever told you in life? Be a leader, not a follower. But you'll say, I'm a follower of Master Teacher Malachi Z. York, or this so-and-so or such and such. It's the indoctrination, it's the language.
Chinese, and you ain't Chinese. You're not in Asia nowhere where they do that. That's master. That's master. You're not none of that.
Right.
Oh, but the thing is, this is why I'm saying all of them can get it. This Tron getting it today. He needs to
every one of them getting it.
Wi-Fi. He gonna get it because this is a recent one. He's speaking in different daggone ways. But you mean to tell me, well, you speak when he go master teacher or Baba, he's now talking about Malachi York, because now
Right.
he's in the WAP. I just wanted to let you guys know he's not referring to Nature Boy.
Right.
Right.
And again, how do you go? Yeah, go ahead, Sugar. I'm sorry.
Then if you are fully cured, then why you can't say the name? Why you can't say, and then Nature Boy did, Alihio did this, Alihio, why is in that person? And
well, we know none of them are cured.
Yeah, I know that.
You wouldn't be in another cult.
But we're trying to let the people understand that. Why you can't say, if you're a man, if you are now a man,
that's the problem.
Speak your speech.
He's not a man.
None of them are.
None of them. Exactly. Can't you tell the difference in a man? If I was standing in a room with any of them dudes, and I'm not trying to make myself out to be this big bad nothing, but I'm just saying I'm a man first and foremost. If I was in a room with any of those men, you could tell the difference between me and them, because they are not men. They would stand out in a room full of men. And it's not about alpha and beta. I'm just saying men of a certain character.
Mm-hmm.
It's certain things you're not going to do. A man is not going to call another man master nothing, or God or Messiah nothing, in my opinion, because James King said it. He said, I believe in spark plugs, and we are all spark plugs to each other.
That part is true. But I'm just trying to let you guys know that
we're designed.
That how in the world you're talking about two different predators at one time.
Right. At one time.
So you go and you switching from predator to predator, and you're making this predator who had a bunch of land. Like, how do y'all miss that? It's like, that's just like, you can't get mad at the four blonde mice if they still believe in nature nut, because you believe in York.
You believe in the same thing, because this man clearly told you Nature Boy was studying York. You went from baby York to the big York. That's all he did. He transferred code. You transferred ideology. You transferred terminology. Now you have a new master teacher. Your old master teacher wasn't a master teacher. So now, am I trusting that you really have a brain in your head if you believed for years that this dude was a master teacher, and then you said, oh, well, I knew he wasn't, but I still stayed. Now I'm going to ask you, why would you stay when you knew? So now that tells me about your motives. And then what do? You go straight to another cult. There's nothing that you could really say. You're not late, sweetness. You right on time. We right in the middle of it. So I'm gonna mute up so we can get back in the video, though, Shug.
All right.
Where that Nuwapian brother saw with him, you know what I'm saying? Because he saw potential in what he could be if he utilized the information in the proper way. But just the simple fact is, a lot of people they don't understand even how to apply the information. So when I realized where the source of the information came from, realizing where the source of the information come from, and this is after I left, right? I started to realize that, okay, well, as I was there, the reason why I felt apprehensive, or I had intuition. I wasn't tapping into my intuition or listening to
You froze, God.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah, you froze. I froze for a second.
Okay, so yeah, so
you said your intuition. You said you wasn't listening to your intuition. That's the last thing we caught.
Wasn't listening to my intuition, and then as time progressed, there was realizations that you know what I'm saying. People don't understand when you get out there, and I always tell people, y'all want to extend an unsuccessful relationship. If you want to extend an unsuccessful relationship, go to the tropics. You feel what I'm saying? You're gonna get the moonlight, you know what I'm saying? You get the beach.
That's heavy.
But it's real. And it's a spell that we can, and it's not a bad spell. It's just that it can really cast a scenery and an environment where it takes the level of stress and the level of what we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. It takes that all the way down, because you're deep in the jungle. You're hearing birds. I just saw a toucan. You know what I'm saying? I'm over here like, what's going on? You feel what I'm saying? So that right there is why why some people stayed for so long, because Yeah, you know.
Because they wouldn't have left without that. Okay, thinking about that, why did y'all get kicked out of so many tropical environments like that?
Man, tell you what, dog.
Y'all
Oh,
niggas was
bro.
getting kicked. I see y'all got kicked out of Hawaii. I see y'all got arrested, right? When y'all was in Costa Rica.
Costa Rica was the first one, man. We got arrested in Costa Rica because we were on some like mentality thinking like we were thinking about getting rid of our passports. Thank God we didn't, but we were about to, because you get rid of your passports and you don't have a passport or legal documents to get back over, you get trapped in those borders. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you go. They have this international like holding where you're a stateless citizen. Interpol get involved and you just get stuck there.
Yeah,
like, unless a country come and claim you.
Right, exactly. So what happened with us is we were on some like we basically what happened is we had a vehicle. The vehicle was not you basically, when you're in a foreign country and you have a vehicle that comes from another country, you have to get a certain kind of certificate to be able to say, okay, this is the, we had Honduras plates, this is a Honduras vehicle, you guys got to pay a certain amount of money, you know what I'm saying, for a liability insurance, you know what I'm saying, since it's a car from another country, there's a certain kind of way that they handle it. It's this third world. It's not like America. It's not the same. You know what I'm saying? The way that they do things there is more third world. But so our car gets impounded. We're in Cojita. You know what I'm saying? We're in Costa Rica, Cojita, which is near Limon. For anyone that knows in Costa Rica, Limon, Cojita. It's more the Caribbean side of Costa Rica where a lot of black people are. So, that's where we went to. You know what I'm saying? We were just on a little, going over there just for a little excursion. We go over there. Our car ends up getting impounded because they have stops, you know what I'm saying, where they stop you. They want to know who you are, you're traveling, this, that, and the third. They asked us all these questions. They found out Costa Rica and Honduras aren't really necessarily the best when it comes to negotiation with each other as far as the diplomacy. So, anyone with Honduras license plates or anyone with, Honduras background, you could get targeted by these police because they don't really, they're not too.
They don't mess with Honduras. They got beef.
Exactly, right. So what happened to us is we black, and you know what I'm saying, we in this area called Cojita, which is still kind of racist, you know what I'm saying, due to the fact that black people just don't get treated well, you know what I'm saying, in certain areas. So we there, and they're like, yo, we got to impound your car. And then they're like, who's got, how many of y'all got stamps? You know what I'm saying? We didn't have stamps. We were trying to get rid of our passports. We were trying to burn our passports. We were like, yo, let's just go off the grid. This dude, Nature Boy, was like, yo, this is how a big dumb a smart dummy is. And I'm just saying, bro, this made me laugh. Looking back on it now, this dude came out his mouth and said, yo, if we just burn our passports and then they book us in, but we don't say anything, just don't talk at all, they have to let us go. And I'm over here looking like this dude just said, if
that is not international law, beloved.
Bro, this dude.
But you did it though, right? What the fuck? Now, certain parts I missed because I was reading something, but I heard that last part what this ninja said. But you did it though, right? But go ahead, Kev. Some parts I missed.
Yeah, he was just saying how he started seeing things, and he said when they got arrested in Honduras right before they got deported, Nature Boy told him that let's just throw our passports away, burn our passports.
Before that, when he's talking, I heard before he was talking about that part I heard something about beef or Honduras. He was just talking about the
the guy was asking him why they got kicked out of Honduras, basically.
Oh, okay.
And then he went into the story, and you heard most of it, yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, Nicole wants you to know she just got her little cup.
Okay, I know she's just fine then.
Some of these groups are having people become sovereign without.
You're right on point, Jerry.
The meaning of sovereignty. And
they don't.
A lot of these people use their home safe. First of all, let me tell y'all what Grandma always said. I forgot what she said, but I'm gonna tell you what she meant, right? You know how they say quick money, right? When you want quick money, it goes just as quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
The meaning of that is y'all want to go for these quick schemes and get rich scams and all of this. Y'all want. I'm like.
Can I tell the people something too, Shug?
Mm-hmm.
Maderi, I'm so glad you put that in the chat. I always say this. I love the chat because y'all are so smart. It made me think of something. Any group, listen to me, y'all. Any group or organization that tells you through their religion they can make you a sovereign citizen, they are lying to you. There is no such thing. Listen to me, the only sovereignty that is recognized in the United States of America, because that's where we live. So because we live here and we're citizens of this country, we're governed by their laws until they change. But right now, the only people who can be considered for sovereignty in certain legal cases or for legal reasons, being social security numbers, vaccinations, things like that, are people who are indigenous to this country. Not all indigenous people from all over the world. The folks who are indigenous to this country,
And now
mainly the Native Americans.
Let me add on to that.
Hold on. Mainly
go ahead.
Go ahead, Suge, but mainly Native Americans. So I'm just to shortcut everything else. Don't let these people tell you that, oh, you ain't got to go to court. You can you can renounce your social security number, and it's a lie.
Now let me add on to that. They didn't set the key word is Native Americans.
That's exactly why I said
that wasn't set up for the black people. That was set up for the $5 Native Americans. Okay, let's just get this. These are the ones that paid the $5 to say, "Hey, I'm indigenous to this land." They were like, "Okay," because them the only ones who benefit of being sovereign, not the real. You know why?
Exactly.
Because they now crossed them over when they made the thing called, we covered this already, but when they had the census going out, remember they didn't have Native Americans. So they had them coming on as black people because they were black. So people like, oh, you could tell the difference. No, you can't. That's why they was filling in the census as black people. And then the $5 ones took over. So everything was set for them. They the ones got all the benefits. The real ones, they water dirty. They fighting now for clean water. They want to come still take over their land. Them are the real ones. The real ones have nothing.
I'm gonna say again, and I know the Israelites will tell you that. And I see Maderi put Moors in the chat. Listen to me. If you go to court, I don't care if you're a Moor. I don't care if you're an Israelite. I don't care if you're a Nuwapian. You cannot go into a United States court and claim sovereignty and that you're not governed by the laws of this country. Period. End of story. Wesley Snipes, who is not an unintelligent man, got attached with the Israelites, and they told him he didn't have to pay taxes because he was sovereign. You see what they did to his black ass, don't you? They put him in jail for 5 years.
Click.
I mean, yeah, my bad. They put his behind in jail, didn't they? Have a baby with a girl and have that girl go to court. You can't tell them that ain't your social security number because I bet you're going to pay child support. You can't claim sovereignty in a country that you're governed by the laws that says only certain people are sovereign. You can't. That's another thing that draws people in. They think, oh, I can go off the grid. I can change my name. I can get a tribal name, and then I don't use my social security number because they're going to tell me they're going to give me another number to use to identify me. I don't have to have a driver's license. You can't drive a car without a driver's license issued from one of these states in the United States of America, period. You can't have any money in the bank. You can't make any financial transactions unless it's just hand-to-hand street stuff, under the table shit. But you can't live legitimately if you think that you can claim sovereignty and not go by the rules and the laws of this country. It's not a reality. But that's one of the selling points that's on the flyer that they try to draw people in with,
now
that help you eat.
Now wait till we get into that. Because when we get into that, and Karen come to class early, Well, he
Mhm.
take over early. No, he can still talk about whatever he wants. He's taking over. But when we really get, that's when we're going to show the other scam artists, and then we're going to go through their stuff and show you. We're going to break down scam, right? Because I need to know these scams. Even if you guys know already, pass it on. Pass it on. Take everything that we say, pass it on. Don't keep it to yourself. Pass it on. Or spark conversations, especially with your youth or anybody that's saying I need to find myself, or anybody who says, oh, I don't know my path. Soon as you hear keywords from certain people, try to grab them before somebody else grabbed them. The same way, if you don't grab the kids, drug dealers is going to grab them. You understand what I'm saying? So when you see somebody say, oh, I don't know about my world, my life, or where I'm supposed to be, baby, let them know you fine. You good. You good.
But see, these are the kind of things that people didn't used to have to say because life was much more normal. But when you put the internet in the mix, and you got people that can manipulate other people from a distance, that's some deep shit. It gets deep. That's, you literally are telling yourself, I don't trust you. I don't trust myself. So I must entrust my life to another person. Because again, here's a dude that just got misled by Nature Boy. It took him 4 or 5 years to figure it out. And then what does he do? Instead of quote unquote finding himself, he goes to another cult and calls another man master teacher because he feels he doesn't trust himself enough to learn what he needs to know. That's scary. And you have a whole generation X that a lot of them think like that. And that's why a lot of them are. Do you know back in the day, you could not have trafficked no girls because girls were scared. First of all, they were scared to talk to older dudes. And if a dude pulled up on a girl walking, she would be like, it wasn't no, but now the world is so different. All of the old things don't apply. So you have to say basic things to people like, I wouldn't say anything to Tron because there's nothing I could say to Tron. Tron is indoctrinated. He's set up in his brain. He's just wired to be indoctrinated and to follow somebody or some group.
All of them is. They all.
But that's why I'm saying like
all of them leaving one cult to another cult.
That's why I said everybody can't be saved, y'all. We got to know the ones that we got to cut off. Just like when you get to a certain point in your life, you know that it's certain friends that you love, but you know that I can't hang with this friend every day because this friend is into the type of activity that people is shooting at him. I know this. I love the dude, but I told him I can't, dog. But we riding around and kicking it and even going out together. We can't do that no more. You in some serious funk. I go to work every day, bro. I'm not into that. But that's but that's what everybody can't go. And we have to learn that some of these people, they are unwilling. They're unwilling to deal with reality, to deal with life. So they make up all these, I hear them talk about alternative dimensions. And if any of that was true,
then go.
Why don't you go to a dimension that's better? Because this one's kicking your ass.
Exactly.
And you can't figure this one out.
If you want to go to, I'm gonna show y'all his page, and I'm gonna show y'all they want to. I don't want to buy no damn Anunnakis. There's no proof there are real. Come on, if you want to go with the space, you want to go with the aliens. If you have connections with them, then go. Why are you teaching us about something that you cannot physically go? You can't physically talk to them. You can't physically go. But I'm going to take time out of my life. That's why I don't understand what the teachings. You're really smart that you're really, really wasting your life. And that's what they don't really you only got one little life. You don't put so much information in there. Now, along the way, if you live in your life, and you know these things, that's different. But to dedicate yourself Yeah, well, we're gonna take her phone. We got somebody take take my Jerry phone. The cult must have we taking her phone. Yeah, but you really wasting precious time of your life worrying about some damn aliens, and we need this lesson. You need
Right.
that lesson. You need. I'm like, nah, you need to live.
You know the only
You
thing
need
that
to live.
you know the only bright spot, if you call it that I see in these people, all of these cult members. I'm not gonna never call any of them ex-cult members. They're all cult members. The one bright spot, if it is one, is that at least they weren't around gangs where they would be out unearthing people, because people like them, you can right, but I'm just saying you can convince them to do anything. So it's just like people that, you know,
they worse than the gang though.
Right, but my point
Only
is,
thing is innocent people may not get popped off, but that's
other
about it.
but
They
other
still
stuff happens
robbing,
too. So
stealing,
you right,
scamming.
you right. I was trying to find a bright spot. Yeah, you can't find one. That's crazy. But
at
again,
least in the game, you gotta keep saying you better be there at such and such time. I'm gonna be there.
It's just like this.
Them, they are ready. Ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like if something really happened, like if there was some type of war or some type of, you know, purge within the country or whatever, like I'm not coming to get Tron. I'm taking Gary Hawkins with me. I'm taking Marquise Dillinger with me. That's what I'm gonna say. Come on, y'all, let's go. We getting ready to do this. What y'all got? What we finna do? Well, I'm gonna say, bro, he not coming with us. He's not coming because he's only gonna hurt us, bro. He's not coming with us. I'm just being 100. I'm gonna keep it a brick with you, because everybody can't go, and we realize, like, we gotta cut R. Kelly out. We gotta let him go. We gotta let Dr. York go. We gotta let Pharaoh go. It's certain people we gotta let go. Certain people we gotta let go. We gotta let Ben Carson go. It's certain people we gotta let Candace Owens go. It's certain people we can't, just because we black, that doesn't mean that we have the same objective. Just because we're both male doesn't mean we have the same objective. I'm for people who have the same objective as me. That's it. I don't care about all the side details. I could care less about their sex life. I could care less about what they're getting ready to do to heal and change their life. I could care less. But when you get on TV, you can tell how old I am. When you get on the internet and you go live and you spew the same cold bullshit from which you came, I'm going to be on your ass. I'm going to be shooting darts at you every time. Every time.
And then what make it so bad, if you believe in that Bible, right? God didn't even want you to follow his son.
Thank you.
God didn't even want you to follow his son. His son came here. You know what? I'm going to tell you, you need to follow these laws. And not to mind you, he's saying this. Now, if you look at the law, statutes, and commandments, all it does is make your life better, right?
Right.
But God even said, you know what? I'm taking them back home. Now, I done told you what to do. I gave you a book. Now do what's in the book. So if the book is there and he took his son home, that's telling you right there you're not supposed to follow nobody.
Exactly. And it's not an accident that he put Jesus in the form of a man, but still told you do not follow a man. And maybe that's going over people's heads, sure. Some people, I don't try to talk to everybody no more because my conversation is not for everybody. I had to understand that. And I learned that through kids. That's the hardest way to learn that lesson, because as much as I love kids, I would lay everything down for a kid. But what I had to learn is that I can't save all of them. And if I put my energy into the wrong one that I can't save, that's to the detriment of another kid that I could have saved.
Yeah, exactly. But
anyway, I'm on mute.
But I'm like, if you always talking about God and Jesus, God, I'm like, y'all not following nothing in the book. I'm like, y'all going against everything in of the same book that you're reading. See, that's what took me out the church. Because because everything that's in the book, you're doing opposite. He says,
you're not doing it. So how?
Exactly. Follow no man. He told you, man, heart ain't worth 2 cents.
Thank you. I don't care if he preacher, pastor, bishop, Messiah, whoever. No man. No man.
And then you got all these wannabe prophets. I'm like, once he took his son home, he gave you the manual. Read the manual. He didn't say fire. He took his like, no. Your time is up. Here's the manual. You told him you added some more to the manual. This is the manual. But then now you come with all this extra stuff, and this is what keep us in bondage. Because we don't understand. He didn't want you to even follow his son. He took him home so you can live your life.
Free of anybody else's rule. That's what.
Go on.
We don't understand.
They don't get. I mean, how do you not equate that? But you believe. You believe so much that you didn't believe what God just did right there.
How do you believe that you're a God, but you have to be subservient to an earthly man that you know is full of sin and demonic behavior? He said it himself. How could you believe those two things simultaneously? That's not God. Nothing that Nature Boy represented was God. So how could you think of him as your Messiah, but then also believe that you are God? Because if you were God, you would not be subservient to the devil, something demonic.
And then what kills me, people got the book again. I don't have the verse. I will get the verse for you. Oh, God don't hate the person. He hates the sin. But the Bible specifically tells you he hates the man that sins. Because it's the man that's doing the sinning. So how do you keep letting people, keep doing demonic stuff and evil stuff, and then, oh, it's not him, it's the sin? Get that. That's nowhere near in the Bible. That's not in the Bible. God, he said, if you sin, this is what's going to happen. He didn't say, oh, well, do whatever you want to do because I'm separating you from your sin. That's not in nobody's Bible. Show me. That's not in you whatever you do, you're going to get the consequences. You are definitely going to get the consequences. Don't be like, oh, okay, you see the pastor do something and think whatever he do is okay. No, it's not. And they want to come up with excuses for people that they put in these higher states, or people who got money. You want to come up with every excuse for their bad deeds. No, just like he was talking about Chief Keef, whatever. Am I getting the name right? Who the one passed away who took out the 7 people? I don't want to put names.
King Von.
King Von.
Mm-hmm.
He also said it's a time for love and it's a time for hate. There's plenty of things where God is hating up in that Bible.
Thank you. If he don't hate, well, how does it say God hates sin? Huh? I'm back on mute.
But I'm just saying that I only brought that up to say, if you believe in the book, then you should really not be following no man. So if you got but see, these people, they go to show you these people don't believe.
They don't believe nothing.
God. Then they want to teach you these sciences that, and as you get older, ain't gonna mean nothing.
They will believe.
You're gonna forget half of it. Like I keep telling people,
you'll forget.
When you be around old people, you're gonna realize what really matters. Nothing.
Right.
It's human connection, somebody who's going to be there for you when you get old, go to the store for you, come and talk to you, you know, pick up
Right.
things.
If you blessed,
Right,
if you blessed enough to live to be 75, by that time you will have forgotten almost half of what you ever learned in your entire life up to that point. Dig that for a minute.
And if you did not do right by people, I don't care how much knowledge you know, karma's still coming.
She got everybody's
Karma
address and she does
Karma
visit.
is now look at Dr. York. Look at his ass stuck up in there. How do you hear, just like when Polite did that bullshit? How do you hear all the confessions of the people that he hurt? And every time you turn around, every time a black man do something, it's always you trying to bring the black man down. I'm so sick of hearing that.
That's the go-to card. That's the fucking go-to. I mean, excuse me, YouTube. Anytime that they want to hold, that anybody holds one of their idols accountable, we're not smeared. We're talking about this, what the police said. So we're not smearing you. The police came out with a whole report that said explicitly what you did, sir. So don't try to tell us we're trying to take you down. We're talking about the evidence that they have against you. And I know they got evidence because they had you locked up and made you
exactly. And then, oh, he innocent. Okay, now you gotta prove he innocent, and you cannot. So shut up.
And hold on. But not to mention, what did they just do when they said he's innocent? They never thought once about the child. Now, what if you had gotten sexually violated as a child, and the first person you told everybody loved that person, and they said he innocent, she lying? Think about that for a minute. Marinate on that for a minute. Stop. I don't care. Listen, if other people can play with, I'm not playing with nobody no more. I'm not playing with nobody. Period. Every time one of your idols, especially a black man, is being held accountable for some shit that he did or said, oh, you're trying to take the black man down. Some of these niggas need to be taken down. I said it. If that's the narrative you're gonna go with and try to spin, some of these clowns need to be taken down. Right? Like they was talking about, Suge said earlier about old boy being a plant. You don't believe that, right? But then we just found out 4 years ago that the good Rev Mal Sharpton has been a federal informant for the FBI for the last quarter century. What? It ain't no plans. How you think him and Jesse the only ones that survived the civil rights movement? Everybody else got their top blown off.
And then
all of them, or got in prison forever. Them two plants.
Realize the plants are put there so to keep us from,
to pacify us.
Right, exactly. So anytime we said, do we got a blackout? Hold up now. What happened to the lights?
Oh, you know New York infamous for them blackouts. Boy, I remember that last one at like 82 was so fun.
Nah, the one in the 70s, man. Oh,
see, I don't remember that because I was a shorty.
Wasn't for that. People don't understand. I'm not going to get all into that. Wasn't for that blackout, we would not have hip hop. Okay.
Exactly. Period. We gotta say that, yeah, because we're gonna go way off track.
But I would say,
yeah, but
I forgot what I was saying. But the plants, because they know for a fact, anytime you see all these people, and we be like, first of all, nobody researched these people. They're all Freemasons. Damn you.
We go the dog and the cat again.
You know that's the cat. And I put some curse words there. Just that bad.
Yes, ma'am, Maderi. Your parents were 100% correct. They are the only two that survived the civil rights movement. Look how violently the other ones were taken out, and the other ones were given.
And they all were standing right next to him.
Standing right next to him.
But they all are Freemasons. People got to remember that. You understand? And then people got to ask themselves when they join these things, right? Now, why we got to hear, oh no, it's positive. It's about building a community. I don't have to be in the sorority, whatever you call it. I don't have to be in none of that. You should just do that.
Do that on your own.
Why I got to go through a bunch of rituals, and a bunch of being humiliated and all of this just so I can help the community? I gotta go through a whole thing.
Yep, group
help
thing.
The community, right?
Group thing.
Right. So just so I could go skew and have some letters, right? But that's because that's why a lot of things they do is the secret. People can do what they want to do, but don't be like no, because you want to be in there where they could do wherever or whomever, wherever you at, whatever your particular hand signals is, that your people will know who you are, So that's why they always, you can always tell. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of times we may not know which hand signal that they're using, because different masonries and they all use different ones, but they always put their hand in a certain way, because just in case one of my brotherhood or sisterhood is in there, they'll catch on.
And let's not forget, Tron was there for Mama Dia's demise.
Yeah, I said that. Why? That's why
you ain't talking about that.
Oh no, they're not gonna talk about none of that.
You ain't talking about that.
They're not. All of their hands are so dirty. That's the purpose why they cannot.
That's why they can't put that one hand on the Bible and raise the other one, because their hands dirty and bloody as a moon.
And they can't detach from one another.
They can't. They can't separate. That's one thing that Nature Boy ensured. He always made sure he said to them, "There's no separation. We're all one," because he tied them in blood rituals and sexual acts and mind manipulation and control. He bonded all of them together for life. All of them. That's part of the Satanistic rituals of a demonic cult leader, a sexually ritualized cult leader. That is one of the main staples and indoctrinations that they use. They bond everybody together by death, sex, lies, secrecy, humiliation.
Oh.
Okay, my bad. Let me be quiet. I'm back on mute so we can get in the rest of this video.
Not the dog this time. Shucks. He did what the cat knocked down. Now the dog coming to get it. The next thing you know, it's gonna be under my pillow or something. I be in my best sleep. Like, what the damn dog gonna put in my he gonna put and he know he ain't got no business.
I'm gonna ask.
Jump on my bed.
I ask him one question. How come the knowledge can't keep you out of jail? How come the knowledge can't stop you from dying?
Why the knowledge ain't help us people? We're in 2022.
Why had
knowledge been regurgitated since I don't know when? Why? Yeah. So this knowledge is not bringing no economic dependency, because y'all know even y'all. You got to be a Freemason too.
But they all homeless. So that goes to show you that their so-called knowledge doesn't work. They can't even sustain themselves. They are in the exact same position as they were when they came there, with nothing, or they sold or gave him everything and came there because they didn't really have anything, and they still have nothing. How is your knowledge applicable to your life? And if your life is a living example of what you gain from the knowledge, then it speaks for itself. We don't have to have no more conversation about it. It speaks for itself.
Yeah. And then it's only about power, and then they talk about we're Europeanized. No, But they're not really Europeanized because they're following after the Egyptians, and you know how the Bible, how God felt about the Egyptians.
Yeah.
That's why look at all the plagues and stuff he sent their way, because he knew they was practicing nothing but that witchcraft and stuff. Then they
He
came on
enslaved them.
over there. Then they
He
came
enslaved
over
them
there.
also, set them free, and then enslaved them again. Right? I'm just saying.
I think that was the Israelites. They did that too. He just took them out. But
Well,
the next thing you know, they changed color. You know what I'm saying? Now all of
yeah.
a sudden, you notice at any particular time, we started out one color. Because now we're gonna have to speak in puzzles now. But every time we started out as one color, then after something happened, the color of the people changed.
Hey, can I say just a little bit off the subject? But I'm sitting here because I want to hear the rest of this video. But why is Tron wide nose ass sitting up there looking like Al Green?
No, he don't. No, he don't. Nah, ain't no love and happiness there. You better get off that. Let me see. Hold on.
Love and happiness.
Ain't no love and happiness there, damn it.
Make you want to do right.
No, make them want to do wrong. But they do wrong. But they do nothing but wrong.
All right, let's get back in the rest of this video, Shug. I want to hear this fool.
Dude came out his mouth and said, if we just burn our passports and don't say anything. And I get what he was trying to, but I was like, no, that's not at all gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So, we got imported, you know what I'm saying? Basically, with the car got impounded, we got impounded, you know what I'm saying? They took us in the vehicle. They said, oh, you guys don't have stamps either? Car's not ready. Oh, both of y'all coming with us. We're taking y'all to immigration. We're gonna take the car to the impound. Y'all gonna have to get that with paperwork. They did this, they booked this in. You feel what I'm saying?
How many of y'all?
It wasn't everyone. Some people did have their stamps. It was me, Nature Boy, like 3 or 4 women, and then another 2 or 3 of my brothers. You know what I'm saying? That we, you know what I'm saying? We got locked up. So we were in there for about a month, maybe less than that. You know what I'm saying? We're in the transitional stage because with the legalese of the foreign countries, it takes a little bit for things to transition. So, you good? Okay. So it takes a little bit of things to transition. So we were dealing with immigration laws. You know what I'm saying? Immigration laws say that if you're an American citizen and you don't get your passport stamps every 6 months, then what happens is they have to, send you back to your farm, much like a cattle, you know what I'm saying, that has a thing on his ear. You can't, rights of passage to travel is not free. You know what I'm saying? For those, so that's what happened. So we got locked up, man. And I'll tell you this too, when we were in immigration, this is where I'll tell y'all if y'all are traveling, make sure y'all do stamp that passport if you're not sovereign and you don't have legal jurisdiction, because they will impound you and they'll put you and they'll keep you in there. There was a dude that was American that was in there for 6 months. There's people from Africa that were in there for like 2 to 3+ years, just got locked up at the border, man. Africans, man. You know what I'm saying?
Get out.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Stuck.
Yeah, that's crazy. So what's your all right, there was a situation where the sister had transitioned amongst the group.
Yep. Mama Dia.
What was the surrounding circumstances with that? Where it took place, and what was the end result? Like, what happened with that?
Yeah, with the Mama Dia situation, she was and rest in power to her. She's great. She's amazing. Mama Dia was awesome. You know what I'm saying? She knew a lot of information. She was a woman that was older, that was really looking for some type of healing. You know what I'm saying? Had a rough past in her life, not putting her business out there to the public. Y'all can, you want to find that, go find that. Beautiful woman, you know what I'm saying? Older, mother, grandmother figure, you know what I'm saying? Loved her, man. She's so awesome. And she was, she was attracted to the information and knowledge. When she came through with a whole suitcase. I'll never forget, man. She always represents royalty to me. You know what I'm saying? She's like that grandmother that was like the queen at one point, but then she like retired from being the queen and she's still royal. So when she pulled up, she had a suitcase of all of her, all her possessions. She had trinkets, she had jewelry, she had all kinds of, like, you could tell she was really into the luxury aspect of life. She was really just really royal, man. She just had a good spirit about her. You know what I'm saying? She's been through a lot, and to make it this far and to be in an environment around people that she see as people that were good friends of her.
Now Wi-Fi fucking up again.
That's what was
Hold
going
on.
on as far as that part was concerned.
You had broke up a lot. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now, but you had broke up some. He's talking about Mama. But what happened with her? How did she transition?
She transitioned because she had heart contentions problems, things that weren't, at least to me, was not. I wasn't opened up to any of that information. The people that came to the tribe normally, if they didn't message one of us, they would message the Nature Boy dude, and he would, profile him, see what's going on, what do you say, what you got to bring to the table, how are we gonna build this, that, and the third, because you don't just want to let anyone up in your reality, right? So he was trying to do his best with the screening, I guess, right? And somehow that information either slipped his mind or she told him, and he had whatever it was, man. We were teaching at that point in time, you don't need medicine because
slipped up. You were teaching you don't need medicine.
Now you know. Get out my freaking head, bro. Get out of my freaking head. You talking, I stopped the video at the same time.
I'm gonna shut up and let you talk.
Slipped his mind.
I'm gonna shut up and let you talk.
No, I'm gonna shut up and let you talk. But I just wanted to say it slipped man.
That's exactly. I heard this say it slipped his mind. He said it slipped his mind. This what he said. Listen, it slipped his mind, or at that time we were teaching you don't need medicine. He said two things in the same sense that he didn't mean to say neither one of those things. He got caught right on the spot, and he didn't have a formulated, scripted answer like they usually did at Carbonation. That's why he didn't let them talk a lot. He didn't want them freestyling because he didn't want them saying nothing that he didn't have control of. Because he just said two things that people might not have caught. And you stopped that video exactly when I had that thought. Did this boy just say a slip Nature Boy mind? Because he did say he was doing screening. Because he wasn't just letting anybody over there. So you knew she was taking heart medication, and you knew she had a long-standing heart condition. And then he said, or that at that time we were teaching you don't need medicine. Rewind just that about.
Oh, you damn right. I'm going to rewind that part.
Man, 10 seconds, but y'all peep game.
You damn. Oh, everybody's saying rewind that.
Hey,
okay, coffee, baby.
Coffee, you know we don't let shit slide by over here. We too petty for that. We don't play like that.
At the same time, bro. Oh, I can't stand you. Yep. I can't stand you.
10 seconds.
I can't stand y'all.
Don't go too far, Suge. All we need is about 10 seconds back, and I'm on mute.
I don't even know what. Listen, I be trying not to go too far back, but first he went to. She had a bag. Well, hold on. I'm gonna rewind it. She had a bag. Basically, then she had the medicine. Then he should have had let him just talk though, but he said he wanted to get straight to it. Like, how did you pass?
He caught him though because he was trying to deflect. And dude brought him right back in. He said that's when his Wi-Fi got. He said, "Nah, we was talking about Mama. What Mama did. What really happened?" That's when he said, "Well, I don't know if it slipped his mind or." Well, at that time we were teaching that we don't need medicine. See, he said two things in the same sentence. Peep game, chat. Peep game. We be catching.
Those guys be. I'm telling y'all, me and Cat ain't playing.
We're not putting words in people's mouths.
Get it.
We're not putting words in people's mouths.
Old ass gonna get it too. His ass. So no. We not just gonna be stuck on. No, all of them gonna get it. Every last one gonna get it. We're gonna pick them one by one. Oh my God, we did we did that at the same exact
time.
I can't stand Joe. You and Nicole, I can't stand y'all. All right, a little bit, and then as I see, I'm gonna go on mute.
Peep the attempted dodge And then peep what he said, chat.
There was a situation where elder sister had transitioned amongst the group.
Yep. Mama Dia.
What was the surrounding circumstances with that? Where it took place, and what was the end result? Like, what happened with that?
Yeah, with the Mama Dia situation, she was and you know, rest in power to her. She's great. She's amazing. Mama Dia was awesome. You know what I'm saying? She knew a lot of information. She was a woman that was older, that was really looking for some type of healing. You know what I'm saying? Had a rough past in her life, not putting her business out there to the public. Y'all can, you know, if you want to find that, go find that. Beautiful woman, you know what I'm saying? Older, mother, grandmother figure, you know what I'm saying? Loved her, man. She's so awesome. And she was, you know, she was attracted to the information and knowledge. She through with a whole suitcase. I'll never forget, man. She always represents royalty to me. You know what I'm saying? She's like that grandmother that was like the queen at one point, but then she like retired from being the queen and she's still royal. So when she pulled up, she had a suitcase of all of her, you know, all her possessions. She had trinkets, she had jewelry, she had all kinds of, you could tell she was really into the luxury aspect of life. She was really just really royal, man. She just had a good spirit about her. You know what I'm saying? She been through a lot. And to, you know, make it this far and to be in an environment around people that she, you know, see as people that, you know, were good friends of her. That's what was going on as far as that part was concerned.
You had broke up a lot. Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now, but you had broke up some. He's talking about Mama. But what happened with her? How did she transition?
She transitioned because she had heart contentions problems, things that weren't, at least to me, was not, I wasn't opened up to any of that information. The people that came to the tribe, normally, if they didn't message one of us, they would message the Nature Boy dude, and he would, you know what I'm saying, profile him, see what's going on, what do you know, so what you got to bring to the table, how are we going to build, this, that, and the third, because you don't just want to let anyone up in your reality, right? So he was trying to do his best with the screening, I guess, right? And somehow that information either slipped his mind or she told him, and he had whatever it was, man. We were teaching at that point in time, you don't need medicine because your mind, you know what I'm saying, is what heals you. So we're out here, you know what I'm saying? And I say we because I was out there propagating that, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just letting y'all know, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't in necessarily the best.
You wasn't controlling it, but okay, so
yeah.
Did y'all get any charges? Did anybody get charged with something or something like that?
No. I mean, it was a complete natural thing that happened with it, because what happened was one night she was in her tent. We were all cool. Everything's good. Now there was a lot of stress in the environment where we were sitting up until 3 o'clock having meetings, niggas, you know what I'm saying, doing, you know, push-ups. This is where we were getting more into our like military aspect, where we were disciplining and trying to bring the strength up with more of the men there, because some of the men that came, you know, after a period of time were kind of like a little bit more, you know, feminine or softer. I'm not in no disrespect, yo. Femininity is power, yo. But
how was it? We'll get to that. Go ahead, continue. Sorry.
So, you know, so what we trying to do is we trying to build, you know what I'm saying, warriors, people that, you know what I'm saying, are going to be on alert, you know what I'm saying, wherever we go. Just like if you're in a gang, you know what I'm saying, if you want a gang, you got to watch your six, you know what I'm saying, you got to make sure you all alert, because you never know where someone, you know, you caught lacking, someone could come up and just, you know. So we making sure that we have that military mindset and just keeping ourselves up, you know, getting a routine together, much kind of like with the military, which I see how the way that the Nature Boy was trying to lead it, because I see how he was leading. I'm looking at it from a standpoint, whereas if I'm in that position and I have people under me, how am I trying to navigate? So I could see how he was using certain tactics and blueprints of other people's like military tactics, as far as being able to, you know what I'm saying, you got to do push-ups, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, just keep your stuff up, you know what I'm saying, tidiness, cleanliness. There was a lot of things that were blueprinted based off of what he had in his mind that he, you know, put out there, which were some good things. Not all things were negative. I'm not here to make everything that brother did as seem as if it was like, you know what I'm saying, what it was. But the reality is that he was trying to do that. So that's really what we went through. So yes, for her, it was just really stress. I think it was a lot of stress what she was dealing with. And then the fact that her heart was so dependent. She was taking the medications for like 20 plus years. So if you've been taking medications, I don't care who you are, but if it's dealing with the heart, you've been taking medications for 20 plus years, you stop medication cold turkey. Exactly, and that's where it was a lot of irresponsibility when it comes to this character and not being able to navigate a group of people and knowing, you know what I'm saying, which people maybe to take. And he was just learning. But I mean, that's what I picked up. I learned
he was just learning. Did you hear that bullshit?
I heard him trying to distance himself from the crime. He knows it was a crime. Then he starts saying, well, I don't know. And yeah, I wasn't privy to all the inside information, but she told him you knew enough that she had a heart condition and that she had been taking her medication for 20 plus years. Unless you're claiming to be God himself, there would be no reason. I don't give a damn what you teaching, why you would convince this lady to not take her medic. And that's what dude got him to say. He was trying to formulate his answer as he was talking. That's why he kept stumbling, rambling, because he was trying to distance himself from that crime. And the first thing dude said was it any charges? Did anybody get charged?
Right, but the thing is, let's say it the correct way. He didn't get her to stop taking her medicine. He took
her medication from her.
So, because see, if you say, because that's what I think Dummy had said before. What's his name? Vic, right? Oh, she's responsible because she has a choice. She has a choice if she got the pills in her hand. And
he took them from her.
But if somebody takes them from you and say you don't need it no more and throw your shit away.
Because he was saying he was a healer.
Right. So it's not like it's not like she believed him and stopped taking it. They were taking from her.
And that was stated as well that he took them from her. She didn't voluntarily stop taking because check this out.
Correct way, because people keep. I don't want like that was a big argument. I don't know if you was here that day or not. Well, it was her. It was because no, that's not what happened. It wasn't a choice thing.
This is how you know. This is how you know it wasn't a choice. If you know your mother's on heart medication, you're going to do everything to make sure that not only she has her heart medication, but that she doesn't run out. Stop saying, you see how he tried to, oh, she was sweet. She was wonderful. I loved her mother. He's trying. That's all part of his plea to try to distance himself. Mm-hmm. If you felt like that, you would make sure your mother had her medication and then some. It would be no dispute about, even if she said, I'm not going to take them, you know what a responsible person would say? Because I love you like a mother, Mama dear, you cannot be here if you don't take your medication, because that would be detrimental to your health. And I would not want that on my conscience because I would feel responsible for that. You have to leave if you do not take your medication.
They're going to say, well, he didn't know then. He didn't know then.
That's how you know she didn't do it voluntarily. Because if she was taking it for 20 years, why would she just all of a sudden stop when she went to carbonation? You got to think about this. Once he got her there, he just like he got all of them there. Her daughter had her pots and pans shipped to her because Mama Dia loved to cook. He took them from her.
Hold on. You got to remember, Coffee, she couldn't go home because he got them way high on a mountain in exotic places where it's not easy to leave. And he has all of their phones.
Yeah, that's what he did.
They don't have no money. How you gotta remember?
He had their passports.
They just can't just walk out and leave.
He took their passports, their IDs. Mm-hmm. He had the codes to all of their phones. He had access to their phones. He monitored who they talked to. He stopped her from talking to her daughter.
And even the friend was like.
And her friend, her good girlfriend, she had been friends with for 40 years.
I knew her all these years. This is not her. She does not talk like this.
See, he gets them in a position where it's not like you go over somebody's house and then they start tripping and you like, listen, I'm out. Even if I ain't got no car, I'll call an Uber or I can go down the street and catch the bus. They're in a foreign country. She's a citizen of another country. So she's in a foreign country. And he has her identification. She's there by herself. She's an elderly woman. She's seeing him being physically aggressive with the other women and the men. And so all of this plays into her psyche. We're talking about a 60-something-year-old woman. So you have to understand a lot of that probably played into her psyche.
And that's why they took her. You know, I'm gonna have to speak in riddles again. That's why they took her, because they needed that. You know what they needed? So that was the purpose of letting her come in. They needed her.
And you notice what he said.
They needed to send her to, and they needed her to meet her maker, if you understand what I mean.
Hold on, right.
That's why they said, come on in, knowing that she was really sick.
Why did Nature
and stuff? They knew that, okay, we got one.
Why did Nature Boy have her death certificate and not her family? Still to this day, Nature Boy has her Mama Dia's death certificate. Now, the only reason he would hold her death certificate is if he had an insurance policy that he was collecting on, and he was the beneficiary of that life insurance policy on Mama Dia. Now, you can think that might be speculation, but I have very good reason to believe that is exactly what happened. They were short on money, because you just heard Tron say that was the point where Nature Boy was starving them. He was feeding them beans and rice once a day. And then he realized he was so scary being in that country. He said the men were so weak, they had to start training, and he had to start feeding them more so that they could protect them, because he was so scary. So he was desperate at that time. That's when he started all the monkey business, doing all this crazy shit online, because he realized that was bringing him money in. That was bringing him donations. He would beat one of the girls, and then everybody would feel sorry for the women and start sending the women money. You're not sending the women money. They're over there in carbonation with them. You're sending that to Nature Boy.
The same way when True was live, right? Now, remember when he was live, I was live, so I was typing stuff in the question. When I kept asking him, well, did she have a C-section or what? They didn't answer that question, because they knew that was a money grab. But we got a man. That man specifically said, and I played it before, he hit that woman. Then we got Velvet, who says that out of her own mouth, she went up to her and said she don't feel good. And they all were scared to tell Nature Boy, you wasn't scared to say, I want to be monogamous. You wasn't scared to say, this person is disrespecting me. You wasn't scared to pop off for what you wanted to pop off for.
Right.
Everybody said, oh, she fight back. She do this. She do that. How she used to go, congratulations. But where was that same energy when you see somebody sick right in front of your face?
And then if you believed that he was a healer, first of all, why do y'all all still have STDs? And also, if someone passes away that he claimed he healed, wouldn't that indicate to you that he's a liar and he's full of shit? But despite that, all of y'all still stayed. So don't talk to me about. Don't talk to me about what you realize now. I don't care what you realize now. In the time that it counted,
you realized it then. Stop it.
Yeah.
Remember you said
realized it then. You just made a deal with yourself.
Remember you said you had knowledge already?
Mm-hmm. You already, again, like you said, they have this selective, they want to be on this moral high horse. That's the thing that irks my freaking nerves with them, is they want to talk about being pure love, and she's talking about all these people are jealous of Velvet. No, we're not. We want to know why you didn't, as feisty as you claim to be, as many times as you claim you popped off on Nature Boy, you didn't find it in you nowhere as a woman, as a daughter, to look at this woman and tell Nature Boy, listen, Nature Boy, I don't care what you talking about. This woman's sick. She need to go to the hospital right now. Now, one of y'all said that. It's nothing that you can tell me. It's nothing you can say to me. It's nothing you can say to me. I don't care what you talking about now. I don't care what you realize now. You haven't still realized the important parts that you need to realize, that You're not talking about the inhumane criminal things that this dude did. You talking about how he hurt your feelings and had bitches around you, and he know you didn't like that. That's what you stuck on, Velvet Gabriela Marquez. That's what you stuck on. You're not stuck on the fact that, oh my God, I didn't have enough courage as a human being, as a woman, to look at Nature Boy and tell him, take this woman to the hospital right now, or I'm calling the police. I'm calling an ambulance right now. Not one of y'all did that. Not one of y'all had that in y'all soul to do that. That says everything about who you are. You ain't learned nothing, because you ain't talking about that. You talking about how Nature Boy hurt your feelings, making you jealous, and you were supposed to be the queen, and yada, yada, fucking yada. Don't nobody want to hear none of that bullshit. None of that. I don't care what you talking about. You thought it was perfectly fine for him to have a bunch of women over there that you know abandoned their children. He was perfectly cool with that. And then you want to down talk them and talk about how low life that is. I would never leave my child. Well, you was okay being with a nigga who made them leave theirs.
A ninja.
And then don't stop playing. All that. See, that's why I did. These people, I'm not finna be nice to y'all. I'm not finna be nice to y'all at all. Because y'all not talking about nothing.
All of them are conspirators. It's not one that's there.
Not most. Every single one of them are co-conspirators, because they haven't told the whole truth and nothing but the truth. They tell you the parts they want you to know. Kite ain't tell you how he was having homicidal thoughts about baby Ellie. Let's talk about that. I don't care about you sitting in the airport talking about y'all at the airport with the baby and y'all $275 short on y'all plane ticket. Can somebody please help y'all? I don't want to hear that, boy.
Hey, M. Williams, welcome.
Talk about what made your irrational, mentally insane mind want to harm a baby. Tell us about that. That's what we want to know about. Tell us things that we didn't see on camera that you knew Nature Boy did. Tell us about.
I don't even believe that, because if he's the higher priest, if he's the higher God, I don't believe that.
Well, these people are crazy.
Some people, even while he was doing something, you couldn't even go pee. And now somebody told me they're gonna harm your baby.
Well,
and you did nothing.
They put it out there. I'm just saying what they said.
No, they did put. Listen,
that make them liars.
Out there. Yeah,
they're habitual liars. All of them. They talk out both sides of their mouth. They forget the lie they just told 5 minutes ago. Solar still does it. Velvet still does it. They can't help themselves. They talk so much.
This is a recent interview. This is not a far away interview. This is a recent interview, right? And if you notice, every time it's time to get to the good stuff, as usual, his Wi-Fi mess up, right?
Yeah, this dude is a
Wi-Fi mess up. Exactly. And then he's still throwing in what he didn't know then. If you still see in little subtle ways, he's still protecting Nature Boy.
He's doing it obviously. He don't realize how obvious he is. He first thing that he said, he wanted to talk about how sweet Mama Dear was, how he loved her. Then why haven't you came forward and said you don't? Even if he say, okay, well, I didn't. Who went to her body first? Who carried her? What was they talking about when they was taking her to the hospital? Who decided to strip her naked? Who talk about all that?
Before we get to any part of that, we need to know who took her bags. Who was it? FBI? You don't want FBI to go to jail, because before we get to none of that could take place without finding out who was the one who took her medicine.
That place was not that big. They were all in a confined area. They all know what happened.
We need to know who.
Doyle knows what happened. He won't speak.
They checked everybody's stuff. Who was the one who
took her medicine?
The boy gave orders to, because that's the one that's going to rot. That's the one who's going to rot. Whoever took her medicine.
That's why they won't say nothing.
Right.
But that's why.
No, we don't want to go to the app. All we want to know is who was the one who inspected her bag.
I hope Tabitha's watching. Shout out to Tabitha. I hope she's watching.
Who is the one that inspected her bag? Who is the one who went through? And then what make it even worse, we already know that her time was going to be ticking anyway, because even though she didn't take that medicine, she still would have needed refills.
Thank you. That's what's my
So
whole
maybe,
point.
maybe she brought her medicine with her, and then probably she was going to see if, because she wouldn't have bought her medicine. First of all, let's back all the way up. Let's back up. We're going too far ahead. Number one,
Okay.
she knew the rules and regulations before she went. This is how we know her medicine was taken. It wasn't her choice. Because if she knew he cured this and he cured that, she would never put her medicine with her.
Do you think?
Truly,
thank you. Do you think it's a coincidence that Nature Boy was quote unquote
so if
teaching?
she bought the medicine with her, that was for her to take. If he was already preaching that, so she knew that before she left. She bought her medicine to take it. She didn't bring her medicine for you guys to take it. If she truly believed that Nature Boy was a healer and a healer and all this other stuff, she would never bought the medicine with her.
She came for the tropical living. She did not come because she believed Nature Boy was a messiah or a healer, just like Sugar said, because she would not have bought her medication. But imagine when Tabitha asked these people these questions under oath. All the things we've just been asking. That's why I say I love the chat. What's up, Heidi? Did you hit that like when you came in? I know you did. Please and thank you if you did.
Oh no, but yeah, though. Who was last in the? Well, I believe Nature Boy, being that they said the guy said that he was hitting on her.
Somebody else.
Like
somebody else just asked.
I'll probably play that. But
somebody else in the chat asked, do we think that Nature Boy had a sexual relationship with her?
No, I've been said yes long time ago.
That's why I believe it too, Heidi. I believe it.
I think I know that.
Yeah.
I ain't seen nothing, but everybody goes through him, and you could tell by the way she had that smile on her face. You could tell when somebody gets something. She got something. Right?
Hey,
she got something, right?
I'm on mute. Let's get back to this video.
Exactly, James. When she went in that, and whatever happened to her, or like he said, it was a stressful environment. Stress and bad heart don't go together. So none of y'all kept saying, none of y'all knew it was a stressful environment, and y'all still let that take off.
That's why I love you, Suge, because you always make great points. Think about it. The first thing the doctor tells a heart patient, you cannot be around anything that stresses you out. Think about all the stress. Think about the things that she was seeing Nature Boy do to these women during that time. None of that was good for her mental health or her physical health. And you're right, Miss Raj. She was supposed to be the queen mother. They did not treat her as such. They did not treat her that way. She did not pass with no type of dignity, because they can't explain any reason in the world. There's no good explanation why they took her to the hospital and dropped her body off naked. Even if she was naked when they found her, they didn't have it in them to say, let's put something on her and wrap her up. Are you serious?
And they still got her stuff. Remember?
And then they wore clothes.
The other day, Kev, and
then they wore clothes, still wearing them.
Remember when they beat when they tore Malaya up, and remember I caught when they said they had on, she said, and it got Mama Dear scarf, something like that. They still got her stuff.
They still have her stuff to this day.
Bode.
Her jewelry, everything.
And when he said jewelry, hey, Bo, Nature Boy said it 1,000 times. All I have is my brain. Now, when they say jewelry, they're not talking about no damn costume jewelry, okay?
You heard him say she came with some exquisite things.
You know it's gold.
Tron said she came with some real, I think he said real fancy things. You could tell she came from something. When they showed the pictures of Mama Dear's family and her in a picture with her brothers, they were all in tuxedos, and she was in a white ball gown. You know, she wasn't no raggedy lost woman. She was just a woman at a point in her life. She was older in life, and she had a heart condition, and I think she knew that She wanted to live the remainder of her life in a way that she thought most conducive for her. She wanted to live
I think she thought it was like one of them retreat
she
things
thought it was like
where
a right,
you
a
can get like
paradise
a
retreat.
right,
That's
right.
exactly what they
And people
portrayed
were,
it to her.
like-minded,
They
and then
lied to
maybe
every
they could do like in her mind. I think she's thinking of like a meditation and
exactly.
like a spa, and then going deep.
Exactly.
I think
She
that's
was
what
coming
she
for a
thought
totally
of.
different reason. She
Right.
didn't need a Messiah. She didn't believe he was no healer. She wasn't trying to do all these other things that a lot of these other people came from. That's one true. She came because, again, I think this is just my opinion. She was an older lady. She wanted to live the remainder of her life in a way where she thought, because of the way that Nature Boy lied and painted the picture, she was going to go to a retreat. It was younger people that would kind of give her a little youth and vibe, and she could help them and she could teach them. She was going to be cooking, showing the young ladies how to cook, kind of train them in some ways. This is what Mama Dia is thinking in her mind. But when she gets there, immediately they take all of her personal possessions and take her medicine, and she's like, and then she indicated that to her friend. Her friend said that, her best friend said, so of course Mama Dia didn't agree with that if she was telling her friend, hey, I'm upset about the fact that they took my medication and they took my pots and pans. I don't know why he got so mad and yelled at me and screamed at me in front of everybody because my daughter said my pots and pans. I just wanted to cook. That's the type of dude that you're dealing with. This is the type of dude they trying to defend on the slick. And the reason he got to defend him is because he don't want to get caught up in this case. But he already is, because, again, we look at the questions that we asking. What about when Tabitha asked him, Velvet, Loyal, Rambo, all these people that were there when Mama Dia passed away? What happened? Who was there? Who's the last one with her? Who's the first one to discover her body? Was she dressed or under? All these questions that we had. Whose decision was it to drop her off nude? Why didn't you dress her? Did you guys get it on? They're gonna ask so many questions.
Yeah, but the first thing they're gonna want to know is who took them pills.
They're gonna all be under oath.
And where were they?
They all gonna be under oath too. Never forget that. See,
I don't know if that's gonna be brought up in court. We could just hope that it is, because it is an international thing.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it won't be brought up in court, but if it is, it might be just to talk about their character, but they cannot get charged for that.
Well, my hope is that by us exposing this information, that it sparks a case.
It's not, unless her daughter does it, and it will happen.
Well, it may. Her daughter may see it and be like, hey.
But it won't be done in America.
Right. I don't care where it's done. I want them to pay for what they did to Mama Dia. I don't care if it's in another country. They just extradited them people that killed, what is her name? Shanquella Robinson. Mm-hmm. They just extradited all of them back to Mexico.
Unearthed her.
I'm sorry, that unearthed her. Sent her right back to Mexico.
We gonna have to teach you.
It's just so hard trying to, I'm trying not to curse. I understand that, but you can't even say basic things. It's like, look how much they try to censor our speech, but we're allowed to see all this crazy F stuff that they doing that Nature Boy used to do. We could see that unlimited. We could see all the Bigo crap, but we can't even say certain things that are not even like. Anyway, I'm on mute. I'm gonna get my coffee and the rest of my thoughts out together.
Answer Sap one time and one time only. No, you didn't heard. Even if you did hear that she stopped taking her medicine, why would they keep bringing up her medicine if the medicine wasn't there? Why would everybody say, if her medicine wasn't there, that what they would have said was she didn't have no medicine? They specifically said that they took her medicine. Duh. Why would they keep talking about her medicine? They didn't say, oh, she should have brought her medicine with her. They didn't say that. Not one person said she should have bought it with her. Nobody said if she knew she needed it, she should have bought it. So obviously, if they're saying that she didn't take her medicine or she felt that she didn't need it no more, that means the medicine was there. Common sense would tell you, if it wasn't if she never bought it, they would have said she never bought it. I would have said that real quick to cover my ass. She came here without the medicine. Then that would be on Mama Dia. Wouldn't you would have said that with the quickness? She never bought it. So there is no video that state that she bought it. No, they're telling you themselves she bought it. They said it. If they saying she didn't take it, they didn't say she never bought it. You don't hear what all of them saying? Now that's the last time I'm gonna address that. Now, Kev, you got something else to say before we get back to this video? I guess. Oh, my co-host. First, I ain't getting in the middle of that one. I ain't getting in the middle of that one. Nicole, we're going to sip on some ginger ales. Damn that.
To other people's like military tactics as far as being able to,
And then, I don't even know why he trying to, what does the military tactics and stuff, what the hell all that got to do with the price of the tea and all that other stuff? But let's go.
Saying, you got to do push-ups, you know what I'm saying? And, just keep your stuff up, you know what I'm saying? Tidiness, cleanliness. There was a lot of things that were blueprinted based off of what he had in his mind that he, put out there, which were some good things. Not all things were negative, because I'm not here to make everything that brother
some
did
good things he put out there, but not all things was negative.
But the reality is that he was
they always got to equivocate.
We went through. So yes, for her, it was just really stress. I think it was a lot of stress what she was dealing with, and then the fact that her heart was so dependent. She was taking the medications for like 20 plus years. So if you've been taking medications, I don't care who you are, but if it's dealing with the heart and you've been taking medication for 20 plus years, you stop medication cold turkey. Exactly, and that's where it was a lot of irresponsibility when it comes to this character and not being able to navigate a group of people and knowing.
Did he call her a character? Cav, did you hear him call Mama D a character? Where you at, Cav? Did he call this lady she went from a queen and mama, then he called this character like she ain't worth nothing. But Cav will be right back. He done disrespected her and called this lady a character. God, the disrespect. He make you ish. Don't forget, bro, if you are not subscribed to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe. If y'all guys have not hit like, all my Bush babies, show some love. Show some love. And please hit that like. Let's see these likes go up. Can we get these likes to go up? Me and my co-host is giving y'all a hell of a show. We're giving y'all a hell of a show. Oh, thank you, baby. I appreciate that. And don't forget, if you guys haven't hit that like, hit that like. Let's get these likes up. We need like 3 likes. If 3 people in here have not hit the like, can 3 people in here hit the like for me, please? We just need 3 of y'all to hit the like. That's it. Just 3 people in the bushes. Come on out and hit that like. Cap, bring your butt back to the mic. Not to the dag.
Okay, I'm back. I just had to.
Did you hear him call a Mama Dia in that character? I'm gonna rewind that part. How disrespectful can you be?
What?
He done called Mama Dia a character.
Right.
Ain't that some shit? I mean, ain't that some ish?
Well,
me and Nicole got our ginger ale. I'm gonna rewind that little part. Oh my! Did you hear with that character? How can you explain? No, Ninja, you can't explain nothing. Explain what happened? Who took the medicine? Who took it? And then let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Let's just say she didn't bring her medicine. Nature Boy should have made her turn right back around. Like, I'm not
Thank
being
you. A
held
responsible
responsible for.
person would have said no. That would be directly risk. One hand, you say Nature Boy screened her. Then you said, "Oh, well, maybe he forgot." I don't know, but and plus at that time we were teaching that you don't need medicine. So again, I would love to hear these people answer these same questions that we're asking and that the chat is asking under oath. I don't care what country it's in. I don't care what circumstance brings it about, but Mama Dia needs some kind of justice, because if she died and nobody passed away and nobody is held responsible for that, that's a crime in itself.
And that's a shame you can't even say that word. Even if you look at people titles, they all got to put like unearthed or, I mean, it's crazy. Like, that's a simple
I'm sick of
word.
YouTube, man. I'm sick of y'all ass YouTube, for real.
Nature Boy and responsible person doesn't go together. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. It does not go together. But I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, you cannot say she took this medicine for 25 years. So either way, how you put it, he's responsible. He's responsible if he let her stay there, knowing that she needs this medication, because I'm quite sure they had that conversation. He knew all about her before he told her to come on over. So knowing him, he probably did say, yeah, bring your medication, but you ain't gonna need it though, because with this be sick diet, I'm gonna show you ain't gonna need it, because I'm God. I'm going to save you. But let's carry on. Let's carry on. He gonna cosplay your character. You know what? We ain't talking about no damn Dr. Sebi. But girl, bye. Let's go. Girl, bye. Dr. Sebi. Yeah.
No, we not. We not. I'm back on mute.
Yes, for her, it was just really stress. I think it was a lot of stress what she was dealing with, and then the fact that her heart was so dependent. She was taking the medications for like 20 plus years. So if medications, I don't care who, but if it's dealing with the heart, and you've been taking medication for 20 plus years, you stop medication cold turkey. Exactly, and that's where it was a lot of irresponsibility when it comes to this character, and not being able to navigate a group of people and knowing, you know what I'm saying, which people maybe to take. And he was just learning. But I mean, that's what I picked up. I learned through him a lot of things what not to do, and that's one of them. You know what I'm saying? If someone ever comes to your organization or even comes into your life saying they have heart problems, or if they say anything, they have any medication, anything like that, do extensive research. Don't just be out here be one of those spooky people that says, oh, you know what I'm saying, your mind can heal your body, and you don't need to. That's only one aspect of it.
Baby. Your mind, you can mind control everything, beloved. Yo, but you talk about, because boy, I chimed in on the feminine men situation because I seen a video with a bunch of niggas sitting there and massaging the nigga feet.
Oh gosh, that's wild,
yeah,
man.
He's sitting there. They take his boots off. It's like 7, 8 brothers on their knees in front of him while he's sitting down, and they take his boots off and they massaging his feet, and he's telling them, get right there behind the heel, get the ball of the feet. Was that a regular practice during the joint? Did he have a group of brothers that he would have like that, or
things changed?
Was that new with 3 guard? Was that a 3 guard situation?
That's 3 guard. A lot of things changed. Niggas getting slapped in the face, rubbing foots. That's new. Real. Sorry. That's real. No, it's real. That's
smacked in the face.
Yeah.
What's that about?
How?
I'm listening.
You know what I'm saying? They get
by who? Security or him?
Stop lying, Tron. It's not new. He was tearing up everybody. You seen nothing but violence over there. They may not have been rubbing his feet, but him hitting on people and had them hitting on people and jumping on none of it, because you was the strong arm, remember? Remember, you was the strong arm. Don't make it seem like all that violence happened since you was gone. No, no, no. How come? How come? Aha, aha, whatever you call yourself. But let's go. Let's go. Like, no. That wasn't, the violence was still there. It was still there. You done seen some stuff.
Yeah, man, for certain people, yeah, like certain people got, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this dude got these people to a point, at least some of the men got the men to a point to accept certain things. Now, some of them say that it was an act. Some of them say, and I say all this stuff as far as the new stuff that I wasn't there for, allegedly smacking. But there's no allegedly about getting smacked. We did see that on camera, so there's no allegedly about that.
He's
but
trying to
the
buffer
pretense
it.
behind why it happened.
Some said it was
said
acting.
that, it was just something for the people.
Who
You know,
said
they
it,
do
Tron?
skits to try to get people's attention. It's
Who said it,
I
Tron?
can't say yay or nay
Well,
because
smacking is and niggas massaging the feet. Because with like even Sinetta, no, fuck with Sinetta, he started playing himself. But even Sinetta was he was like, well, if you're gonna have people, why you ain't have some sisters massage your feet, bro? Why you
Real
even
stuff.
want a bunch of dudes massaging your feet? That's the question, you know. But then Three God responded like, you know, one of the problems, I gotta say, Three God, one of the problems with you mortals is that you concern yourself with sexuality and sex. You haven't overstayed. You have to go past that. Once you pass that, then you will reach the climax of reality, and you'll see. He says some shit like that, right? So
that dude be on that type of time. Just to let you know, hey, listen, that dude be on that type of time. You want to know what time that dude? He's on Three God time.
he on Three God time on a regular.
You feel me? That's what that dude on, man. Nah, it changed, man. It changed a lot of the
Hold on. So before you left, did you see him on some of that Three God time?
Okay, so yeah, I would say the Three God
where
time.
He was part of the Rainbow Coalition, where he was mixing spectrum energies and gatekeeper shit.
Right. Okay, so he did at one point say, because the thing about it is, once Young Pharaoh came out and scorched this dude, and I don't really mess with Young Pharaoh like that because he said something personally about me.
He's another person biting the master teacher out information.
Yeah,
but
man, me and Pharaoh, we're gonna have to have a real comment because this dude made a video about
Young Pharaoh Allah.
Young Pharaoh Allah. Let me get it right. You know what I'm saying?
That's his nickname, Young Pharaoh Allah.
So you know, so that dude, once he scorched Nature Boy and exposed whatever past history he got going on to the community, I think Nature Boy got well, he was definitely, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying this is what he was, you know, thinking, but I'm just observing and using my mind to be able to be like, oh, he got triggered. And clearly he got triggered by that. You know what I'm saying? He, you know, did back and forth with him. You know what I'm saying? Got in a battle with him, and I think that's what triggered a lot of that stuff, that Three God time, where he started to embrace the things that he went through in his past and tried to turn some knowledge into it, where he was talking about the dual spirits and he was talking about certain things. And that's where, you know what I'm saying, he stepped into that. You feel what I'm saying?
Can you fill us in? Like, what you mean by things that was done in his past? I don't understand.
Oh, well, I mean, for just things I heard he was a professional stripper. He was telling me, this is things he told me.
Or was he got into pornography? Was he in pornography?
I don't know about
snap. That's right. Niggas say he was in gay porn at one point.
Yes, so there's a whole thing that happened that Young Pharaoh was exposing about the doctor thing, where he got his prostate, you know, or he got his little, you know what I'm saying, dookie shooter, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's just what happened. I'm not here to, it's whatever floats your boat. I'm just saying that that's what he went through, and I think there was a lot of not being able to accept even that he went through that, where now he wants to prove to the people like, it's okay, right? So by any means necessary, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? How this dude's gonna try to make it seem.
What? Well, you know what? To the world, it is okay.
Yeah.
if you a fruit booty, ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? If that's your thing, that's your thing. You know, we love people to be who they are, but fly your flag, okay? That's what we say. Don't be fronting. Don't be in the closet. Don't act like that. We bear witness to the gatekeepers. We understand the science.
Right.
And even going into a lot of this, that taps into that sexual situation too with the sex force, because there's been, and it developed even in the Wapian journey, I've seen pockets, not the organization,
Right.
but pockets of people within the organization that get caught up in those little sex capades
Yeah.
that just totally contradict what the doctrine teaches. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it in both. I've seen it in, and it's happening in Georgia, happening in New York.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Not in the present people that's there, but it's been around. So
It's
you
been
got
around.
all people. You always got to have people that, and even all the religious people in authority, they start to just warp stuff out and become and pervert things, man. So yeah, I seen that, and so woo.
Yeah,
So
man.
3 guard, he was on his 3 guard. So 3 guard was like,
And when I say this, let me say this too. He wasn't, when he was there, he was just teaching about, because as we know, with the Massey, where he teaches about how, these beings with dual spirits come through to be able to settle disagreements that may be, there with the masculine and feminine just in their regular form. You know what I'm saying? As far as what's here on this earth, right? So, I mean, that's what he was teaching. That's at that point. That's why I was, always so propagating as well. But it turned out that this dude also, man, that's just like that's what he was doing. So he said too, he was saying that at one point in time in the beginning, he was saying how he when he went down that road and explored that road, he was saying how he thinks that the completion of God, as far as him being God, in that was having a man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? As like, how people be polygamous, he was saying, well, polygamy with man and woman. He was saying that at one point in time. I was like, that's not me. But I mean, if that's
so
what
you gonna be like, I'm gonna be incomplete, God. I'm gonna be incomplete. I mean, some people go through that because once you start to understand the significance of the sacred feminine, and men that look like, that's how I look a lot of some, not a lot, but some brothers that consider themselves homosexual, and even some that don't, like a lot of pimps are very feminine.
Yeah.
Because what happens is they overstand, they hacking the power of the sacred feminine and utilizing her power to manipulate everybody's reality.
True.
You see what I'm saying? So they become very feminine in their mannerisms and in their movements.
Right.
So a lot of dudes that start to study women and understand how powerful women are, they start to take on those. They want to be that. They like, oh, I need that power. And you know what I'm saying? But that's weird, bro. That's sheesh. That's crazy.
Man. That's what he went through. So so he just so that influenced the behavior of some of the people in the group as well. Just to like, open up to even say certain things. And this is where it sparks. This is where he starts to open up more about his past, and he starts to do revealing videos, I guess, of like his past and do stories. And then now he puts all his business out there. He's trying to get everyone else to put all his business out there, but he's also narrating it how he wants to be told. Because over time, we find out that some of the things and stories that he was telling the people, as far as his background, wasn't adding up completely. So there was levels to what he was really exposing to the people. And I'm not even saying you have to put your business out there. So I'm saying if you're going through whatever you're going through and you make it out of that situation, and now you know what I'm saying, you can overcome, be a better person or whatever like that,
So what happened with you? Because we didn't say it, but you were the one behind most of his videos and advertisements. And when he was pushing his agenda, you were doing a lot of the videography and editing and graphics and advertising and stuff. When did you go from I want you to speak on that, and then we're gonna rotate into what happened between y'all that dissolved the relationship.
All right. Well, just to put it out there too, I learned how to do Photoshop, Final Cut Pro, and the edits and stuff like that from a brother who actually came there. Well, there's two people that showed me. The first person that started to edit his videos in Costa Rica was a woman by the name of BP, is what we call her. You know what I'm saying? She actually did an interview with Channel 11. You might have seen it. She was the woman there, you know what I'm saying, that was talking, the bigger woman that was talking about her experience there. She from Atlanta. So yeah, so she's one of the women that did a download, but she was there when I was there. She was actually T.I.'s producer. So she had she already had some fame, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to, Atlanta and people knowing about her because she was, producing music for T.I., right? So she left that organization and whatever she was into with TI to come to be a part of the organization here. She taught me the basics about iMovie, which iMovie is like a lesser, you know what I'm saying, degree of what Final Cut Pro is, which is just a video app. So she was teaching me how to do that, as well as I was, into the music. She was like, yo, I have a great voice. You should do something with music. She was really inspiring me. Shouts out to BP, man. She's a pure inspiration. So I'm saying, I love her. You know what I'm saying? She's my sister. She's my family. You know what I'm saying? So shouts out to BP. But yeah, she was out there and she navigated me through understanding how to use iMovie. I would just watch her, you know what I'm saying, what she was doing. And she was just like, cause when she left, she left too. When she left everything, you know what I'm saying? So there was nobody doing videos, none of that. So I had to kind of pick up the slack when she left. I was like, dang, so I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I wanna, you know what I'm saying? This message gotta get out, you know what I'm saying? That's how I'm thinking about it. Cause I'm less concerned, like people be like, look at me and be like, all right, so why were you know what I'm saying? Somebody that would be under and start your own thing. First and foremost, at that point in time, I'm coming out of, Mukasu land, not understanding, a lot of things. Mind you, I don't have a problem with someone being the mouthpiece because someone, I'm saying, and I'm not even looking at trying to be the headpiece. I'm coming here for salvation. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to, I'm saying? I'm not worried about all that. You know what I'm saying? I want to be in nature. I'm trying to do all this. You know what I'm saying? I'm less concerned.
Yeah, you had a whole different agenda.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about being that kind of, you know what I'm saying? Being as far as like out there starting the thing. Mind you, if I had to do it, I will. But I'm just saying that if something was already in motion. So I'm just here, you know what I'm saying, working together and moving what's in motion because, this is for the people. It's not about that person, Nature Boy. It's not about me. It's about me. I'm not gonna lie. It's about me. You know what I'm saying? I do want to live in a good environment. Don't get it twisted. But the reality is that, we're doing it for the people as well to show the people that there's another way. Because a lot of people, like how I saw it in the community, is we got all these people out here speaking, teaching, this, that, and the third, but there ain't no movement. No one's moving. That's one of the reasons why I got sparked, because I'm over here like, ain't nobody moving. Like, okay,
like at least you're trying to do something.
At least that's all I was, bro. That's all it was. I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, at least.
So all of this is post. All this is post the kid. This is after the kidnapping of the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Z. York. So because I want to note that because after the master teacher was kidnapped, there's really have been no building, any place in the conscious community. Omar Johnson was that idea is probably like one of the ideas of.
I had to step away. Anything you want to say on whatever they was talking about, bro?
No, he's just talking. You can let it rock.
I wonder what them truck drivers will buy Tron some pussy. I can't stand her. They all say they left carbon, but none want to tell the facts on Mama Dia, Baby Love, and the other. Hey, boss lady! All joined, but never on campus. So they are still, yeah, of course they still supporting it because they have to. Hey, love you too. Welcome. Sweetness Tron works outside the truck stop. Somebody take her phone. That white cup done got to her. The white cup done got to her. Someone please take her phone. Please take her phone. Please take Nick phone.
Nick said it looked like Tron is doing a live from inside the truck. You know where the truckers take showers at the quick trip for the truckers. Yeah, that's where he posted up at.
Yeah, because he just was. Because remember, he just was sitting in the car.
Is that right? Exactly. They ain't even got no stable place to sit down nowhere.
Have mercy. Okay.
Autonomy that came out in the last 20 years, and that is where it's at. So
independent.
Yeah, I mean, because even when I ain't gonna lie, when I came, when I came home, first thing I said was when we went out to Harlem, see Sinetta, and I was like, yo, y'all supposed to own Mart 125. Mart 125 is across the street from Apollo Theater in Harlem, and Sinetta and them usually set up right there on that street.
Yep.
Right.
So I'm like,
see how we circled that?
I had the 10-year run for Light, Suit and Seti, You know what I'm saying? The twins, the
Boom.
red and blue pill.
Yeah, red.
You know what I'm saying? Like we had so many brothers coming through this platform. The Hebrew Israelites, the Gods and Earths, the Wifi. March 125 was like a mini mall with little cubbies in it. I'm like, every one of those organizations could have had a different cubby in the mart. And anybody that visited the city now that's looking at these videos can now go into March 125 and be able to experience all the different brothers and all the different doctrines. Like, niggas did nothing though. Niggas wasn't giving out turkeys, school supplies.
They did.
Niggas, the drug dealers give out turkeys and school supplies. so brothers wasn't moving nothing, bro. Like, that's what I seen. I was like, damn, nothing? We ain't got nothing. All these years. Think about all these years, all this power, and everybody went off and still making their living off of what they're doing. But as a collective, they present nothing to the people, but rhetoric. And rhetoric,
right? And this is the thing. How I was looking at it on, because mind you, before I even left, I was trying to get the Nature Boy dude connected to the Asir dude, which had a whole different group of black brothers that were Moors. You feel what I'm saying? But still, it's people. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm thinking like, we can bring people together and we can have a movement. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing really been like that since Marcus Garvey. You feel what I'm saying? And when Marcus Garvey stepped out there and did his thing, you seen what happened to that. So I'm on some like, all right, we tried Move. You know what I'm saying? We heard about Move and what happened with Move, and that the organization got shut down. You got Dr. Malachi Ziort, you know what I'm saying, which out there did the best damn thing I've seen. You know what I'm saying? Anybody attempt to do ever. You feel what I'm saying? As far as what we got going on with black people in America, that got shut down.
I was there.
Now I'm thinking like, now I'm looking like, all right, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking this is all afterthought because I didn't know about the master teacher at that time. But I'm thinking when that time I was going through it, I'm thinking like,
looking at, you said you came across in the beginning.
Martin Luther King, who gathered 1 million people together and walked on Montgomery Street and everything like that. And then you got all these people coming together at Farrakhan. But I'm over here like, all right, Farrakhan, you got Nation of Islam, NOI. Shouts out to Rizza Islam. I know me and him will be talking soon. We got all these brothers out here. But at the NOI, it's like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? What is the agenda that we can do? And I'm not saying anything against the Nation of Islam, but I would ask, as far as, Farrakhan is, he's stepping down right now. Shout out to Farrakhan, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's stepping down, but.
Shout out to the minister, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Of course, he's been sojourning for years, man. Again, we looking for, you got to clean the people up. So.
Hey, boss lady. Boss lady. Hey. Well, either way, y'all can't help because the key to us building is we have to save our money. And you guys want all our money. How are we supposed to grow economically when you guys want all of our money? So then y'all could go build up all these little freaky deaky compounds and all that other stuff. Y'all want these compounds and y'all want the lifestyle. You can't take all the black people with you. That's not gonna happen. You gotta connect your devices, boss. The devices are not connected. But so y'all can't be wanting all our money and then go, this is what we need to do. No. We need our money. And then y'all need to support black businesses, not just poor. You know what? Just give us your money, and we will grow as a community. Because I know what to do with y'all money more than what you guys know what to do with our money. So give me your pension, give me your Social Security, give me everything.
And then another thing that kind of we overlook too, again, they're manipulating young people because, we older folks, we know better. We know this stuff is all crazy. This is all stuff we already know about living right, about eating right, about the way to treat people, the way to go about your life. But they manipulating young people. And in the course of them manipulating young people, you messing up a whole entire generation. You messing up their credit while you talking about financial literacy. You messing up their credit. You messing up so many things that it's gonna, even if they get away from a cult, Now you done destroy their reputation and their credit and their financial ability to
Yeah,
prosper.
look at him. How y'all
Yeah.
doing?
What's up, boss lady? How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm
Good
feeling
to
better.
hear you.
I
Good
heard
to
it
have
was an
you up.
earthquake. I heard it was an earthquake out there, boss lady.
Is that what it was?
I don't know.
I felt something moving, but I thought that was the Zaza.
Today?
No,
Oh
it
no,
was
no, no.
yeah,
Hmm?
it was yesterday.
But then no, I guess no. Then it wasn't by you then.
Oh, it might have been because we right on the equator. But
No, but
anyway,
you didn't get. I'm saying you didn't get affected.
oh no.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted to say about this Tron guy here is how dare him backslap him, jab slap him. He didn't make nothing out of himself from being involved in the cult. He has not progressed in no type of way. How dare him promote something like that? And he has not made one step forward.
You can't look at one of those people and say that they have started living their life successfully after they claim they left the cult, because we're going to get that clear too. Ain't none of them left. They just don't live together no more.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are still members of the cult. They're still attached to cult members, and a couple of them are even crazy enough to try to restart a cult. But
yeah, they want to restart it.
Not one of them can you look at their life and say, wow, I really see how they progressed. I really see how they grew. I really see how they changed. You can't say that about not one of these people.
Well, Velvet wants us to say that about her, and I on that interview, I know I must have came in at the end, but I think I must have been.
No, you missed the whole interview. You missed the whole interview, boss lady. The whole show.
I'm glad I did because my mouth is so reckless, and I was like, oh my God, did Kev just get that nigga a pass? I mean that ninja a pass.
Can I tell you something, boss lady?
Yeah.
I promise you, I had the same exact thought. I said, I'm so glad boss lady was not up here because it would have been a whole different show. But, and I'm glad you said that.
I really wanted to ask some questions. I wanted to say, this is what I wanted to say to her because she was putting on like 1,000 that she said had such a positive thing going and everything so good and great and all of that. But I wanted to ask her, Velvet, who are you trying to impress? That's all I wanted to ask her. Who are you trying to impress, Velvet? Because you're trying real hard, but we don't get it.
But see, what it was sometimes you have to understand, even if we ask those questions, because me and Suge, both of us, so what kind of questions, we would have been firing whatever at them, but they're not going to tell you more than what they want you to know. They're never going to tell the whole truth. So there's no sense in asking those questions. But what you do when you deal with a person with narcissistic traits and a narcissistic personality, they have to fulfill a narcissistic need that they have, that affirmation that they need. So they're going to say enough that they think they're just, running their game on you, but they're going to trip themselves up without even realizing it.
On themselves, yeah.
Because and that's what they did, both of them. But see, that was the beauty of it. And the whole thing was, it wasn't even an interview. They were watching us.
One thing, but hold up. We want to get back to Tron, though. You should have been there, boss lady.
Okay, but yeah, I just want to catch boss lady up. I'm back on you.
He was giving me a rundown on, the comments that I made. That's all.
No, soon we finish with this because it's 5 hours now. It's 5 hours.
Dang, it just popped up on my phone.
Yeah, look 5 hours, almost 5 hours now.
Nicole, she eating. Nicole, she eating.
That's why
Love you too. Love you too. What up? Thank you for coming in. Please hit that like button if you didn't. Go out real quick and tap that like button also lightly and come back in. But thanks for joining us and thanks for dropping a comment. Yeah, so we'll get back in this and then we'll talk on the other side, Suge.
All right, here we go.
So he's been helping to clean the people up, man. I ain't got no negatives on it. I'm just saying we know that this is a day and time for results. And I'm gonna suggest this to everybody. I'm gonna write it in the chat. Go read the book, The Invisible Man. by Ralph Ellis. I think Ellis or Edison. Let me look it up. One of my favorite books.
Yeah, that's
and I'm gonna tell you why.
good. That's
Because
a good book.
they created the Mukasu, the Caucasian created concept, but they created it based on Ralph Ellison book. I keep messing his name. I'm jacking his. I'm killing his name. But
Good book though.
the book deals with black leadership. It deals with black leadership.
Infiltration, baby. Infiltration.
It gives you all the different versions of black leadership, and it takes you on a journey of a college student that visits. He's coming from the South. He goes through some drama in the South, and then he's sent to New York, to Harlem, during this time frame when you got the UNIA, where you got the Nation of Islam, where you got Martin Luther King. You got you have all these different thought patterns being soapbox to the people on the street. Right. And it shows you him going through all those different schools. He's going through those schools with the NAACP and then the Black Revolutionary and the Pan-African and Nation of Islam. He's going through the schools and to find himself.
Right.
You know, phenomenal book that I would suggest to anybody, any of our young students. Ralph Ellison. I gave it to my son in the. I read it. I did a report on it while I was in school. Nigga went to school. I could read. And because when you're talking about these different leaders, or you talk about the Nation of Islam under Louis Farrakhan and under Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the split and War of Muhammad and all of the more Science Temple, Marcus Garvey. These are different schools of thinking. We look at them as all ours. They're all schools. They all teach a different part of discipline that's needed for us to complete the goal. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to throw that in there. The Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. I suggest everybody read the book. I personally am putting something together to, definitely, what the brother said. Shout out to Emperor Khufu. Always a shout out to Emperor Samhu Amini-Ray. All right, okay, cool. Emperor Khufu, who's complete in a cipher of all of these different things under the state. Not an organization. Not a 501c3, not a the church, synagogue, or mosque, but a sovereign, fully autonomous, indigenous nation state. Let's just leave it at that. Absolutely. So and then y'all already know that. Y'all seen the last joint, okay?
Salam alaikum magic, man.
You see the last joint, so. Definitely.
I feel you though. That's real.
Yeah, but I just wanted to throw that in there. So now go into your drama, your beef with the brother. What happened between y'all?
Right. So with us, and I say this, you actually sparked me to have this kind of thought about it, because I was thinking because you were and you could repeat. I don't want to jack your words up, but you were telling me something along the lines of how you interpreted how Nature Boy saw me in that moment in time where we in between the tick and the talk where you caught him,
what happened?
Because he was only there briefly. It's crazy.
He was only there briefly. Oh yeah, when you're live.
Yeah, it's brief.
But the fact that he came out and was so adamant about getting in, and you're talking around him, and I'm looking at him get hit by what you're saying, how it's affected. I'm like, damn, you a threat. He needs to subdue you. Like he wants you to submit. Like he had the niggas rubbing his feet. He wants you in that pocket. Yeah. Like you're the type, like I guess I wasn't there with y'all, but this is the impression I got from seeing y'all on the live.
Right.
Y'all couldn't be in the same space and time. Because he would have had to. He would have had to make sure everybody's seeing that you submitted to him in order for him to feel like he was the leader.
Yeah, and
that's what I was feeling.
It's crazy you say that too, because oftentimes we found each other. We were always on opposite ends of the room too. Like whenever area we were at, we were always at opposite spectrums. And like you know, me really honestly, what you're seeing is an unfoldment of me realizing who I am. You know what I'm saying? What I am through my experiences. You never really know what you're capable of until you go through, certain experiences to really show you who you are. Like that nigga that didn't know he could fight until he fought, and then he was like, "Yo, you know what I'm saying?
I got hands.
I got hands."
Why everybody, when it gets down to the part when you get punked, you go, not me. Well, I wasn't, not me. Either they stood up, or either they had something to say, or yeah, he was probably feeling this way. So we always was on the opposite end. No, all of y'all asses got punked. All of y'all got demasculated. Stop it. Like, you notice all the men now all of a sudden they want to show their masculinity, Cav. Now all of a sudden, yeah, no, I was over on the other end of the table.
Well, that's like I said, that's the measure of a man. You can say whatever after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
What determines your character is what you do in the
Oh,
moment.
Kev, your mic is loud. Your mic is loud,
Oh,
Kev.
hold on, let me get that right. Hold on.
What's so you may have to cut her volume down a little too bit.
Okay, pardon me. Hopefully that's better. But no, I was saying, like, they always make excuses when it come down to the point when somebody asks them, why didn't you say this to Nature Boy? Why didn't you? Oh, well, they never have a good reason. The real answer is that none of them are men. They don't have men characteristics. So therefore, they're not going to display man actions in moments when it calls for being a man. Even if I thought I was going to get beat up, it's certain shit I'm not going to stand around and allow. If I see you mistreating a child, or if I see you beating up a woman, I'm going to intervene. It's no question about it. I don't care who it is. It could be the pastor of a church. If I walk in and I see the pastor beating somebody up in a sanctuary, you think I'm going to say, oh, no, boy, that's the pastor. I can't, No. I'm going to say, man, what is you doing? Get off that girl. If I'm on the street, that's just me. That's the cloth I'm cut from. I'm not telling everybody to do that. Everybody's not a fighter. Tron is 6'4". He probably can fight. He's just too soft to even explore that. He thinks he's from another planet. This dude is gone. He should have grabbed Nature Boy by his neck and said, if you touch anybody in here, every time you even look like raise your voice at somebody, I'm going to beat your ass. Nature Boy wouldn't have said nothing. He'd have told Tron he had to leave, which is basically what happened, but not like that. Tron is too soft. Tron is too soft. If I was Pisces, I'd have told him, man, if you put your hands on me, hey, listen, one of us ain't gonna make it off this hill tonight. I don't care where we at. Y'all cooking, right? It's forks and it's knives in the kitchen. You better stop playing with me. You can't stay up 24 hours. Even if you beat me up at some point in time, you got to go to sleep. Stop playing with me. That's how a man, your first instinct as a man or as a human being is self-preservation. They don't even have that.
Yeah, and then you got to remember too, Cav, they ain't from our streets because
they ain't from nowhere.
Because back in our days, we got jumped and all that other type of stuff.
Yeah.
We just took the hits and we just kept it moving.
Yeah, listen.
None of them never, you could tell, they never really been hit or, had like how.
I just put in the chat, Tron ain't never chest boxed in his life. Every young dude did that growing up in school and elementary school. You chest box with your friends. That's how you knew if you could fight or not. That was just part of growing up. Them dudes ain't never had no physical contact of any sort. Musa ain't never got his school uniform dirty ever in his life. Pisces was probably double dutching before he came to carbonation. He was probably jumping double dutch with his cousins out in the driveway getting in trouble for playing with them too much and not playing with the boy cousins. Let's stop. These people are not. He got young people who didn't have any idea or any direction in their life, and he sold them a dream. And he really didn't have to sell them a dream because they was looking for a way to escape anyway. They wasn't running from the streets. They wasn't running from, abusive homes. They was running away from responsibility and reality. They got kids that they don't want to take care of. You out of high school now, hey, you either got to go to school or get you a job. They didn't want to do that. So they figured they'd get on this trip. I'm not giving them no slack whatsoever. If you smart enough to know how to manipulate people and lie for Nature Boy and help him get away with his con game, then you smart enough to know that it was a con game. Stop playing with me. You don't get no slap.
You're not connected, boss lady. Connect your devices, boss lady. You're not connected. Okay, she'll be back. Yeah, and I'm like, that's why they always like, well, I'm like, damn, y'all take that jump. Shit, what the hell? Take that jump and be gone, and then be gone.
What type of husband would any of these men be to a woman? Any of them. Name any one of them and tell me what type of husband would Pisces be? What type of husband would Solar be? What type of husband would Tron be? What type of husband would Musa be? What type of husband would Mente be? Gaga Goo. What type of, think about that.
Well, you gotta remember too, Kev, after I sip my ginger ale. Nick, it's time for a ginger ale sip. Oh, and you see how it got me burping and stuff. I love the burp. It just feels so good.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something too. Much as I love y'all, it's the day before Christmas, and I'm not fooling with y'all all night tonight. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now.
That's what I'm saying. I know. Let's speed this up. You ain't never lie. I'm like, oh hell no. But I would say with the men and women don't realize what was psychologically done was just like slavery, so they can, even though we got past it, but it left the impression that a man can't protect me. So even though they could say, oh well, look what we was under in slavery too, but that still left a bad taste in a female's mouth. Even to today, Black women, they're talking about get out your masculinity. No, they have really put them in their masculinity. Because you're gonna be with them now. Now you can protect me. So let's say True and Chiba, they in two different places, but let's say they meet up and now they're together. It's never going to take away the fact that she's never going to look at him as 100% man, because that's how we feel now.
Period.
If that's what's going on with us with men now, and we've never been in a situation where things happen to us, and plus we still had a man. They have. And then you still have to know that every time you look at that woman, you got to know that at any beck and call, she gave it up.
Can any of you women imagine your boyfriend or your so-called husband passing you off to another man, and then knowing the type of things that Nature Boy was doing to them women, and then he take you back? What kind of relationship do you think y'all possibly are gonna have after that? Mm-hmm. And that's just one. And she watches you kneel down to this man every time he walks in or out of a room. That's crazy. These are the type we talking about, people that are on the fringes of society. We can't let them intermingle with us. We can't act like these people are normal and they were just misguided. No, these people are just like Nature Boy. They just aren't old enough to get to his extreme, nor are most of them smart enough to know how to manipulate the way Nature Boy did, but they're all just like Nature Boy. That's what brought them together. Not no knowledge, not no information, not no eco village or no garden. None of that brought these people together. With the exception of Mama Dia, all of these people had an attraction to not wanting to deal with reality and somehow thinking in their mind that they could create their own alternate reality in which they could live. Their first concept of being out of the system is impossible because they're on live all the time. Cell phones and technology are part of the system. You would be living out in the jungle off the grid. So we can stop right there, but I'm on mute. We're going to get through this video.
All right. And James, it was all of them. He exposed himself to every woman. So yeah, that'll be Minty and everybody else. What's up, Nene, my baby? What's up, baby?
Nene, what's up, baby?
Yeah, you got to be part of the replay gang tonight, baby. You got to be part of the replay gang. because I'm gonna find a real. I never in my life watched Christian. Now all of a sudden I'm watching Christmas movies, but it puts you to sleep though. I ain't gonna lie. No Christmas movie after a while, because it's the same thing, and then we know at the end it's gonna be a happy ending. The next thing you know, I'm out like a light. Oh, that burp feel good. 100. That's why I don't like y'all. We're gonna let this rock. I don't like y'all. Forget y'all. 1,100 hours later. Shut up.
Hands now. I know I got hands because I put the hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So so I'm figuring a lot of people are seeing things like you said. Like there's certain things that you could pick up in those times and space where my mind wasn't catching up to my reality. You feel what I'm saying? Where I was like, I was in it and I was going through experiences, but I wasn't even understanding my own emotions. You feel what I'm saying? As far as like my thought patterns and even little things that I was doing that were indicators to show me like who I was, but I wasn't picking up on that because sometimes, you know, in my past, especially, you know, I had to kind of just being around white people in the classrooms, you know what I'm saying? I was, you know what I'm saying, always in an aggressive state dealing with them because I always felt like I had to defend myself because I was different. You know what I'm saying? I looked different.
Facts.
You feel me? So I'm always in that mode. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever,
so
man.
Sometimes, you know, I got to a point where it's like because there's like an inferiority complex that happens with some classes. Not all of them, but some of them just don't feel comfortable around us because of the way that, you know what I'm saying, we are. So I dealt with a lot of that, which put me in a stage of sometimes to be friends with people, I'd have to be a little passive based off the jokes because no matter who was what, you know what I'm saying, I could beat a dude's ass, you know what I'm saying, and the next day he still crack a joke, you know what I'm saying, due to the fact that it's just, you know what I'm saying, that's just how they are sometimes, you feel what I'm saying? So I'm dealing with like being like, Picasso, right. So I'm just giving a pretense to let you know, like that's why, you know what I'm saying?
They're obnoxious and they rope you into your, you know, they hide their truths under their jokes.
Exactly, and a lot of black people become passive because of this. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of black people are passive, maybe not towards each other, but when it comes to that Mukasu,
because they're in mainstream society, because we're a culture within a culture. We're a people, a nation within a nation. We just need to get access to our rights. But and we know that by how the system moves, that they control everything that's around us. I mean, that's changing, but that's what we grew up in.
Right. So you know, so with me and him, with the fallout, it was more or less like I didn't even look at it far because what happened is when I was there, I didn't even people like say like, oh, you left, what made you leave? It wasn't even that I left, like, you know, it was off my own. It happened because the Nathado, you know what I'm saying, definitely put me in the right, like, yo, your time's up here. You learned everything you need to learn. You know what I'm saying? Go on, you know, about your journey and take, you know, your next steps to wherever you're going. I look at it more like that. Whenever I go through experience, good or bad, whatever, it's a school, you feel what I'm saying? I'm an eternal student to life. You feel what I'm saying? I'm a student to life. So everybody might teach me, for me. So that's how I look at life. It takes out the ego. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of people be like, no one can teach me nothing. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that you were taught how to speak English, to even say the words that are coming out your mouth to even spark
everything you was taught.
You feel me? So it's like, let's not be with the B. You know what I'm saying? Let's not with the BS. So for me, I learned, that's how I was looking at it. So it's not really like that for me. How he looked at it, like you said, was trying to control the narrative, you feel what I'm saying, of the people that leave, because he doesn't want to make it seem like there's anyone that leaves that has any more authority or power over him, or it would look like they are appearing to be somebody that is a brighter light, you know what I'm saying? And it just really comes from his own insecurity, because if you a real nigga, you ain't worried about whether another nigga, you know what I'm saying? You out there getting
why
it,
you left Tron?
I'm not bothered by what you're doing. So for you to come into my inbox, or not my inbox, for you to come into my live on my comments, you feel what I'm saying? And then just be, you know what I'm saying, trying to spar with me. I'm over here like, I'm not even thinking about you, dude. Like, I have no, like, you live your life, my brother. Like, you are a grown man. If there's nothing, if I'm not taking money out your pockets and I'm not hurting your family, you feel what I'm saying? There should be nothing, you know what I'm saying, that you would be threatened by. That shows me you got.
You see how to dodge the question?
It has nothing to do with me. It has more to do about your insecurity and how you view me. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how I'm looking at the situation. That's why I went straight to the, you saw me, I went straight to the, you know what I'm saying? Yo, when you're dealing with these negative forces, because I killed it. I'm like, yo, you have to understand, feeding the forces.
He was talking around his ass.
And it wasn't to shut him down and make him feel like ish. It was more or less to just be like, yo, we don't feed that negative force. You coming in here on some aggressive, like, I'm trying to control the narrative of this conversation and wants to get up on the live to try to like bully the live. It ain't gonna happen, Captain. because I'm gonna X you out. You feel what I'm saying? You can get blocked, deleted.
That's real. That's real.
You feel what I'm saying? Because it's my live. You came into my domain, and now in my domain, this is how it happened. You feel what I'm saying? I was in your domain once, you know what I'm saying, in the physical space. We didn't link eye to eye. Things didn't whoop-de-whoop. So, you know what I'm saying? We ain't there. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh,
so that's
yeah, he was talking like he took care of you on like
I
give me some clarity on that. That's what I'm saying.
I took care of the organization when I was
why
there.
do people do that? Because he was on a video, that same video with Sinetta, he was saying, yo, people come and give me 300,000.
No, they all the men, all of a sudden, they took. Listen, one of y'all make up your mind. You, Solar, and y'all gonna have to get together and say who was the main guy there. Solar say he did everything. Now you saying it was you. Now all of a sudden, all y'all men just. Oh God, I can't.
These niggas superheroes now that Nature Boy locked in.
No, I took her up. No, I bought the money. I was the brains, damn it.
Ain't none of y'all had no job.
And I like when they all say that. That's why they all should be the same way y'all was always in the cell together before. You need to be all in the cell together now. See, America messing up. They're not like the other countries. That's why they stayed in America. But any other country, yeah, remember y'all was all together? Only in America, y'all not all together. Y'all should still be all together. Damn it. Nah, he with the other guy who baked and took advantage of people. He's praising another one. That's why this video is for him.
Right.
It's for him to show you guys they never truly leave. They are indoctrinated. They done took their little secret oaths or whatever.
And this is what I would love to ask him too. So how do you think that following another man after you've already been misguided by one, they have similar traits and patterns and behaviors? They're both cult leaders. They're both incarcerated for sexually related crimes. What is it that you think is going to lead to you finding yourself following either one of them? I don't get the end goal. You're following Dr. York because what? He still didn't state that. He didn't even answer the dude's question. He went all around. He asked him what happened between him and Nature Boy when he left, because they had a physical confrontation, or almost. But that's why I said Tron is soft.
And then
if Tron would have left her with a black eye, I would have respected Tron and said, nah, he wasn't going to keep playing with me like that.
Yeah.
And we mixed it up. I would have respected that. Stop talking tough and stop talking about what you was going to do and all that. Nature Boy is soft. And that show how soft y'all are, that not one of y'all at one time seeing and witnessing and videotaping all of the shit that y'all saw, participated in all the shit y'all did. Not one of y'all had enough man in y'all to stand up to Nature Boy and say, I'm not doing it. I'm not dancing down the street voguing with no shirt on in the rain acting gay. I'm not doing that. I'm not engaging in no type of sexual contact with no transsexual. Unless I like it.
That's a remember.
Unless I like it.
No, but that's a ritual also, a rain dance ritual.
That's a zesty ritual.
That's why if you watch a lot of these videos, they always in the rain. Hello.
Yeah. And Solar, you so quick to beat up Zoka and Natiri. Why you ain't put hands on Nature Nut, the one who took your daughter? And I'm finna mute back up before I get back on his ass.
I mean, that would have unhypnotized me real quick. I've been unhypnotized real quick. You know, I don't care who, what, when, why, and where it's going through. I mean,
they would have had to jump me to do something wrong to Jaja. They would have had to jump me. All of them would have had to jump me.
Send me to meet my maker, right? But I'm a F up a couple of you before I go.
No way in the world, man. Them people crazy. Stop talking about what you would have did now. What did you do in that moment? What did you do? Y'all always talking about in that moment. What did you do in that moment?
In the morning.
You show what you are. 6'4" of pure D vagina.
Nothing. Nothing. Vagina's a strong baby. Hold up. Vagina.
My bad. Well, he's you
nothing.
use a 6'4" limp. You know what? That's what you are.
Yeah, limp.
That's what you are.
Because we push babies out of these things, man.
Yeah.
They vagina.
Pause, but yeah.
Too much.
Man, these dudes, man, they lucky. See, they didn't. And if they would have grew up in our generation, do you know how many men would have G-checked them immediately? Would have G-checked them immediately. And nature nuts know that.
And then it's crazy how he sat up there. I remember that only that one night he let the guys go out and they didn't know what to do.
They didn't even talk to no females. They don't know what to do.
And all I know, they got drunk and they started acting stupid. Really
exactly, because that's all they do at that house. They don't even know how to talk to normal people. Have you ever heard Tron have a conversation about anything other than the two cults he's involved in? You ain't never heard him have an extended conversation about anything normal.
No, well, he is, but Dr. York regurgitate. He's regurgitating.
Right. I said other than the cult doctrine from either one of them. When you
go on an interview, well, that's true. But when you go on an interview, people wants to know, so that's why they keep talking about it. People don't ask, and they probably won't talk about it. But
what I'm saying is, if you have other things going in your life, yeah, you're gonna answer those questions, but you're gonna say, well, I enrolled at so and so university last week. I'm gonna be going to school. I'm also gonna get some counseling. I'm back with my family. Blah 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 blah. They don't have any type of normal conversations. They just go from cult talk to cult talk. That's all.
And then people when people get abused, not all women and not all men, but a lot of them now become a catalyst. Like, I'm gonna make sure nobody else ever go through this. I ain't hear none of them. Like, no, I have to speak my truth because I don't want nobody else to ever go through this.
They just fishing.
Right. Like a lot of women, like a lot of these baddest shelters and stuff that we have, that's because women's like, you know what, I got abused and I want to make sure I didn't have a safe place. So I want to make sure these women have a safe place if they need to come. See, that's when you know that you're truly against. That's when you know you was really used and abused.
Right. And by the way, speaking of Ms. Nateri, Janae, whatever you going by right now, remember you were supposed to be the face of herpes? What happened to that? Oh, okay. Never mind. My bad. I'm on mute.
That's your boy Hilton. What are you talking about? She's been healed. And then Nature Boy gonna have her come on alive. No, I didn't do it. It was. I'm like, everything y'all say sounds stupid.
You remember when he put Tron and Aya together?
And that was the most awkward thing. I mean, how you gonna tell me 1 minute? I mean, Nature Boy must got the most nastiest ping ever. Every time he talk about something, it be some nasty stuff. Oh, Velvet came back with green stuff coming out.
and that's the chick you banging. That's the chick. Right. That's the chick you banging. The one
up in there.
Dripping green stuff.
And this then dude, you got one lady in the hospital look like a corpse. Well, let me go give her some. I can't with these people.
And these dudes and all of these dudes laid up with these women after Nature Boy then laid up with them.
And then they
okay.
Everybody saw it. So what did she do? Come in. She came back, and the next thing you know, she opened up. So everybody, like, how do y'all do this? Because that's the most disgusting shit I've ever heard.
No, the most disgusting thing I ever heard.
When you describing something like that, and then go, I hit it. Yo, he got. Oh my God.
Hey, when he hit it up in the CDC hospital, that was pretty low. But when Malia's people said they picked her up from the airport and had to ride with the windows all the way down, all the way to take her to the hospital, That's how stinking she was.
That's how rotten she
That
was. She was
that
past
turned my
it.
stomach every time I even think about that.
Uh,
And they all swapping fluid over there. That's crazy.
then go, yo, that's beyond crazy. I'm so serious. There's no way you're gonna tell me, oh, there was nothing but green, even though I know a lot of that stuff is exaggerated. But then again, I don't know. I've never heard. I gotta look that up. What's the green stuff that what like green stuff just for like
Don't
first
sit,
of all,
sure.
mhm.
Sure, don't even guess. The CDC couldn't. They didn't know.
don't waste my time, right?
Yeah, if you go to the Center for Disease Control, and keep in mind, Atlanta, Georgia, the CDC headquarters is in Atlanta, Georgia.
Uh-huh.
The headquarters of the Center for Disease Control could not identify the multiple strands of STDs that have been intermixed. It created its own super strand. That is nuts. These people are walking around in our society. We have to identify them. We have to separate ourselves from them and let them do whatever it is they're going to do. But we have to make sure that they infect no one else with whatever they have and whatever they're spewing out of their mouth, because both of them are poisonous and deadly. Out of their mouths and their vagina.
God,
they got some toxic, they got some chemical waste spilling up out of them poodles.
God.
I'm telling you. And they running around banging every dude they see. That's crazy.
Every time she came back, first of all, so you're trying to say that she knew she was leaking this green stuff, and she said, you don't think that she would clean herself up first? No, she came there leaking, and then you healed her, but we don't know what you healed her with, and then now you still hitting it. It's like you just like I'm like, that is the most nastiest ping ever.
And you know what?
To say the
right, ever in the history, Jen Jane, that's the dirtiest fish stick you'll ever hear about in your. Listen,
that's worse than hitting it from the back and you getting some peanut butter on your stick.
But at least talked about that too with his disgusting.
But that's not green stuff dripping just coming off that stuff. And now we heard of chocolate on the stick. We heard of that. You going where the chocolate come from, but green. I'm like, and then not the fact that she had the green. The thing you hit it the same night. God.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I'm wondering now, thinking to myself, did that dude move her drainage bag to the side like a colostomy bag and hit it? Because remember, she had a drainage bag on her. Because her internal organs are rearranged.
Yo, how you get up in a hospital bed, though? I'm just
because that dude. Listen,
ping.
That dude is he's half lizard dog, half human. Jesus. That dude is a demonic entity from another dimension. That dude is a super. Whatever you can think of for somebody, he's a super creep. He's a super predator. He's a super narcissist. He's a super everything. That dude is the very worst of human beings that were ever birthed into this earth.
And that's the one thing that Solar said that was absolutely correct. When people like, why him? Why not him? You damn right. Why not him? They already know what each other have. So why put somebody else in there who ain't got nothing? Let it be from the people who've been the people that's in the circle. They should keep doing it together.
Y'all could do it all y'all want. That's why I said I don't have no problem. Long as they stay together and unearth each other off, I'm good with that. But don't try to get out here and pull nobody towards you, because that's when I'm on your ass. I'm on Solar ass. I'm on Velveeta's ass. I'm on everybody's ass that still think they gonna run that game and possibly unearth another human being. Because that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna give them something that they can't get rid of and that's gonna kill them. They're gonna make them unearth their self. because they play psychological mind games on people who are already mentally unstable. So you could cause that person to take their own life. And you could also do so much damage to that person that even once they get past that cold experience, if they ever do, they'll be damaged goods for life. So that's why I'm on y'all ass. I'm on y'all ass. All of y'all, every one of y'all.
I'm just thinking about that. Can you, like, you up there bragging? You're bragging about the nastiness, but then you turn around and hit it. You see her looking like a damn corpse. Like she like one breath away. Like, and you sit up there hitting it. I'm like, who the fuck does that? I'm like, I know you got it already. All of you got the same things already, but just to visually put it out there like that.
Right. But you know what that tells me, Should? See, I always look at things from, every possible angle. What that tells me is Nature Boy has a fetish for necrophilia. Because if you would sleep with somebody that's that close to death, that means you've thought about sleeping with a corpse. That means you fantasized about doing some sick shit like that, because this girl is in the hospital near death. They have to drain the fluid away from her vital organs to keep her organs from shutting down, because they are in the wrong anatomical position from what he's already been doing to her sexually. And then he would go while she's hospitalized, and again, sexually, I don't care what you call it, that's sexual abuse. He did that while she was in a hospital. That has to be a crime.
Yeah, Poppy. And that girl probably was in so much pain, and she was like, "Oh, you feel so good, Poppy. You feel so good."
But it don't matter if she's screaming.
Inside, like, ouch! Oh my God, Lord!
Listen, that turned him on, because remember, Nature Boy said he thinks all women like to get choked. He thinks all women like to get roughed up. He said that himself out of his own mouth. That's why he said he thinks all women like that. See, they just, even if they don't say nothing, even if they say stop, he said that.
Mm-hmm.
So that just goes to show you the type of person that you're dealing with. And then, like I said, for any of these people to still come out and talking about you teaching, you're teaching what to whom? You are indoctrinated into a cult. The worst kind of cult possible. We're not allowing you no airtime. You're not finna get money out of anybody if we can help it. You certainly not going to get nobody to come and fund your lifestyle. If you got stupid people that's sending you money, okay, cool. That's between you and them. I don't care. It ain't my money. You'll never get a dime from me. But my point being is, I'm not going to stand around and watch you destroy our community like you stand around and watch Nature Boy destroy your own life and other people's lives. And you was perfectly fine with it. But then when things didn't work out the way you wanted them to, oh, I see the light.
Oh, no, but I always knew, and I'm the one who did this. Well, I'm the one who did
now
that.
You're going to claim credit for the cult. See, they don't even realize how dumb that is. It was a cult.
I took care of him. So when he say, so when he go and that IRS and the tax and all them audits start coming in, y'all already admit he didn't have no money.
Nothing's in his name. Okay, so now, yeah, he was proud. Solar was so proud to say he owns the LLC and the name Carbonation. He literally owns it. Okay, well then you're responsible for all litigation that happens against Carbonation or whatever LLC. Oh, it's a Puerto Rican LLC. I got Puerto Rican paperwork. Well, again, he just walked himself right into an IRS investigation. You're welcome. You're welcome.
On top of that, if you're a corporation and things happen, you have to be insured. Where are your insurance papers? Just like if you go to a job, people don't realize That's why if something happened to you, you can sue them and they got to pay out because they have insurance on you. So you're not taking the company's money, you're taking the insurance money. So like if I ask for that, like if I have an event or anything I do, I have to have insurance for it to cover just in case something happened. So if that's a corporation with people, where's the insurance? You need insurance. Like people,
Now,
you just can't go. But we already know now that the only reason why y'all was able to go to these places because you had people thinking that y'all was contractors and y'all was going to build, you know. So we already know that, but you just can't take a name and I mean, if you
right?
do it
He was
online or
naming.
something, but
He was
no,
naming all this fictitious bullshit. But here's the thing too, that in him talking so fast and slick and thinking that he's fooling us, if you enter into any type of contract or sign any paperwork, you're leaving a paper trail as to your connection or your partnership in a business. You have to file taxes on any income generated by that business. So now what are you telling us? And if you will show yourself sitting out eating a $300 meal off the people who donated to use money, why wouldn't you show this building that you and these billionaires are erecting? Why aren't you showing this youth center you claiming that you building? Why are you showing this music center and that you claim that you're building? Why aren't you showing the home that you and your family, quote unquote, have set up and the things that you'll show you and the Terry out eating, but you ain't showing one picture of any of the business ventures that you claim you're entangled in. You haven't shown any testimonial from a client that you quote unquote fixed their credit and now they got $70,000 in the bank and this, that, and the other. And you haven't shown any of that. Not one stitch of evidence. Not one, Solar. Show us anything. Show us some receipts. You always claim receipts. Who are these millionaires? Show one of them on camera. If they're so free with their money and they give you free shit,
no,
they wouldn't have no
to
problem.
pay for the connect, and
Well,
then you're gonna give me somebody's number, and they're gonna be like, wrong number, and I'm like, you reached the wrong number.
well, if
They're
they,
gonna be like, Solar, who?
if
Nah, I never heard of him. Nah, bye, son.
if Solar, if you do own the name Carbonation and you own the LLC to Carbonation, you're in line for so many lawsuits for emotional damage. You're setting yourself to be in line and to be responsible for every action that comes against Carbonation from that day forward that you sign that paperwork and you sign the dotted line. You in the system, partner. You can't get out of the system. You part of it. Courtney, they have your whole government and your social security number. You can't get around that, Courtney. They know who your mama is. They know who your daddy is. They know what school you went to. They know where you worked or didn't work. So whatever type of scam and game you think you running, it been a million dudes before you who thought they was gonna run a scam too. How did it work out for any of them? How did it work out for Bernie Madoff in this pyramid scheme? He made hundreds and hundreds of millions. He probably made billions. But he's spending the rest of his life in jail.
Let me tell you how effed up the world is now. Now they got this. So I forgot who I was watching, but then I don't know. I wasn't watching. I just be reading comments. So somebody brought up the Tinder swindler. Do you know they praise? I mean, they hate women so much that they're praising this man. They're praising this man for his wrongdoings because he did it to a woman.
Right.
And I'm like, that's the stupidest
because it showed how
I've ever heard ever.
It showed how money hungry and shallow women really were. So again, that's coming from a man perspective. They kind of made him a hero because now that should teach you women a lesson not to be dating off the internet, instead of the real point that this dude swindled women out of a lot of them out of their life savings,
which could be, you know, their grandmother or something, because there is no age. People gotta understand. Y'all so happy there is no age bracket for, well, you know what? Once you pass this age, I'm not gonna take. No, they're gonna take your money too. Old people get swindled also. See, everybody thinks stuff is cute until it hit home, until it's you or your loved ones. When stuff hit home, then you see, oh, this is serious. This is really, really serious.
Be quiet, Nick.
What she say?
It's Friday morning.
You know what? I can't stand
Nick. This for you, Nick. It's morning.
Oh Lord.
As we talked the night away. Y'all remember that. Y'all too young for that. But anyway, and I can't sing that. Anyway, right.
Now we can
Come on, Shug. Get it,
Shug. I used to hate that song.
I know. I did too. My mama
Not
used to
because
play that.
I used to like the song, but because of the meaning of the song.
Yeah, my mama played it all the time.
Yeah, that was the song. That's because she makes you want to sing your heart out. Now here go Miss Rod. I can't stand her neither. But that's because she makes you sing your heart out in the song. But it's like, I ain't nothing cute about cheating and stuff like that. And there ain't nothing nice about that.
All right, back to regularly scheduled.
I know, right? I ain't staying up with y'all I ain't staying up with y'all all damn night.
I'm 2 L's in now. I'm on mute.
Well, I just gotta tell Boss Lady. Nicole said she had a baby girl. Boss Lady. Boss Lady.
Say something about her, and I bet she wake up and say, "Now who said what?" She done misread the comment and everything. She done misinterpreted it. Then we had to stop from cussing. Like, nah, Miss Boss Lady, she ain't mean like that.
Oh my God!
I knew as soon as Nene come here, you know what it is. See, they set each other off. When I'm gonna tell you, when Sunfruit see Nene or she see Nicole, they start in. Then here come a Dairy out of nowhere. She didn't probably been in the bushes, laying in the cut, and then Miss Rod just come back like from 2 hours ago out of nowhere, and they all be on that bullshit, and it'd be too late for this type of stuff. That's what hold us up. We finna get back to this video.
I know, right? It be starting. Y'all be starting, but it's Friday. Well, hold up now. It's only the next morning for people on the East Coast. But we got Pacific time and we got West Coast time. So it's not the next morning. For us, yeah. So y'all really be taking my sleep. Y'all, at least y'all can get at least Kevin, you only could get an extra hour. Right? You get Boss Lady get 3 extra hours. You know, y'all be messing with us East Coast people that y'all wrong. Well, let's go. Just like when people be like, well, I'm in another country. No, baby. Some people, you're only a couple of hours ahead in America. We got different times too. You gotta know who you talk. You don't know who you're talking to. Like, I'm a day ahead of you. I'm like, no, you're not. You're a day ahead of that one on the other coast. Well, let's go.
50,000, 70,000. So you was one that you gave us some bread. Talk about that.
So I'm out here, right? We in the topics, we in the, you know what I'm saying, we clean it up. And, you know what I'm saying, we listen to all the, you know what I'm saying, little reggae music. I'm saying we having a blast, man. And of course there's strife. Of course there's things that you see on every Wellington. Where you go, you're gonna deal with some type of something, right? So I'm not paying attention to that though, and not really paying attention to the signs that I should be paying attention to. I was more just happy to be my ass in Cancun. I'm like, I'm out here, I'm in the beach. I could really just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make it work at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Just disappear and
I'm being
come on with that. Yeah.
I'm doing everything, man. I'm being patient with this brother. I see this dude, I see him messing up and stuff. And that's why I said for you, like when you sparked me, I realized I could have been a better friend. You feel what I'm saying? Because the reality is, and a friend is not somebody that just stays there and yes, man, you are not. A friend is someone that puts you in your place and tells you like, yo, you wrong, and then might dip. because of your action. That's a friend. You know what I'm saying? Someone that's gonna let you know, like, hey man, you ain't really moving like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't really standing in your square. Like, where you moving is not, it's not, you know, adding up.
Yeah, we getting away from the script, bro. You pulling an audible. We got a plan, and you not staying the course.
Exactly. And this
Ego is
dude,
kicking in.
and the thing about it is, when he switched to the Messiah thing, where he was like, oh, I'm the Messiah, in the back ends, where people don't understand that, and it's crazy because it got filtered out. People got filtered out over time, which is why the Messiah thing was even able to hang on, because a lot of the people that experienced, you know, what I experienced when he said to the people behind the scenes, off camera, I'm only calling myself the Messiah so I can inspire other people to be great. That's what he said. He said, I'm gonna claim myself to be great so other people can be great. That's what he was doing. He do little motivational speaks, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes to get people fired up. You feel what I'm saying? So niggas like, yeah, you know, so, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, people out here
see, like the master said, he said, we all are the cure, the saviors for this planet. He said, we all are the saviors. We all are the cure for this sick world. He said the Messiah is a spirit force at this point that we have to take on, you know? Right. So when people still holding on to that, and then not to get spooky, right? Let's say this. Yeah, spooky. Another thing is this. Masa or Masi or Messiah is an action of anointing. It's not just, so we got a lot of time we be like so far away from religion, but then when we go do our thing in this thing that's so far away from religion, it's exactly what the religion people are saying that they do. And it's like, we got to stop that. We got to stop doing that. If we're not religious, to stop trying to be those religious figures. Makes us look ignorant, really. It really does. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reality of what was going on with that. So a lot of the and I found out more information that I'm not like I said, I'm not here to put any more public business out there, but I think that as far as the adoption and being raised by white people, I think that's something that me and him shared a common, and it's all allegedly, right? Because people said that, but I think that is something that he saw himself in me in certain instances, and certain, like, you know, just like trying to, you know, understand who they are,
now
figure themselves out. You know, and that's how it happens. You can't bang nobody for their development stages. That's one thing I ain't gonna allow nobody to do, because at one point in time, guess what? Your mom was feeding you with a baby spoon. So don't even try to come with me as I'm all this. Nah, bro. At one point in time, your mom was feeding you with a baby spoon before you even knew how to speak. So let's not try to act like people don't develop. Let's not try to act like everyone's development stage.
Let me explain something to you. The key word, your mama fed you when you was a baby. And none of y'all went there no damn babies. Number one. Number two, we were your age and we did make mistakes, but not like that. I was never brainwashed, damn it. I wasn't that damn dumb. I remember we was your age too. Don't try to justify, oh yeah, you're right, yeah. No, hell no, No, sir. I don't think so. Ain't nobody, we can sit up there and talk about you. They talked about us when we effed up. Not like that, though. Not like that. No. We wasn't at your age. Even when we was your age, we seen the bullshit. We seen the bull crap. And now he going. First, one said, well, he saw himself to me. I was the best student. Now y'all got this in common. And oh no, I don't put nobody business. I found out more information. So why you telling us this? We're gonna tell us about the information. If you're gonna tell it, then you gotta tell it all.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? It's kind of a little bit off topic too, but it's just irking the shit out of me. I'm not a dashiki expert, but don't dashikis generally have a V neck? Generally? Okay, I'm just asking because this damn dashiki looked like a throwback jersey. He just irking me.
He said it was a dashiki?
Yeah, the way it fit and everything. Look at it. Well, you can't see because of the little bars up there on your screen. But
once I press play, go away.
Yeah, and just pay attention to the neck of that dashiki. I think that thing came from either Sam's Club, Walmart, or the local Marshalls or Kohl's in your city.
Wait a minute, Kev.
I think it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
you
it's
know,
full
you
into.
I
I
tried
think
to
they
talk
come
about
down to
that,
like
but that
below the knee.
Wait, boss lady was saying something, Kev.
Oh, my bad. What you say, boss lady?
there you was reading my mind. I could not stay focused, so I kept looking at that damn shirt that they just made in the back of the
Okay.
truck.
Damn it, I ain't
And
crazy
it
then. Thank you, boss lady, because it was irking me so that I'm like, this boy,
looked
is this a
like it
fake?
came straight off the back of the truck.
That boy bought that from the Koreans. Where did you get that? The colors ain't even right on the dashiki. I'm like, what is he doing?
He
And it
got
My
on
looked
boss
like
some
he's
lady,
in a gigantic
my
some
boss
closet.
lady
woman
is not gonna make me spit out my damn ginger ale. I'm telling
got
y'all.
some woman shirt on. He got on
That-
some woman
That's a.
dress.
I was just getting ready to say that's a top. He got on a top. You know when them ladies get real
Oh
fly.
my God.
You know when they
You
wear
got
them
that
like
from Musa.
yeah, they wear them 3/4 length.
That's
Yeah, they wear them
lotion.
3/4 length African print dresses to church, and they think they
Oh
style, and
no.
then they wear the hat to
Oh
match. That's
no.
what he got on. That joint
Oh my
3/4
God.
length, and I bet you it cut off right under his elbow.
Oh
The
God.
sleeve,
He
the
got
sleeve
that
cut
from
off right under his
Musa.
elbow. Look at that shirt though. I'm finna go back on mute. It was irking me, y'all. But thank
It
you, boss lady.
was. It was. That kid was something else. He was reading my mind. That's my
Did you hear what
boy.
I said, boss lady? Nick said she had a baby.
You better shut your mouth lying on my daughter.
That's what Nick said. She saw it today. Cause she came back
You
live.
lying on my daughter.
They said I said, who? What? I said, God. So she was like, I'm like, I'm live. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. And I'm like, damn, I know nobody recorded it.
Nobody did? Okay, we're gonna have to see about that.
No, but it goes away. But hopefully somebody recorded it. But baby, but either way, we almost finished, guys. Cause I need my beauty sleep. Right? I ain't stayed up with y'all all night. Damn it. Yeah, but I was saying, boss lady Nick said she done had a baby.
That is a mess and a half. Well, let's get back to this boy with his shirt that he done got made.
Let me see that.
That was ever great. You know what I'm saying? They had development.
Had
I
to
think
come
that looks like a regular shirt, but I don't
to
know.
that sacred feminine.
All of them, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not even
Everybody.
gonna play those games to try to, you know what I'm saying?
You
Because he would
played
do little things to try to make himself seem like he was so much more different and like anointed for the position that he's trying to do over time. And this is how people didn't catch the you know what I'm saying, the one-on-one. People didn't catch it, right?
People or you say this is why I didn't catch it. Ain't no people, damn it. We've been sorry.
The catch-20 was that he was saying certain things like that, but
It's the catch-22. But let's go.
behind the scenes, he was telling certain people like, all right, you know what I'm saying? I'm only saying this to empower other people, you know what I'm saying, with the Messiah thing. I'm not really, you know what I'm saying? So the people that knew that got filtered out over time and other people came. I'm the
Gotta
one,
get rid of them.
I was the last one that really had to understand some of the things that he was saying. And I think that is one of the reasons why he didn't necessarily want, you know what I'm saying? Because the people that are there now weren't there when I was there. So they have no idea about his transition. They have no idea about things he was saying prior to what he's saying now. They're just going with the new of what he's saying and kind of just going off that because they think it, make it make sense committee, right? They just going along with it, shaking their head, but they're not actually making it make sense because it's contradictory with some of the knowledge that he be teaching due to the fact that he had to switch it up because of the fact that the information he got came from the master teacher. Now there's a deep, and I could, because I don't want to do allegedly, and I don't want to do anyone like that as far as like, because I was told that
where he gets information from?
I was told that, and this come from one of Baba's
I heard
children.
I heard it also.
Yeah, one of Baba's children told me this, right? So she told me that Dushwa was the one who taught Nature Boy, because he used to have a barbershop back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And Nature Boy used to play chess with him, go by the barbershop or whatever like that. I'm not quite sure to what extent their relationship was, but I do know that Dushwa York, famous of York, you know what I'm saying, was part of the, you know what I'm saying, organization and had information and knowledge. And that's where I was told that he got a lot of his information from was from the pruning, I guess you would say, that Dushwa did to this individual, meaning that
ain't no meaning. That's what I tried to say before, and that damn Sat always got to come in here bothering me, right? Because she just loves to bother me. Sat, you can always bother me anytime. Bother me anytime you want to. But that's what I was saying. That's what Okay, now I can cut the AC off. That got me yelling. Sorry, guys, for that background noise. No, I said
Miss
this
Rod said you
years
said
ago.
that last night, Suge. She sure did. I mean,
No, I said this years
Nay,
ago.
nay.
I'm gonna go back and find the video. I said this years ago. What
Yeah.
everybody's talking about now, I said years ago. Because I was like, well, hold up. Why he's so interested? Everybody kept saying Sinetta. Yo, I'm like, it's not Sinetta. They wanted to be the one to see who was going to dethrone Polite. But Polite he was indoctrinated. He was like the prodigy child. Y'all not on his level. Y'all
That's what
not.
I said earlier. That's what I
And
said
then the
earlier.
boy kept trying and
He was
trying.
He was the chosen next in line. He was the heir apparent.
Right.
And
So if they could get him in a debate, that would make them feel like I have arrived. You know, I beat him in a debate. And no, you did it just didn't. And then next thing you know, Little Pharaoh probably was watching it. So soon as Little Pharaoh got there, again, they went through Sinetta, and then next thing you know, they all the end result is I want to go against Polite. He is the biggest person. That's why I kept showing the debates that they had to show you how Polite ate their ass up. But it wasn't about Polite. I was trying to show you that it was a connection to the damn what are they again? What's the name of them? The Nuwapians. It was all about him being a Nuwapian thing, and they was getting their stuff from Nature Nut. I mean, from Dr. York. So for them to feel like they moved up in the ranks or feel like they really powerful, they figure, let me take this ninja out. They just couldn't do it. That's why Young Pharaoh and whatever his name is, Nature Nut, they was going crazy in the head. They couldn't take it no more. They couldn't take it, but Young Pharaoh really went crazy, video after video about play because they couldn't beat him. Intellectually. Yeah, it's about time to go to bed. But it all goes back to Dr. York. Same way with Dr. York, it goes back to Father Divine. Father Divine did it in the 30s, right? Yeah. It was the 1930s, right, Kev? Anybody remember? I know y'all hear me. I can't stand y'all. All these conscious guys self-destruct. Yeah. Instead of know thyself, know thy struct. Know thy self-destruct. Exactly. Exactly, Bo. Mm-hmm. That's why you guys, people got to be careful. And now come to find out, he looked like Caesar. From the planet, oh, you know what? Bye. Bye.
He didn't have much of, he had like probably good spirits, good energy, you know what I'm saying, good character, but maybe he just didn't have certain information that I was like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying, if I give this brother this knowledge, he could, you know, it's allegedly.
I mean, as Nuwapian, the first thing you're thinking about is propagating whoever you talk to, because everybody's a messenger with a message.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so whatever doctrine you bear witness to, you're a messenger of that doctrine, whether you want to be or not.
Yep.
Because in your character, your ways and actions, people watch you, your words, people listening. And so, and if you teach in a tabligh and you know, it's going through the madras and you're doing a teaching, so that's just a regular. But I'm not gonna speak on the character of those individuals. You know, I'm not a judge, and I'm like, we're gonna keep pushing because no matter what negative times, niggas ain't stopped. You can't stop the rain. You can't stop the rain from falling. So I put in the chat, read The Animal Farm by George Orwell, because when you were speaking, that's what it sounded like. The Animal Farm was a bunch of animals, and they were beefing about how the humans were treating everybody. And so they conspired together to overrun the farm and get rid of the humans.
Right.
And they were like, we're gonna control the farm, we're gonna deal with each other in a just and honorable fashion, and we're gonna move according to how we move. And so they ran the humans out, they took over the houses and stuff. So now the leaders that constructed the laws of the Animal Farm, they moved into the house where the humans was. And then they started wearing the human clothes. And they started acting like the humans. And then what they started doing was, as time progressed, they started acting out different mannerisms that were similar to the humans and anti-animal. Right. And then they started getting rid of the laws. They started erasing the laws and changing the laws. And then the people, well, the animals that were around for the original laws, they started to rotate them out of the way, get rid of them, so that they don't have nobody else to question. That's why when you said it, I'm like, oh, that's a, like I told before, I can read. So I got some books so when certain things pop up, books pop in my head. Boom. That goes along with that. Goes along with that. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, that's real, man.
Yeah.
So so that's what
George Orwell.
Yeah, that's real, man. So that's how I see it. Like I see it like that. That's how. And as far as that goes, so when the energy happened, right? I was there. How I ended up not being there anymore was.
Wait, did you leave? Or
you now gonna tell us?
I was kicked out, right? I didn't
later?
just leave. I was, kicked out. But what was happening is that, based off of, my better half of my, being, with my better judgment, was, I was just instinctively just doing things, making riffs, within the, within the organization, just not following certain rules, that I was supposed to follow as a member, So I wasn't following the rules. I wasn't, doing what I needed to do. So the
rules say you gotta go.
Rules say, yo.
Also, like that's what I was saying to you. I said, so on a subconscious level, you don't put together in your mind, like, yo, well, I'm not gonna do nothing.
Yeah, they kicked him out. No, Sat, what you're not understanding, when somebody says follow somebody, that doesn't necessarily mean their teachings. That can also mean their behavior and wanting what they have. It may not have nothing to do with teaching. See, you're not understanding. Following him like, oh, I want all these women. I want them to call me God. I want them to call me Baba. I want them to call me Master Teacher. That's still following behind somebody.
Sad, we love you, but we ain't gonna be all night with this now.
I know, right? Bye.
These want me to do, and now they got to get rid of me. And that way, I ain't got to deal with it at all.
I mean, on a level, I think on a level, that's what it was. There was a lot of strife in the fact that I just gave, this group all kinds of, bread, thinking that we gonna, make it to the top. I'm thinking we gonna go all the way. You feel me? And
how much
and we back in America. I'm over here like we ain't even in the tropics no more. We back in America. I'm over here like, damn, I'm around the same. Like I could just, the same.
So when did you leave? When was you?
2 years ago. So it was back in like 2020. I think 2020. Yeah, 2020. Yeah.
For those that's joining, right? For everybody's here, the brother Hu Kanun was a part of Carbonation with the brother Nature Boy. And it's significant because Nature Boy has been, him and his organization were just raided by the police not too long ago. And he's still in custody. And he has several, at least 2 sisters that's making claims against being kidnapped and raped by him and other officials in part of his group. And the brother Kanum has a history with the organization. They traveled the world together. He done gave Nature Boy, he gave me, you said like damn near $25,000. That's what you said on your live. Yeah, damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so, and
25,000.
right now, this brother is in all of the Carbonation affiliates are being requested. Tasha K is trying to get access to the brother, Shanetta. The news channels, all of the different news channels are calling these brothers, this brother and different sisters and stuff to go to their channel to tell his story. And we were talking, and he was talking about what he's going through. You know, say his, you know, not just your physical, because he left, like he said, 2 years ago, he was gone.
Right.
But right now, everybody's still trying to tie him in to Nature Boy as
Quantum
if
entanglement.
they act like as if, yo, you left and then this happened. Like, yo,
Right.
you like you responsible, you got something to do with this. And I'm like, yo, you gotta cut that tie. You gotta tell your story
Thank
in
you.
order for the people to see
Thank you.
your position, your journey, who you are,
That's not the
why
story,
you went, why you left, where you at. You know what I'm saying? You got to give your story, you know, so that way things is clear, man.
Yeah, and
that's
all that's all it is, man. We hear that there ain't nothing, you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just telling the story for what it is, and that's what it is. Like I said, everyone's experience and you know what they gained from being there is different. You know what I'm saying? Some people left and they don't even have anything. Some people still, you know what I'm saying? So that's just what I experienced. That's what I went through. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things did happen. Reason why, like you said, reason why I did want to come up here too and speak is just for that reason. Because I didn't want to do an interview. I never wanted to do interviews with people because I'm like,
you said that.
Yeah, half the people that want to do interviews, they don't really care about it. They just doing it for clout. It's not like they. I always tell channel holders, I'm like, if you want to really know how I'm doing, and not just for the people, but for your personal stuff, you care about me, like hit me up on my, you know what I'm saying. I always give people access to, you know what I'm saying, because I'm straightforward. You know what I'm saying. A lot of these channel holders I talk to on the back end, as far as just like if they want to know how I'm doing, you know what I'm saying, or if you have any.
Yeah, you checking on me, check on me.
Yeah, if you, I'm saying, if you want to ask questions, like, you know what I'm saying, there's maybe some things, you know, at that time, there were some things I really didn't want to, you know, be like, you know, just talking about because they will attract the energy. But the reality, like you said, is that we here to change, transform, and you know what I'm saying, turn something negative into positive. So you just take the energy that's given and then you transform. And I think that it's really good just to get a depiction of understanding the background so people know my status. Like, yo, I wasn't with, you know what I'm saying, the whatever mistreating of the woman.
That's right.
There was some things that were happening with the woman, you know what I'm saying? And it's not anything that wasn't told. People be like, some people that were there could be like, oh, why you out there telling everyone's business, this, that, and the third? I'm not even telling anyone's business. I was telling the experiences as far as I was a part of. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things I didn't agree with. And like I said, I could have been a better friend and had told him, you know what I'm saying? Just being there like, yo, my brother, like, we hitting the woman.
You was a slave,
you know what I'm saying?
not a friend.
We ain't on it like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that I look back to and I'm like, yeah, I could have, you know, but where I was from too is the thing about it is a lot of Mukasus be doing that. Like on the back end, for people who don't know, because I grew up around Mukasus, that'd be happening. You know what I'm saying? Like I had one of my best buds. We used to drink, we used to get, you know, turned up. He was with a girl who was, you know what I'm saying, hot in the, you know what I'm saying? She was everywhere. She was over there with him, over there. She was at McDonald's with this dude, you know what I'm saying? This nigga left. I'm like, girl. So she moving fast. And this dude got angry and mad, and he ended up, you know what I'm saying, tossing down, you know what I'm saying, stairs or whatever like that. And it's just like, it's a thing that be happening with these Mukasus that always be happening. Even my adopted dad, you know what I'm saying, he did that in the household with my sister and his, you know what I'm saying, and his wife at the time, you know what I'm saying, just handling, you know what I'm saying, handling him in a certain way. So
what's that? Me
being desensitized to certain things of that nature, never really like, you know what I'm saying, never really put into my mind, like, you know, if a woman act up a little bit, you know what I'm saying, like, and this is like, and I'm telling y'all this from an adolescent, undeveloped state of mind. When I'm speaking about some of these things, y'all, I want y'all to know that I'm coming from a state where I didn't have certain understandings that I have now through the, you know, experiences that I've gained to be able to make an assumption or understanding of like, all right, what do I really stand for and what do I don't stand for? Yes, I had experienced that stuff in my past prior to any carbonation stuff. I've seen that stuff happen. It happened all the time where I was from. It just wasn't looked at any type of way. It's just, yo.
Okay. We all was adolescents. We all been through some shiznick. Put a 1 in the chat if you was an adolescent and got hooked up with a coke. Put a 1 in the chat if you was an adolescent and allowed somebody to slap you, demean you, stay in a group, call somebody master, let them call you a slave. Just put a 1 in the chat. I don't see no ones in this chat. But we always adolescents, though. We was adolescents. We did, well, I don't know about y'all, but we got in trouble ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Like, we created it and we got in trouble ourselves. We didn't have nobody tell us to do it. You was in a cult, Miss Leo. You was in a cult. Let me find out. I'm not supposed to see a 1 in the chat. But like, if we got into something, we did it. And we went the wrong way. I mean, y'all did go the wrong way, but it was different. We was the creation of it. We didn't go into somebody else's world because we was adolescent. Just want to stop making it seem like adolescents, we didn't know right from wrong and stuff like that. You bet Tabitha can hear you, though. Tabitha can hear you, but she ain't listening.
Yo, you and your girl got in a fight yesterday? Yeah, she hit me upside the head and I had to, you know what I'm saying, I had to squash her out real quick on the ground, make her hold it down or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just an everyday, that's just what happened. So, yeah, man. So for me, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? To the degree, I still felt it. It wasn't like I didn't feel it, though. Don't get it twisted. Like, I felt it. I was like, yo, man. But I was intoxicated that night, man. So that's why, you know what I'm saying, I didn't move like I should have been moving, you know what I'm saying? Because a real man, you know what I'm saying, men in the right mind, I would say, you know, would have stood up and like, hey, man, let's, you know, take a breather. Let's go over here, you know what I'm saying? Cool off from me real quick, you know what I'm saying? Let's go, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's stop all that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm glad. Well, I'm happy that you came through because you have to get rid of those spiritual entanglements, and the people are still gonna throw you in. The people that know you were there, they're throwing you in. Even if the sister that's filing the charges, she still speaking about you and you know, well, you know, it's just so much.
What you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, like, because a lot of those people was on even on those live, the live that you came through. A lot of, you know, you get a lot of people still hollering.
See, it take an older person to see, like, what do you mean? What the fuck? What the freak? What the freak you think we've been saying all these times, dummies? Y'all know where the bodies is at. You were there. When all of this shit hit the light, they're calling all of y'all. You saw his cat. Did you see his face? What do you mean? Scared as shit right there. What do you mean? What he just said. But y'all forget. I forget. Y'all smarter than us. Y'all higher self. We're in our lower self. Well, I didn't do nothing in my adolescence that I had to freaking worry about Popo coming to get me. Damn it! What you talking about? Oh Lordy!
At you that were a part of it, that know that you're a part of, and they still rope you in to anything that's dealing with this guy, even if you ain't been there and around him for the last 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Because you was there, you was a prominent member, and they knew you was doing the graphics and the videos. They knew you was a part of it. So
I was involved, man. I was involved, and just a shout out because I know we've been kind of like flipping and sliding.
All over the place.
Was good. But I want to let you all know too, with the graphic design things, I wanted to give also a shout out to this brother named Rambo, who actually taught me how. Another brother who taught me how. Like, it was a transition. It was BP, and then it was this brother named Rambo, Hispanic brother. Shout out to Rambo. Quetzalcoatl is his name now on Instagram. He out there in Hawaii doing this thing with his family, Zen Life. You know, shout out to them. He's the brother that showed me how to do Photoshop and Final Cut Pro. So that's how I learned, you know, how to do that stuff as I was developing. Just to the backstory, because I want to hear, if he hears this, I want to let him know. Like, shout out to you, Rambo. I think give you, you know, credits for that. And
Shout out,
as well.
Rambo.
You know what I'm saying, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just you gotta cite your sources, man. That's the most important thing, is citing your sources. You know where things are coming from. So that way, if you're ever looking at anyone's work, or if you're ever looking at where anyone got, you know, something from, just like the Master Teacher. Master Teacher wrote all these books, but he cites his sources. He got references.
People act like he don't. It's so crazy because people act like he don't. He just steal everybody's stuff. Oh, if you read the book, if you read the book, you see that he gives you references for such and such. He'll mention like the authors or the scientists that did the experiment, or you know what I'm saying. He'll mention those things, and of course, what he doesn't do a lot. There's certain books he do. Like when you going through when we was going through the Egyptian Church of Christ, we was going through that school, so we like set the record straight. Jesus found in Egypt, you know, those books right there, and those books were the closest that he made a conscious effort to write according to the rules of academia, European. So that's what it is. The master doesn't care about European rules of academics.
Right.
And that's what these brain dead so-called scholars have a problem with, because they want him to fall in line with the rules and regulations of academics. And he's like, F them. We the ones who taught them how to read and write. We ain't got to fall in line with nothing that they doing. You know,
that's what I love about Baba. You gotta have that energy. You gotta squabble some things. Like that's how I be sometimes, yo. Like honestly, and that's how I feel about this interview as well, though. Like I'm doing this interview, people can feel however they want about what I'm saying, even the fact that I'm doing the interview. I could care less, because at the end of the day, we squashing and we squabbling and we going through what we need to go through.
This damn Wi-Fi.
Froze.
Packing, but at the end of the day, we all go through certain things. We make mistakes. Some people,
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying, are in certain positions, you know what I'm saying, because of the choices that they made. It ain't, you know what I'm saying, we ain't out here to, you know what I'm saying, because you cast a stone at somebody, guess what? The way you judge somebody is the way you're going to be judged. So I'm only doing my non-mind and making a clear judgment based off of, you know, how I'm seeing things with the knowledge and information that I'm given. There's certain people out there that believe you should hit women. Some people out there do believe that. You know what I'm saying? A pimp hand, strong pimp hand, going to get it right. You know what I'm saying? That's how certain people think.
And there's people out there that think all that, man. That's a fact. That's a
And
fact. And then these charismatic characters, there's enough. There's brother guy, you gave you a shout out. There's so many people on the planet. There's so many. There's billions of people. It's like 8-9 billion people on the planet. So I always say this: there's enough people on the planet that every charismatic leader can come up and get 1 million followers, create their own civilization, and not be affected by nobody else's million of followers.
Hey,
so this is a very there's so many things going on, man. Anybody else got any questions? Please make sure y'all could ask the question, post them in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll get the questions to the brother who Khanum. You know what I'm saying?
I know people are just tapping in right now, so I understand that, because everyone's messaging me right now about the thing. It's just, people, you know how it is, and it's a Saturday too, so people be out. But it's gonna spread, and it's gonna be out there.
I'm not worried about. I don't care. I just my second show and since 2021. So
real still, yeah.
And I appreciate you for touching down and walking with me, because I love the fact that when you got engaged with the doctrine, you were engaged and you were studying, and that's what it's about. Because the master said, he said his miracle is in his pen, and so he writes. He says all he's requesting from us is to read, and then apply it. Yes. Application, man.
Applied knowledge is true knowledge. If you don't apply knowledge, and if you don't apply the knowledge you receive or the information you receive, then that knowledge is dead. It's like still water. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta apply the knowledge.
We have to, God.
This is a Tupac quote, because it was funny, because the events that happened today, the lead up to this interview, was amazing, because everything was just in alignment, right? But I was in Walmart talking to one dude. Dude gave me a Tupac quote. He was just, because we were building our knowledge, right? And this dude, Nagato brother, he said this to me. He was like, I may not change the world, but I will spark the minds that do. You feel what I'm saying? Which, if you think about a Tupac quote, right? If you're just thinking about it in that stage, it's like Baba was passing me alley-oop for certain people to get where they need to get to. You feel what I'm saying? All this spiritual, it was a trickle effect. You feel what I'm saying? Because Baba was inspired to do what he did based off of, some other inspirations that he put in his book, where he's sorting citing sources and being like, yo, I got this and that. He's inspiration to do what so that's what we all have a message inside of us that gets activated from the inspiration. So Nature Boy, through his inspiration, as far as how I got inspired from him, I'm not here to say that I never got inspired by the brother. I'm not here to say that the brother never said anything that wasn't true or nothing like that. When I'm here to set the record straight is cite the source to where you get from, so that people know, like, when I say something, I always make sure that it's either attached. If I'm saying something that's directly linked and attached to what Baba said, or something like that, I'm making sure I'm leaving so y'all can have somewhere to go to find, that's the reality. I see what the God was trying to do as far as, you know, putting information together and, you know, doing it like that. But one thing I learned about the greats that did you know what I'm saying, do certain great things is that they always gave honor to any kind of source or site where they got information from. Always. You know what I'm saying? They never did things on like the back end to try to make it, because that's not how you do things. You know what I'm saying? Especially as a man, and it leaves people in and that's why it's so important I'm doing this video, because I'm not doing this for the people that are caught up in the drama aspect of carbonation. If you're caught up in the drama aspect of carbonation, and you love the loving flip-flops and stuff like that, more power to you, because there's a lot of buffoonery going out there that's 10 times worse than what's going on over there as far as things happening. So if that's what you're into in the drama aspect, hey, more power to you if that's what you're into. I'm not. The people that are attracted to the knowledge, you feel what I'm saying, come and are attracted to the knowledge by way of
What knowledge?
certain things that were said, and certain things that were said are linked and tied directly back to Baba Yanun, which comes into the quantum entanglement, or where the meshing of two worlds collide, where we have certain beings that have, you know what I'm saying, certain information, and there's other brothers out there too. He's a representation of what a lot of brothers are out here doing, you know what I'm saying, in their
Damn your
Woke
Wi-Fi,
up,
Tron. Damn your Wi-Fi.
Come on back.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you
Biggie,
back?
shout out, peace, El Shafi. Yeah, I'm here. You broke up for a little bit, but yeah, I'm here. You back?
Okay. Yeah, so it just comes down to say that, like, it's just that's why it's so important to have that understanding. What you do with the information afterwards is completely up to you. This dude didn't go and tell the world like, hey, he did recently. I would say this too. Before he got locked up, he did say recently that he was inspired by Dr. York. He did say that. Did he go and say that he got information from Dr. York and then in the beginning he was teaching Dr. York's information? He didn't say it like that, no. But he did say that he was inspired by Dr. York, which kind of like, it's in a way, it kind of like gives reference, but at the same time, it leaves gray area, because it's like,
You don't
okay,
care about
inspiration,
neither
but
one of
like,
them.
you
What
know what I'm
the
saying?
hell?
So it is what it is, man. I think he just tried to clear it up after everyone started realizing, you know, what it was. And it's cool, man. Like I said, people make their own beds. People live in their own lives, you know what I'm saying? However you make your life and however you know what I'm saying, that, that's what it is. And the result of your life is going to reflect, you know what I'm saying? And this guy put it on display, you know what I'm saying, for public.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
So anybody got any questions for the God? Holla at the God. Let me ask you, so where you at now? Where you at now in your studies? Where you at now in your journey? And what can we expect for you, you know?
Bet. So yeah, so with my journey, man, I'm in the mode right now where I'm in study mode. We got this 100 days, you know what I'm saying? We with Nama, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you know what I'm saying, a day Loye, Emperor Kuf.
Okay. All Nama Nationals, shout out.
Yeah, Sammy. So we Nama, we pushing forward. We getting better and better and better. We doing the 100 day. We with the shit. So I'm just becoming more diligent in my studies. I'm not a saint. I'm not righteous. I'm not Jesus. I'm not any of those things. I've done things in my life that were not good. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to let y'all know before people try to even I'm gonna get y'all a chance. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say right now, let y'all know right now, because I ain't with the, you know what I'm saying? I ain't with it. I'm none of that. I am Hukunun, you feel what I'm saying? Doing my best every single day to make an impact and a change in my life that would spark someone else. You feel what I'm saying? Because it starts with self. You feel what I'm saying?
To do what?
You can't change anybody. All you can do is change yourself. From what you do, other people could be inspired and then, you know, grow from that. So what I'm saying is, that's who I am. You feel what I'm saying? I'm Nama, Wapian, Sabian, Yanin, whatever you want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm a student of life, man. I'm an eternal student to life. And I think that right there is an aspect that a lot of these brothers and sisters out here need to grasp and digest, because a lot of men and women, they be so in their ego, but we don't understand that even the greatest of men, you know what I'm saying, whether you're talking about this, that, or third, the greatest of men have mentors. The greatest of men have people that he, you know what I'm saying, they learn from. That's just the simple facts, you know what I'm saying? We have this spookism where we thinking like, the nature boy, he was saying like, oh, my DNA got activated and it, you know, came through the ethers. I'm not saying things can't happen, you know what I'm saying, of that nature, because we can get on that level. But what I'm saying is that the reality of the beginning of how that's not what happened, Captain. That's not what's going down. You know what I'm saying? And I would just be, you know, in my own right to, you know, set the record straight. Was I know just through my experiences and just give people that understanding, because I want people that are watching this or that are caught up in the information, to understand that the information does tie itself back to Dr. Malachi York. That's why we're even in this. That's why you even see videos where they're trying to compare, because the similarities, people can see those similarities. You feel what I'm saying? It's something that's unspoken, but we know what it is. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just setting the record straight of what we already know, so people have the idea, so you can make a decision. If you want to mess with carbonation, go for it. It's all. I'm not here. Listen, I'm not here to say no one do. I don't agree with it, and it's not for me. But if you feel like that's that's the thing that you want to partake in, okay, you're gonna have to deal with that and whatever comes with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's with anything. Yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's official. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you my personal, because I didn't say it. I crack jokes and stuff like that, but
right.
I definitely see him. There's a parallel between the brother Nature Boy and the brother Polite.
Mm-hmm.
The parallel is in the realm of truth. They were able to overstand and push certain concepts of reality to the people that most people would not deal with. They would try, and they didn't they you know, my wife and I, we say individuals are smart. This master teacher said this actually, but we repeat it. Individuals are smart, but people are stupid. And so when you go out there, so if we have a individual conversation, there's a lot of delicate concepts that could be relayed and reasoned between two individuals.
Mm-hmm.
But if that same conversation expands, say like on a platform, you can have a bunch of dummies pop in and be like, nigga said he, like I'm saying, so you gotta.
He said
so
he
now
gone.
that leaves it on you. Like so, that leaves that's right. That leaves on you to have the wisdom to know when to say what and in what forums to say it in.
Exactly.
So when I seen this dude on Sidnetta talking some craziness about his child and I let my child touch my, and I was like, and I understood the concept of you got to teach your children to love their human body. You got to teach your children nature. You got to let them know who they are, what they're made of, that this is beautiful, that this is natural.
Right.
The concept, but the action was retarded. It was like, nigga, what are you talking about?
It's just, it's like you said, it's you're dealing with sensitive ears, sensitive conversations.
Wait, we got sensitive
But we
ears?
are God, so we're okay with that.
We got sensitive ears. Oh, okay.
We there?
Yeah,
okay.
You there now?
Okay. Yeah,
sensitive ears, sensitive conversations, and
sensitive ears, sensitive conversations, and then you're dealing with the character of the person that's even saying something like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's different if it comes through, certain beings like, and either way you look at it, there's always going to be a crowd of people in the corner in the nosebleeds like, nah, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it is, no matter who's saying what, when you're dealing with a conversation such as that, you know what I'm saying? That is something that when you say something like that, and I can see, like you said, I understand the concept of what we were saying. That's why for me it wasn't phasing me to the degree that it was for other people, because I understood how he was trying to say it, but it came out way wrong. And then
oh God, he said this is what he didn't explain nothing. He said this is what happened. I'm in the bed. Oh my God, Cap, I got a headache. Go, Cap, take it.
And then, I mean, it's just not much to say. Just let him listen to him talk. Listen to him talk. He telling you so much in what he's saying. Just listen to the detail. Just think about what he's saying. It's correct. You couldn't even you couldn't even ask the right question to get him to say that. But what he just said, wow. Wow.
But we got sensitive ears. God damn. He don't know who he came here to big up York name, but he's still giving Nature Boy passes. I can't with these indoctrinated people. I can't. I've never stayed dumb forever. I swear. I've never stayed dumb forever. I don't want to be smart. That's messed up to the point that you make somebody don't want to be smart no more. Like, nah, I don't want to pick up no book. I can't read nothing. Nothing. Keep me dumb. Woo, this did too much. I understand what he was trying to say. But it didn't come out. No, he said what the hell he said. He said, and I let him do this. Well, after me and his mama was finished, first of all, the boy was, again, the baby in the bed while y'all doing that. And I don't know. Like, what man does that?
The kind of man that'll lay
He
up.
got his own PP to fill. Why he gotta fill your PP? Oh, Lord, I can't. Go ahead, Cal.
You just imagine these two big grown Negroes, dusty nuts with his wide hips, him and Tron, big 6'4" soft ass in the bed, sword fighting. They crazy. They disgusting, man. They the worst of the worst. I mean, you can't. They'll try to excuse anything. Having sex with a baby in the bed. They tried to make they talked about it like it was normal. Well, I walked in. She was holding my baby while her and Nature Boy were having sex, and I went in to take the baby, and he told me engage, and I did.
Oh Lord, I can't.
Wow.
I'll stay dumb. Let me stay dumb. We the dumb.
You can't unsee and not hear certain shit. That they the most disgusting of the disgusting. They just.
Then as usual, his Wi-Fi is fucking up. Cause even the I don't even think he was cause he on the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi just got like shut up, please. Just shut up. Shit. I'm trying to finish this out, but why he come with that? I'm trying to let it roll so I can go to bed. But this that bullshit. I'm gonna let it roll.
And have
Crazy,
dog. And I'm over here like I can't. I'm over here like, man, I can't support what? Who? You did what? You know what I'm saying? So I'm over here.
Gotta go.
So I'm over here. There was a lot of things that were said that were just like, how the way he was saying that I was like, but I was just like, okay, and then you could say that it was for shock value. You could say this, that, and the third, but I honestly think that the way he was saying it was misinterpreted. I don't know his personal life. I don't know his personal business. I'm not here to say that he is.
He said misinterpreted.
I don't know this dude's personal business, but I can tell you one thing: conversations like that, you gotta have some type of, when you talking like that, you gotta talk. You can't just say anything.
Crazy, God. He's talking crazy. So yeah, that's so. We about to wind down because we actually have a brotherhood call later around 8:30. So I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I appreciate you, and I'm here, because we was talking about this concept that my wife and I speak about with, and I'm sharing it with the world, and we call it the Shawshank Redemption. Yeah. Because when you go, and what was his name? Andy what? Andy Dufresne, right?
Okay.
And you go and look at the Shawshank Redemption, and he was he escaped from his prison, but he said he had to crawl through the sewage line, 3 football fields of feces and manure and urine and garbage and sewage, and then the pipe led to a freshwater lake, right? Mm-hmm. So he got his clothes and all that in a plastic bag and all that. But so we use that as an example of when you are ready to turn your life around. The test is your Shawshank Redemption. You gotta crawl through all the shit that you laid down. Mm-hmm. See, you was going on a certain path with a bunch of shit behind you, and now you like, you know what? That's not the way. You gotta turn. Because I'm telling you why it's significant. Because a lot of people are not willing to go through their shit to get to clean waters. Right. They'd rather just keep going in a bunch of bullshit in life and just put more shit behind them. You gotta be able to go turn around and go through the shit that you put out, and at the end you could bathe and purify those clean waters, put on a new suit of life, and walk on. You see, you dig what I'm saying? So that's the thing that I'm like, I encourage you, and I'm proud of you and happy that you're able to do, because most people do not want to put on their shit, and that goes into it. Everything ties into the doctrine. Right. It goes into the nature of the the Mukasu, the Caucasian versus the Nagaru, their nature is they have a scapegoat doctrine. So they never responsible for nothing. So they never have to go through their shit.
Exactly.
But the Nagaru, we've taken on that scapegoat nature, but we need to take on the God nature, which is the one of responsibility or the ability to respond to any and all situations and circumstances. You dig what I'm saying? You got to go through your Shawshank. Stop. Everybody out there, go through your Shawshank. In order, if you want to make your life better, you want to get to that Ashuk. That's why you can't get through that Ashuk. You got all that stuff in your heart. Man, you got to crawl back through your garbage. I was able to, because I went my incarceration. So coming home, I'm like, my slate is blank. So I'm going to everybody like, I ain't got no problems with nobody. Let's work it out. I'm like, whatever happened then. Right. This is a new, because you in our laws, my eye, you weighing that feather against your heart. You don't get all of that stuff. Your scales got to be balanced. Right. You dig? That's the point. We got to balance our scales, and we want our heart light so that we can move on and transcend and receive that light knowledge and the divine understanding from the universal all, Pa'ut. You know what I'm saying? That we can receive from the universal mind and from Pasalafu, our ancestors, and Natharu, our overseers. You know,
it's ridiculous.
Yo, so even talk to me, bro. Any last words before? Because I'm about to get on out of here. I appreciate you for coming. You already know.
Already, man. I say this.
We got 2 minutes. We all going to bed.
And this is just a closing for people that in life you will go through many of experiences. And your experiences that you go in life don't define the totality of who you are, but they affect you. You know what I'm saying? And they do have precedence they do take precedence in your life when it comes to transitioning. Whenever you're going to make a transition to one place to another, what do? You know what I'm saying? You go in your house, you clean the house up, you know what I'm saying? Make sure everything good, get the furniture out, get everything back, pack it up, you know what I'm saying? You're making a transition. And that's what it's like when you transition in with knowledge. That's what it's like when you're making a transition from moving the house. That's like when you make transition to anything, you have to be able to, like you said, clean up what you got going on first in order for you to make a smooth transition so that it doesn't cause, you know what I'm saying, ripples that, affect your timeline, you know what I'm saying, and your current, you know what I'm saying, reality in this quantum realm. And because of the quantum entanglements that, I'm attached to with certain beings, you know what I'm saying, certain things need to be addressed, you know what I'm saying, but the way that they're being, or at least the addressing of this stuff is good, and it brings clarity for those. We didn't get no clarity. This is what I want to tell you, brother. Oh my gosh, I gotta say one thing, brother.
Talk about it, bro. We ain't no rush. Talk about it.
Yes, we are.
So the premise, the reason, because people want to ask, like, oh, what's one of the powering tools or driving tools of me doing this video, on top of what I just said, was I had a sister call me up last week. This girl hit me on my phone, right? You know what I'm saying? A little fun, like, oh, what's good? You know what I'm saying? She hit me up. She said, she was like, hey, Tron or Kxng now, you know what I'm saying? Israel, whatever you want to call yourself. Hey, yo, I'm in, you know what I'm saying? I'm in Costa Rica, you know what I'm saying? I followed the information, I followed the videos, you know what I'm saying? I'm out here. So, and she's like, but I'm kind of confused on what do I do now? And I'm like, and I'm telling, let me disclaimer, the videos that he put out, he has old videos from a long time ago that people are just circulating and getting into understanding, that are just tapping in. His journey of Costa Rica, that was years ago. This girl just tapping in the information.
Yeah, he's in Atlanta. He just got arrested in Atlanta 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, feel me? And this girl out here, and she in Costa Rica now. And I'm not saying anything against the journey because it's beautiful. I'm glad that she had that experience. It's great. It's just the simple fact that when she hit me, it was on some like, now what do I do? She doesn't know, she doesn't understand, and that's where, you know what I'm saying?
Taking that, you know that responsibility, like you was a part of that, pushing that. Yeah, wow, that's heavy, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Pushing that, you know what I'm saying? So we're pushing that information, and it's like, and now I'm seeing how it's affecting certain people in the timelines, you know, because we exist in timelines. So it's like certain people are tapping into certain knowledge that's being held online, like the Akashics that will happen at different time and space, where people are applying it now, and it's not applicable.
Yeah, you can't apply. You can't apply now. That's right.
You can't apply. It's not applicable to this moment in time. You know what I'm saying? Because as we progress and as we are in the Papa'ut, the all expanding, is things are progressing and expanding and moving at all times. You feel what I'm saying? So what that was back then, no, now there's a new, you know what I'm saying? Now there's a development and an understanding of where pushing people and navigating people. I do personally feel that a lot of this happened to spark certain minds that are in, you know what I'm saying, headed towards the culture, because the girl that went through what she went through, she was messing with, you know what I'm saying, certain Nuwapi and Sabians, and that's how she found her way into
Another cult
Nuwapu
member
and stuff like that, and just getting into the information. So,
Different
you know,
routes.
hey man, and you can only you know, give people you know, that positive reassurance. But I'd say that's the biggest thing for me. When she hit me on the phone, I was like, man, so I'm like having flashbacks, and I'm like, dang. So I hit her and I was like, man, listen, what you want to do is, just because you woke don't mean you got to be broke.
Yeah, I
You
saw
got to
that
make sure, because
chat. I
she
think
sold
I
all this
played it
stuff, because
before.
when Nature Boy was telling people to leave, that when I left, he was telling people, you know, give all your stuff away. I got rid of my car. I got rid of everything I owned when I left. I gave my, you know, PS3 away, all of the stuff I had. Mind you, I was like 23 at the time, so yes, I was playing PS3. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? I was, you know what I'm saying, at that age, I was.
PS3 right now. Niggas got
Yeah, feel me?
PS5 right there. So
Yeah, feel me? So I was giving all my stuff away, and I'm moving in that mind. Now it's good, it's beautiful, because there's lessons that you learn from doing that. I'm not saying that experience it's beautiful. It's just that we can use our minds to elevate and have even a better plan. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to be out here on some humbug. We don't have to be out here on some like half thought out plans. I think that a lot of what I think that brother went through was just, in my personal opinion, a lot of the things I think that brother did was half thoughts that not necessarily were all the way thought through, and it was more acted upon rather than,
it
you
was
know,
impulsive, and everybody was just moving with him.
You know, and it's just it happens, man. It happens to the best of it. You know what I'm saying? We all sometimes get in that mode. So, you know, so that's what I saw in that mode. So when Shorty hit me like that, I was like, man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's heavy, bro.
It's heavy, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of time. Yeah.
That's deep, bro. That's deep. That shows that when you putting this stuff out there, people affected all over the world. You have no idea who you. And one of the reasons why we came out and started doing these the shows, these lessons, these investments into the souls and minds of the people, was because we know we're not going to meet everybody. We're not going to be able to speak to everybody. But this is a way for anybody to get access to be able to hear the message. You know what I'm saying? This is our contribution to the world, to the future of the people. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's okay. You can agree, you can disagree. That's your position. But I put my hat in the ring. You know, to be criticized, critiqued, having people want to feel about it. Yeah, man. Hey, I'm Anita Baker. I'm giving you the best that I got. Y'all do what y'all do with it. You know?
Absolutely. That's why I love your platform, man. I love what you do with Revision Radio. I love everything that's going on. Shout out to the brother. You got Natural Nature Herbs. Go, you know, get some herbs.
Yeah, you see the commercial, Natural Nature Herbs. Come get the herbs. Best in the sea moss and all that. I took some Jed Pillar, Black Jedi, turned me up. Boom.
Right.
But yeah, man. Then I got the Cosmic Shop. Got some clothes. Barrel Rising. That's with some music.
That's beautiful. Beautiful and beautiful. We're gonna still do a part 2 tomorrow, because I am done for the night. For the morning, because we're gonna finish breaking this down tomorrow. Don't forget, this is King Kev takes over week. He's gonna get in that ass.
I'm gonna have questions tomorrow, y'all, because I'm off, so I got time.
Oh, good. I'm gonna come on a little bit earlier.
We're gonna be turned up tomorrow, so y'all tune in.
And boss lady, check your and Miss Leo and everybody else who said they just got it. Check y'all commands do that too. Mine's too. If I'll see my thing and then I will click on, and it was on yesterday.
Yeah, YouTube be doing that now. They slowing your traffic down.
Yeah, but
anyway, that's another story.
With the algorithm. But all right, guys, we will do part 2 of none of them are deprogrammed. All of them are still scamming. All of them is still hustling. All of them. All right. Nighty night, guys.
Love y'all, chat. Peace.
Peace out.